Hello, people. 1 second, let me pause that shit. Yes, hello, people. It is me for the Trough. How are we all doing? You know how we start with a little fucking wine glass of vodka. I can't go too big because I'm doing something new today as well. Something new to the stream. We're gonna. Oh, I'll explain in a minute. But yeah, here's the wine. Wash. Done. Oh, epic. Right. So, obviously it's the football. I'm watching the football. I'm going to be give updates on that as well the whole time. I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, but I'll also be watching some Briantent as well. And I'm also going to be doing a bit of a mukbang. I'll try to minimise any sounds of the food, even though. So I've got a burger, beef burger, cheeseburger. I've got a doner kebab, which is in the bag. I can't be able to take out the wrapping. I've also got a selection of fried stuff from the kebab shop as well, chicken wings, that sort of thing. And then I've also got, to top it all off, I've had a slice of this of pizza as well. So a lot of food. It is a lot of food. I'm gonna be munching on this while watching stuff, while reacting. And yeah, I think it's going to be a good time. I'm going to have fun. Now, first thing we're going to do is we're going to watch some Briantent. There is a documentary that Salome's wanted us to kick back and relax to, and I guess it is that time of year, so I guess we'll get straight into the Briantent. I'm definitely going to be playing this on 1.5 though, because it's long. We may not finish it all today, but we will definitely give it a go. So I guess we'll start with the Briantent. I think 1.5 is a good speed. That is way too much food. What the fuck? Well, the thing is, I'm probably only going to eat the burger and the pizza. Definitely the burger. I'll have half the pizza and probably the box of fried stuff, but I probably won't even touch the kebab today. I'll probably microwave the kebab and eat the kebab fresh out of the microwave tomorrow. That's what I usually get a kebab for on these orders. I get heavy discounts because I'm Uber One status, so that's why I got it. Oh yeah, I also got, as it came with it as well, I've also got this slice of chocolate fudge cake as well. But yeah, so the plan is I'm just going to get fucking drunk, I'm going to eat a lot of food, I'm going to watch the Brian documentary, and then we're going to see where it goes from there. And also, of course, we're actually watching the football as well. And we're going to see what the fuck happens there as well. So let's give it a fucking whirl. Hello. First bite of the burger, actually. A lot of onions. I like my onions. I always ask for extra onions. I think I went for burger sauce. Cheers. Okay. The bun's a bit soggy, to be honest. But it's okay. If I've had better, I've had worse. Not too bad.
Everyone out there, in the public. My name's Brian Harvey, and I used to be the lead singer for the pop group E17. Over the past 3 years, my life has become very, very difficult due to other people meddling in my life. And
okay, is that true? Like, has that actually happened to him? Or is he just paranoid? Because I'm thinking paranoid also. This burger needs some fucking mayonnaise on it as well. 1 sec. Get a nice bit of mayonnaise on there. There we go. A splash of hot sauce and all. Yeah. Right, back to it.
Trying to make me look like I'm mad.
I give you your order.
Obviously, report you to the police.
I give you your order.
Oh shit, like that.
Obviously, report you to the police.
Your mate has done it. It's Scotland Yard, mate. You're the ones that are acting illegal.
And then they go and push me home, and it's really sad because I know what Brian's doing is the right thing.
And then the next thing, me and my friend Nick are going to Hull with Bill Maloney and Chris Fay to interview an Operation Phonebridge witness called Andrew Ash. Now, Andrew Ash...
Somebody says, oh, hang on, one shit, hang on. Ah, I've made a mistake here. I need a sign off what to do. Right, 1 second, YouTube, Trough Live, select live sources. Activate selected. Alright, cool. Now when you send a message, it should pop up on the screen and stuff. Cool. Okay, well, that's my favourite. But yeah, Aston says, I think it's a mixture of the other crazy people messing with him in his own delulu. So, half and half, I guess. Yeah, I can see that. Fair enough.
He's someone that used
What
to
the
be
fuck is going on
handy
on football as well? Why is it paused?
Sorry, just my stomach rattling. I haven't eaten properly for days because these people got me trapped in my house, which is why I'm making this video.
Hello everyone, how you doing? You alright? We have an incredibly deep, dark and unexpected rabbit hole to explore today, from the highs of a world-famous pop star to the lows of screaming security guards in a benefit office. Powerful...
Hang on. Definitely not. That is coming off straight off the screen. I'm not even going to read that out loud. Definitely fucking not.
Satanic child exploitation rings, feuds with celebrities, police raids and Jackie Potatoes. This story has a lot to go over, so let's start at the beginning. Brian Lee Harvey was born on the 8th of August 1974 in Walthamstow, East London. As a teenager, he worked as a plumber's assistant, but his life would change forever when a young man named Tony Mortimer got a record deal, but was told that he had to form a group in order for the deal to go ahead, and started to recruit people from his local area in East London. Brian was at first to be a backing singer in the newly formed boy band.
Wow. So really, he was never truly the main character. I can see where a lot of this stems from now. He wants to be the main character, but he's not.
But it soon became apparent that his R&B influenced vocal style and good looks would be the perfect fit as the lead singer. The band consisted of Tony Mortimer, Brian Harvey, John Hendy and Terry Caldwell, with the band's name East 17 being taken from the postcode that the four young men lived in. Tony later said that he stole the marketing for the band from New Kids on the Block, but thought that they could do it better as New Kids on the Block were not from the streets like they were. Tony had become friends with well-known music manager Tom Watkins, who took the band on, and using his connections, overnight East 17 were in the charts with their first song, House of Love. The early 90s in Britain was a time of well-polished pop groups, so the bad boy branding of East 17 attracted a legion of teenage girls who loved them.
It's crazy to think that these people are ever considered fucking like hard. You know what I mean? That's crazy. That is crazy to me. Because they look like the biggest bunch of fucking... let's say, city boys ever. I thought I used a much worse word. But yeah, they just look a bunch... They don't look very... You know what I mean. Like, they don't look particularly hard. They look silly.
And just like that, they were superstars. Brian was the heartthrob of the band, with Tony being the songwriter, and the other two kind of making strange shapes in the background, trying not to mess up the golden ticket that they had been handed. East 17 would feed from a rivalry with fellow boy band Take That, which always gave them good publicity, so they grew from strength to strength, pumping out hit after hit for the next...
The difference was though is that Take That actually made good songs though. That's the other difference.
Years. But sadly, as time went by, the cracks started to appear. In 1994, the tension in the band was starting to reach breaking point. Brian felt that he was not getting enough money as he was the main attraction, but Tony was the one getting paid the most as he was the songwriter. Plus, Brian didn't like pop music and resented being forced to sing this style. He wanted to be an R&B bad boy, but the record company wouldn't allow this as they were making good money with things the way they were. The band were also angry with Brian as he would always...
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. Sure, he's aggro to the delivery driver, but like anyone with an inflated ego could be a dick. You know what I mean?
Which led to them missing flights, and he was very demanding, being quoted to say, "I am this band, without me it would be nothing." Brian and manager Tom really didn't like each other either, but we'll be exploring this later on in the video. In late 1994, things took a swing up when they released a song called Stay Another Day, which Tony had written about his brother who died. Due to the release date, the record company decided to make this a Christmas song, which went to #1 in the charts and has forever been on a rotation of Christmas songs in Britain ever since. The band were riding high, going on world tours and loved by millions of people. Plus Brian had a famous girlfriend named Daniela Westbrook, who was a well-known actress at the time, and the pair became a power couple. East 17 was so well known that they appeared on Jim Will Fix It, and this is called
Oh man, that's rough. That is rough.
What goes up must come down, and unfortunately for Brian, his life would change again on the 15th of January 1997. The band was still doing well and promoting a new single called Hey Child, which was #3 in the charts, when Brian was ordered to do an interview with a reporter. Bandmate Tony Mortimer had previously made some comments about ecstasy, so the reporter asked Brian what his thoughts were on the drug, to which he talked about how he had done 12 pills in one night and had a fun time. The moment passed with Brian not really thinking too much about this. Then the next day, the story was being played on radio stations up and down the country, and soon it was front page news. 2 years earlier, a young lady named Leah Betts had passed away from taking ecstasy, which shocked Britain, and this was still...
Yeah, that was... I'm sorry. 1 second. The whole thing is, she didn't die straight from ecstasy, she died from the cuts in it. I've always found that as a story to be very dishonest. It's a shame.
Still fresh in the minds of everyone, so the comments made by Brian would now become big news. So big, in fact, that it was addressed in the Houses of Parliament by...
Alright, we're now going to be having the fucking... Yeah, look at it go. Oh.
Prime Minister John Major. The press could smell blood in the water, and like piranhas, they would start to...
Breaded mushroom. Yeah, that's okay.
Brian apart with headline after headline. The bands were then dropped from TV appearances and 14 radio
Barbecue chicken wing, bone in. That's good.
stations banned their records from being played. Journalists and politicians are seemingly cut from the same cloth.
She died from the cuts and impurities in it. She didn't die from the MDMA itself. Fucking hell. But they've always been like, oh, she died from MDMA, which is not true.
They started to pile in on Brian in the Houses of Parliament, and soon the whole country was against
What
him.
the fuck?
To a 12-year-old schoolgirl in my constituency.
Why has the sound just decided to go? Oh, for fuck's sake, 1 second. Ugh. Yeah, classic. Fuck's sake. I hate this fucking computer sometimes, I swear to fucking Christ. Yo, Trough. Yo, what's up? Not Trough. Yo, what's up, Duckbringer? I would usually have a drink. I'll have a small drink for you for your arrival. But I'm having a problem at the moment because my fucking head, the computer's decided to go. So 1 sec. Come on, you fucking bastard. Well, what the fuck else is it connecting to?
And she said that she will be taking down the posters.
Bomba claps.
When they say to young people, as Mr. Harvey did, if it makes you feel better and gives you something
So
to
you
do
just
with
ate
it,
so it's
and
in
you go out
balance.
and
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
good
yeah,
time, I don't
exactly.
see why not, man?
Right, 1
because
second.
life's too short, you know what I mean, man?
The picture was painted that Brian was trying to convince teenage girls to take ecstasy, and with the shadow of Leah Betts looming.
What is it connecting to? Stop it! Headphones. I'm not.
Apology to the press.
It's
And Brian
connecting to
went on live
the
TV
fucking
to say
TV or
sorry,
the
but this
phone.
felt half-hearted as just days before
Fuck's
we were talking
sake,
about how
piss
much
off.
the drug was, but now we didn't like it so much. Brian Harvey was now public enemy #1.
Right.
And the politicians started to call for Brian.
So yeah, sorry that I can't understand. I'm not reacting to what's going on right now. My fucking headphones. Are...
Another to commit an offence under the Act.
The Crown Prosecution Service then got involved and started to threaten the whole band with being.
Well,
arrested.
connect!
Tom and Tony already didn't like Brian, so this
Connect
was
to them then!
And they decided to kick him out.
Fucking
of the band, and
headphones.
that was signed by all of the band members and delivered to Brian's house. In later interviews, Tom Watkins seemed over the moon with this, as him and Brian really didn't get on, and this was just what he needed to get rid of an annoyance out of his life. In total, East 17 sold over 18 million albums worldwide.
Come on. Yeah, the Bluetooth pictures are acting up.
East 17 paid the price tonight for saying ecstasy was safe.
Man,
in a radio
this is
interview
fucking
yesterday.
bollocks.
Although Brian Harvey
It's always
later said
seems, I
sorry,
don't know why this
ended
has
up
been
with
happening to me
members of the
recently,
group.
man.
Tonight they sacked him.
Brian being sacked
It's
sealed
gonna
the
be fucked
evening
up.
blood,
That's
and
what it's
soon
got me.
all of criminal charges faded away. But
Right, let me pause the documentary actually, while I'm not just shouting over nothing. Let me have some more chicken wing. It's good fucking. It's good chicken wing, I must say. Onion ring? Right. Let's get back to fixing the problem at hand. Alright. Turn it off. Turn it on again. Oh, this is actually a disaster right now. Why is this always thing that fucking happened to me recently? No, wrong. Fucking thing. Right, turn Bluetooth off. This is a disaster. I hate. Oh, what do you mean that didn't work? Yeah, it's because the Bluetooth device is fucked. For fuck's sake, no! Right, hang on. This is classic shenanigans. This is, alright, plug that back in. I hope it works, basically. Oh boy, it's, okay, right, it's back on. The device. Yes! Boom, baby! The fucking, we're working again! Get in, sunshine! Come on! Pop the bottle! Alright, we're back. Yes, Sadame. You've come back at a great time because the technical issues have been resolved.
Brian mostly blamed Tom for the way that he was treated in this time period, and the pair's already frayed relationship was now in tatters. But the show must go on, so Tony took over the role of...
What's chicken dipper thing? It's okay.
lead singer in the band, and the remaining trio tried to carry on as normal. Brian was still on good terms with Terry and John, who also didn't like Tom very much, so they worked in the background to try and get Brian back into the band. But it was Tom and Tony who were the main players now that Brian had been cooed from his position, so they were fighting an uphill battle. Brian was then hit with another scandal when the press did an expose on a relationship he had with a 16-year-old girl.
Oh! That's not good. That's not good. Unfortunately, that used to be a lot more common back in the late 80s and late 90s and early 2000s. Way more common than you'd like it to be in the UK. I mean, I remember in the Sun newspaper, they used to show like bare 16-year-old tits on page 3 until like 2007. Right. But yeah, no good. I disavow.
This is legal in the UK, but is frowned upon. Again, he was held.
Yeah, exactly. It's frowned upon. Chicken bite.
By the press, who photoed him in Bugs Bunny pyjamas when he opened his front door. Brian claims that he thought the girl was 18 years old at the time. Beast 17 continued on as a freebies for a few months until manager Tom's contract expired.
Let's have a drink for the headphones. Yes, let's have a drink for the headphones. A drink for the headphones, indeed. I've brought way too much food, by the way. I can tell I brought way too much food. I mean, he was friends with Jimmy after all, yeah? Yeah, you know. Exactly. Also, if anyone cares, neither team was playing particularly great in this match, though I think Arsenal's played slightly better. And I believe we're more likely to be score soon. But that isn't really saying much. Anyway, big drink for the headphones for working again. Thank you, headphones.
Terry and John invited Brian back into the band, and they were complete again. Well, for a good time. Songwriter Tony Mortimer didn't like Brian very much, so he resigned from the band, and they were freakies again. The trio rebranded themselves with the new name E17.
Whatever the fuck this is, I think this is a breaded wing. Let's give that a quick go. Yeah, it's okay.
In the 90s, E was slang for ecstasy in Britain, so it was an odd choice of name given what Brian had just gone through. E17 were a shadow of what they once were, and without songwriter Tony, they were dropped from their record label and split up. After it was all over, Tony Mortimer went on to write songs for other artists and had a mental breakdown for 5 years. Terry Caldwell moved to Spain and opened up a bar. John Hendy...
Yeah, this just sounds pretty normal so far, to be fair.
He went back to being a roofer, and Brian, well, the rest of this video is about what Brian got up to when the limelight faded. Mr. Harvey was now free from the restraint of a management team, and could indulge the bad boy image that he had craved for years. In 1998, he would make headlines again after he attacked a reporter outside of a strip club. I'm guessing the reporter deserved it. Brian was given a £1,000 fine for this. In 2001, he was attacked by a group of men carrying what are described as sharp-bladed weapons. There seems to be some confusion if they were axes, machetes, or knives. This incident happened outside of a nightclub in Nottingham, with Brian being beaten and slashed. He was taken to hospital and given a skin graft on his head. Then in 2002, he was given 56 days in jail for harassing his ex-wife, who had taken out an injunction against him. Also in 2002, he was in court again for possessing and selling cocaine, but the court found that he was set up by the...
My man! My man! My man! Listen, he may have been a slight nonce, but you know what? Anyone that fucking shifts to white is good in my books. What a bloke.
The newspaper, The News of the World, in a sting that backfired. We will look at this case in a little more detail later on, as this seems to be integral to a plot by a powerful release that gets him to take his own life as he is exposed in a child exploitation ring, or so Brian claims. In 2004, he appeared on a TV show called I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, with his most notable moment being an argument that he had involving a posh woman with large teeth. She was upset that Brian farted, and Brian was upset that she was upset that Brian farted. He left this reality TV show after 6 days. Brian had become depressed after the breakup of the band.
Pizza. Also, yeah, well, again, all this so far just sounds like he's just a bit of a dick. But there's the pizza. We've got some good czar. Fuck, it's good czar here. Let's see what this slice is like. That's right. Stuffed crust as well.
And this hit a boiling point in 2005 when he attempted to take his own life. Again in 2005, Brian would become involved in a very odd incident. He ate 3 large Jackie potatoes topped with cheese.
I was talking to Salome about this. the other day. The famous jacket potato distant. Even I was aware of this.
Tuna, mayonnaise and cheese, which was very filling. While driving, he opened the door of his Mercedes to vomit, as the potatoes were a bit too much for him. Then, sadly, he fell out of his car and ran himself over. He was sucked under the wheels of the moving car and received very serious injuries, including a fractured pelvis, broken ribs and a punctured lung. He had a 5-hour operation to fix him, and was wheelchair-bound for a while afterwards, needing to be nursed by his then-girlfriend, model Emma B. Brian hasn't eaten a jacket potato since.
I don't blame him. I mean, it's bullshit, by the way. Can we actually be real what happened? He did a bunch of drugs and then was fucked up. This whole jacket potato thing is nonsense. Dark Bringer says looks good. It is good. Well, I'm going to give it a go with the garlic dip as well.
Being an ex-pop star doesn't pay the bills, and Brian, John and Terry now had very little money. So 10 years after the band split up, they did a reunion in the hopes of getting a £1 million record deal. They had seen once rivals Take That do the same thing with success, so thought that this could be a ticket back to the big time. There was one big problem though. Brian and Tony didn't like each other very much and hadn't...
Here's it with the dip. With the dip. Ugh. That dip is fucking... Fuck this dip is shit. This is not like the Domino's garlic dip. This is like really sweet. What the fuck? No. That's fuck. No, I'm not having any more of that. No.
Spoken for the last 10 years. Plus Tony had become a millionaire from the songwriting royalties, so had no real need to do the reunion. At this stage, Brian was now living at his nan's old house and working as a plumber, and enjoyed washing his hair in the kitchen sink.
This is how I can wash my hair.
I guess I'll try the dip with the crust. See if that's any better. No! Oh my god, that's fuck!
Was still a roofer, and Terry was back in England, living at his girlfriend's parents' house, sometimes working as a DJ. All four of them lived within a few miles of each other, but Tony was the odd one out, living in a large mansion. Sadly for Tony, money isn't everything, and things weren't all good in Tony's world. He had developed an eating disorder and agoraphobia, among other things, due to his mental breakdown. Tony was told by his psychic medium to reform the band, and he was in. That was the last piece of the puzzle, and the reunion was to go ahead. The band got together and started practicing, and things seemed to be working out well, but ex-manager Tom Watkins started to speak out against the reunion.
That's by the way, it's all very sad what's happened to these people. And I get it, right? At the same time, though, it's like you should have had more planning in what you. No, fuck off! Yeah, fuck off. That's not a wreck. Get fucked, you fucking meddling bastards, you brummy fucking wankers. Sorry about that. But anyway, no, I feel bad for what's happened to these people. But at the same time, they should have had more future planning. I think, really.
Saying that fans would be disappointed at how the band had aged, so they found it hard to get a promoter to put on gigs for them. Luckily, Tony was rich and provided the band the money needed to put on the comeback gig in the hopes that this would get them a record deal. The first show sold out with East 17 playing all the old hits and fans loving it, so things seemed set for a triumphant return. They even arranged a meeting with a big record company, so the band was starting to dream of world tours and screaming fans once again. But sadly, the old problems with the band started to raise their ugly head again. Brian still didn't like pop music, so insisted that at the meeting with the record company they play new, edgier songs that he had written.
Oh god, can you fucking imagine the kind of absolute fucking drivel that Brian fucking Harvey would have played in the early 2000s? Holy shit. I'm thinking it would have been like fucking like a mix of like Creed, Stained, and like Nickelback, like their earlier stuff, but with like an ex British pop boy band twist on it. Ugh, my god, I can't. That would have been fucking awful. I can only imagine what the fucking record executives who are expecting them to come back in and basically just do the same shit again, you know, E17 Mark II, and then they're subjected to that absolute fucking bollocks for fucking 20 minutes. They probably sat there looking at each other like, what the fuck is this?
Caused discontent within the band, so they could all try and sort out this hiccup. Tony arrived on time to the meeting, but sadly the other three turned up an hour late. So when Brian walked through the door, Tony punched him in the face in the meeting.
Yeah, go on, Tony! Oh, thank fuck! Aston Villa almost scored, but they missed, thank God. Yeah, but go on, Tony, punch that cunt, Brian. Fuck him! Sounds like a prick!
Was over. Tony then had the meeting with the record company by himself, which went well, but he neglected to tell them about the bust-up that he had with the other band members. Then, unfortunately, the bane of Brian's life would return to ruin this deal. The press released the story that the band were punching each other, which made the record company get cold feet, and the big comeback was over. Brian, John and Terry went on to do a few...
I'll be honest with you, like, is that really a massive hit story? I can't imagine these days is that controversial enough to end a fucking a record deal. Like, oh, let a little bit of a fucking fight up. Ooh, it's like all these stories seem to be so fucking like from back in the day when everyone was so model coddle bullshit. You know what I mean? Like fucking, like these days it's like if someone was in the paper going, yeah man, I fucking love doing ecstasy and cocaine and heroin. People would be like, wow, that's what a base fella. No one's gonna be like, oh my god, I'm so offended. It wouldn't be so bad in fucking Parliament. Who gives a shit? But like apparently back then, punching your bandmates and doing a bit of fucking coke was enough to get your record deal cancelled. Which, what a bunch of fucking pufters. Oh shit, should be saying stuff like that. It's okay, I'm fine. Right, back to it.
Gigs, but without Tony, they faded into obscurity and broke up. The dream of once again being a famous pop star was now well and truly over, and Brian would start to spiral into some pretty weird places. He smashed up his East 17 awards as a way to get back at his ex-manager Tom.
E17, one with yourself. This is what you mean.
Yeah, fight the power, Brian. Fight the powers that be. Smash up your own property to get back at someone who probably doesn't give a fuck about you doing this. Yeah. When I put this on, Bomb Funk plays next. Hell yeah. Also, I think the last time I heard this band was in the Keys in the 90s. Yeah, probably. Again, no one gives it. No one's given a shit about this band in a long time. Really.
So it should by now be pretty clear that Brian doesn't like Tom Watkins very much, and his life had started to become consumed by his resentment towards his ex-manager.
Never signed anyone you fancy. And that was it. The boys next door were very appealing to a gay man. Unfortunately, what's between their two ears isn't so appealing. And as far as I'm concerned, never again.
So that's Brian's backstory, which is already pretty interesting, but not the reason that I made this video, if I'm honest. The things that are to come are the things that I find interesting about this story. We will now be moving away from the timeline to explore a side of Brian Harvey that most people don't even know exists. An incredibly dark look into the abyss of madness.
Alright, I guess we'll do the last bit of the Mukbang for now, is the doner kebab. You know you guys really have doner kebab in the United States. Right. There it is. Give it a quick taste. Some onions and some sauce. There we go. Good. A bit cold. Now, I'm going to save the rest of this. The rest of this kebab for tomorrow. Yes, Salome. Okay. I was sampling it on stream to show the people. I'm not eating any more of that today. That is for tomorrow. That is for tomorrow. But yeah, that's all the savoury stuff done. Yeah. The kebab is for tomorrow though, so that's completely true still.
Or, if true, even worse, a peek behind the curtains of power revealing corruption, abuse and some of the most disgusting things imaginable. Happy Christmas everyone! So, Brian started to go on one-man protests, turning up at all kinds of places such as some kind of town meeting giving evidence to them. He has also been to 10 Downing Street a few times, demanding to speak to the Prime Minister. He has done this to both David Cameron and Theresa May when they were in power, but sadly they didn't come out to speak to him.
Remember that you saw this, all of you, with your camera phone, film it, it's real, see that? You spoke back on it, you won't, will you?
You're like... Oh, he's lucky he's not American. Because I reckon if he marched up to the gates of the White House and started screaming like a lunatic demanding an audience with Trump or Clinton or Obama or whatever, he would have been fucking shot. Dressed in a police style hat, yeah. I mean, you know, yeah. Trying to get a point.
It's wrong what you're doing. You don't...
but sadly they didn't come out to speak to him.
Remember that you saw this. All of you. Your camera phone. Film it. It's real. See it, man. You're supposed to act on it. You won't, will you? It's wrong what you're doing. You don't do your job. Why don't you do your job? Why are you protecting her? With guns? Yeah, because she's a f***ing criminal. That's why.
Huh?
Well, I'll tell you what, he needs to sort this out, because people ain't going to like him after this. Right, I need to talk to him. I've been up here 3 or 4 times now.
Trump would probably give this guy a job. that would be funny. Can you imagine Brian Harvey, like Secretary of State?
And this needs to be sorted out. This involves murder, child kidnapping, and telephone tapping, and music and It's not a joke, mate. I'm trying to do the right thing. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be peace officers under a common law with the land. I need to talk to them for 1 minute, mate. It's not a joke. I've been here a few times. They're well aware of me. This can't go on any longer, mate. My life's in danger. I can't make it any bigger. I can't make it any better. I can't make it any better.
Your mates have done it, and you're not going to do it at all. You come out here and you talk to me. 22 million records, and I'm still a piece of shit. What does that say about you?
He has also taken this protest
22 million records, and I'm still fucking broke and screaming about the nonsense outside Houses of Parliament. Jesus Christ.
to Scotland Yard to
That's what I sucked at. One moment, like, everyone's talking about you in Parliament, the next moment you can't even get fucking beyond the gates of Parliament. What a fall from grace.
The Commissioner of Police. Sadly, the Commissioner didn't come out to speak with him.
What do I do, mate, to go in there? Can I just go in there? Well, why do I get to see the Commissioner then? Because it's like, yeah, it's all very well Scotland Yard, but if they're just going to keep people on the door to keep the truth out, I mean, that's no good. I do need to see someone, because this ain't going on any longer. Wait. Excuse me. Oi!
Oi, rude boy! What are you saying, bruv? Keep track of how many million records. Yeah, I thought it was 30 million records before, and there ain't no fucking chance that he sold 8 million records between what 2005 and now, even in 20 years. Bullshit. I don't believe that for a fucking second.
I'm talking to you. Go and get the Commissioner.
He also appeared outside to Harry's phone.
Also, truly last bit of the mukbang. This is a little sweet treat, and I'm gonna grab another can of Coke, and we'll start just drinking vodka. This is the slice of fudge cake that came with it for free. So we're gonna try the fudge cake. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah. I don't usually eat cake, but that's some good fucking cake. Also, yeah, it was the same fork I used for the kebab. Fucking sue me.
A hacking lawsuit against News Group newspapers. Outside of the courts, Brian can be seen holding a large printout while shouting. He really enjoys shouting, which we'll see a lot more of later. This large printout appears at most of his protests, and is a copy of an email between the police and a reporter, which Brian claims proves that the police and newspapers colluded against him many years ago. There is a lot to unpack here, and it's a little hard to know where to start, but in 2002, a 13-year-old girl named Millie Dowler went missing. This case was big news in Britain at the time, and it was later discovered that a News of the World reporter had hacked her phone messages, which gave her parents false hope that she was still alive. Sadly, her remains were discovered in Yateley Heath Woods. There was a large outcry against this scandal, which contributed to the closure of the News of the World and investigations about the ethics in British media. Brian claims that the same reporter involved in this hacking scandal was responsible for writing...
Oh, you don't have to make the yummy sounds. I'm getting a full experience now. Listen, I can't help but make... If it's yummy, I'm going to make the yummy sounds, okay? I'm a very verbal eater, you know? I'm verbal in a lot of things. You know? You know, let's have a fucking... wine glass of vodka for eating with the yummy sounds. A wine glass of vodka for eating with the yummy sounds. God, I'm not even that fucking drunk. I've only had like fucking 5 drinks today. Alright, let's update the shot count. I think we're released on about... It's going to be about 8 after this one, so there we go. Alright, chin chin, motherfuckers. I'm back to it.
in a story in which he claims that Brian tried to hire a hitman to drug his ex-wife so that he could take his child from her. This is the case that Brian went to court for and a judge labelled a sting that backfired. Mr. Harvey claims that this was done in order to intimidate him into silence. But what does he need to be silenced about, you may be asking? Well, dear viewer, this is where things get complicated. Brian claims that ex-manager Tom Watkins had intimate relations with Tony Mortimer in exchange for the band being famous, and that Tony Mortimer didn't want these intimate relations, but just went along with it after the deed was done. Brian also claims that he saw all kinds of suspicious things involving
So it's the saying he's like, oh, he's the British Weinstein. Okay, that wouldn't surprise me. Them sort of types, you know how they like, you know what they're like. But I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure. You know, I don't think. Fuck that last one. That last focus just hit me. But I don't know. This seems to be unsubstantiated, to say the least. So I'm going to say it's just a theory. I'm not, in case Tom sues me. But you know, and I'm getting gay for a record deal. You know, gay for pay. It's not exactly unheard of, is it, in the industry?
The likes of Ghislaine Maxwell and people that looked underage, and that now a powerful group of satanic child enthusiasts are out to shut him up. Sorry for downplaying the seriousness of the allegations, but I need to choose my words carefully as we are on YouTube.
What I'd like to know is, and hopefully this documentary sheds more light on it, what year did he start alleging these things about Ghislaine Maxwell and Tom Mortimer? Because if this was like 2008, whoa, that could be a spicy meatball. But if it's just like, oh, he started saying shit like 2017, it's like, who gives a fuck? He said during the David Cameron and Theresa May government, so that's 2015. So that's after all the Epstein shit was just about to come out, just sort of coming out. So, meh.
A lot of people have been doing it.
Tony Mortimer's got a mansion besides. Listen, I would gladly be fucked up the arse for I'd do it for $1,000, let alone £1 million. You know what I mean? Like, fucking hell.
Mr. Brian for years in order to get him to end himself, including the News of the World sting in 2002. There was a clip of Tom Watkins appearing on a TV show called The Word, in which he claims to have slept with all of the members of E17, which is used as proof in Brian's claims.
Nice to meet you. Tom, you've actually said that you sell rather than pop music.
Absolutely.
So which one of these guys out of these 17 grabbed your eye the first time?
Well, that's with all of them initially, do you know what I mean?
Tom himself would...
That's obviously a joke. That's obviously a fucking joke. That's obviously a joke. Come on, if that's his proof, that's weak, man. That's weak.
Claim that this was just a joke. Brian also claims that Tom arranged the interview
in
1997 in order to set him up so that Tom could kick him out of the band. Brian also thinks that Tom was friends with Jimmy Savile.
The person you just said is the good friend.
Tom Watkins?
Yeah.
Really?
Of course it would be, wouldn't it?
A little bit of torture is always very good for ladies. Young ladies.
Okay, so that's the first step on the ladder. But
listen, Brian, I don't think... Also, it's a bit rich of you to start throwing around fucking nonce fucking cat condemnation when you're the one that banged a 16-year-old. That's a bit fucking... That is a bit fucking hypocritical, my friend. I know it's legal or whatever, but still. Like, come on, bud.
There's a lot more to this. Brian also claims that YouTuber Sean Atwood is working with an ex-policeman named John Wedger, who...
Right, that is bollocks. I've been watching Atwood stuff for years. I've followed him for years. Atwood's a massive conspiracy theorist as well. I do not believe for a second he's working with an ex-fucking copper, given he did almost 10 years in prison for distribution of MDMA in the States. Bollocks, he's in cahoots with an ex-fucking copper. He has gangsters and shit on his podcast all the fucking time, and he used to do more criminal stuff and conspiracy theory stuff. That is straight up bullshit. I know this is all ridiculous anyway, but that is one of the most ridiculous cases he's made so far. That's ridiculous.
Runs something called the John Wedger Foundation. This is an organisation which helps the victims of abuse. John claims that he was forced to retire from the police due to him exposing a powerful group of satanic child abusers. Then we have a man named Bill Maloney who runs a media company called Pie and Mash Films. Bill is an outspoken activist against child abuse.
I know some Bill Maloney is like, but I'm not going to say that, but I know someone called Bill Maloney who I see very often. If you can figure out what that means, there you go. But yeah, that's quite funny.
Enthusiasts made a documentary about John Wedger's story. Then we have Ian Paddock, who is part of the Worshipful Company of Plumbers and really likes pancakes. Okay, so Brian claims that these people all work together and act as decoys on behalf of the powerful elite in order to discredit any victims that come forward. When Brian first started to talk about the things that he saw in the music industry, he started to work with Bill Maloney and John Wedger, and claims that Ian brought him a camera. He then claims that these men set him up to try and make it look like he was trying to help child enthusiasts.
I said to him that, I believe, because he makes videos about him being hacked by News of the World, and from what he shows, I think he probably was. But unfortunately, the conspiracy to hack him 10 years ago, or whenever it was, by News of the World, now involves Queen, me, you, and all sorts of nonsense.
Brian claims that
yeah, exactly. I can believe that he was hacked by News of the World. I can believe that 100%. He was hacked by News of the World, because News of the World used to hack fucking everybody. I mean, it was a big scandal. That's part of the reason they went out of business. The big scandal of Piers Morgan doing that shit for News of the World. I can believe that because they had the whole voicemail hacking scandal. That's not that far fetched. It's the rest of it that's nonsense to me.
MI5, all of these men work for the New World Order. Brian did once confront Ian at a Sainsbury's petrol station.
I love the way he does things as well. Also, in the Manchester United Wolves match, it would appear that Man United have just scored a goal against Wolves. Just getting it quick now, getting that in from the live feed. Yeah, it would appear that Man United have gone in front with the first goal of the match. Joshua Zirkzee is the scorer. But yeah, I love the way that fucking Brian confronts fucking people just on the street in those random places like this.
Alright, yeah, you can fill up. Then we'll pull over and have a chat. You're welcome to Mark, we can have a quick chat now, really. Do you know what I mean? It's not going to take long. Yeah? Let me fill up then. Alright. In my heart, I believe you lot set me up. Such an effort. You set me up because I could have gone to prison for about 18 years for looking like I'm helping someone who's a... Yeah? At the end of the day, what's done is done. Isn't it? What's done is done. But I'm not angry with you. We can agree to disagree, right? But let me just...
Listen, I think it's a bit... I can see what Tony here, or I think, or whoever the fucking this guy's name is. I can see that he's trying to just sort of get him to leave him alone, and he's like, "Well, agree, disagree." But like, if someone was calling me a fucking like a pawn for the elites to allow their fucking like nonce conspiracy to fucking continue, I would not be fucking saying agree, disagree, pal. I'd be going, "You're a fucking cunt, mate. Get the fuck away from me."
Say this now. From my point of view, you have been and are setting me up. Can you stop now?
I could not agree with someone. I cannot agree and disagree with someone that's actively accusing you of that sort of thing. Also, no. 1 second. Almost. Okay, almost a go.
Yeah, if you are doing it, yeah.
Ian Puddick kind of mugs him. Based Ian? Question mark. Based Ian, not iDubbbz. iDubbbz is not based, but based Ian Puddick. iPubs.
Can you stop now? Absolutely.
Brian also claims that a singer named Liam Payne, who fell to his death from a third-floor balcony, knew about this ring of powerful people.
Okay, now this is just getting fucking ridiculous. Also, Celebrity Watch, wee-woo, Celebrity Watch. Dua Lipa is in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Dua Lipa in the audience at the Emirates for the Arsenal match. Celebrity Watch over. Wee-woo. Back to this content. Dude, I am manic as fuck. I haven't done any fucking boo-boo magic or nothing. I'm just manic as fuck today.
Which is why he sadly fell to his death. We have only really scratched the surface of this conspiracy and we'll investigate it more as we go on. But for now, let's move on to something a little more provable.
Who's there?
A recurring theme that I noticed while researching this video is that Brian is visited by the police a lot more than you would expect. So I thought that we'd take a look at a few of these incidents.
More than you'd expect? I don't think that's... Listen, if you're the kind of person that, like, accosts and shouts at people in petrol stations and almost beats up Uber Eats drivers, I don't think it's that far-fetched that you get a fair few visits from the old Bill. I think that's pretty cool, par for the course. And iDubbbz is not based. iDubbbz is not based. Fuck Anissa's husband. We disavow.
Notice that Brian believes that some of the police are out to get him as they are working for the elites. One time, the police came to his house with Brian being afraid that they were going...
I have no cultural connection to this band or football, so I can teleport to the UK pub while I work on research. Well, hey, if that's the kind of environment I provide, I'm glad you're here to enjoy the journey. That's kind of vibe I'd like to go for.
Going to do something to him, so he threatened to hang himself if they came into the home, and then they threatened him with a taser.
Oh, buddy. Dude, that never works. Without getting too into my own personal life, I've had the cops come round and threatened suicide with them in their presence. Don't do that. Trust me, it doesn't go the way you want it to. Ever. All it does is just give you a massive fucking headache for the most part.
Near that. Do not go near that, okay? Look down at your chest. That red dot is from my table. And that is 50,000 bombs capable of being delivered through your body. But we don't want to do that, okay? So we're here to help you.
Brian was arrested for this. Another time he had his house raided and his computers taken. Then another time he wrote on Twitter to the police about his fears of what the elites were going to do to him and asking them for help. As Brian was trying to get some rest from all of the unborn chicken voices in his head, the police sent 2 officers around to his house at 4.
Yeah, no shit. He's lucky to get fucking sections. Dude, if you start fucking going out of your way to contact the police and you're telling them a shadowy organisation is out to kill you, They're gonna think you're fucking doolally, pal.
30 in the morning to talk about this.
Also, it's Saturday. So Doug Bringer says it's very chill. Please continue. I will.
Due to the time of day that the police came to see Brian, he was concerned that this was in fact a trap and refused
The can of
to
Coke.
In fairness, it is a very weird time to send out people for information gathering. Then another time he was arrested for malicious communications.
They're here again, everyone. They're here again. They're here again. They're here again, everyone. They're here. Mate, can you not touch these, please? Mate, listen, you lot are freaking me out, man. What are you doing? I'm having a chat, but please don't.
If you don't leave this, mate, that's it. We're going to chat about it in the house.
No, you can't go. Why do you want to break in my house? I'll be arrested, but why have you got to come in my house?
Let's in there.
Let me. I don't. Right, listen, get away. I will come with you, right? You have my word, but please move back from my house.
Okay, we're going to stay this close.
No, you're not staying that close because you're not coming in my house again. I will come with you. Why are you doing this to me, mate? People, are you seeing this? Please, I need your protection, people. I need your protection, people. Look what's happening to me. Look how many people are here. Look how many people. What is this? Why are you doing this to me?
Dude, man. I get where he's coming from. Because the thing is, I'm sure it's the same in America. Well, I don't think it's the same in America. I think the Americans will just say, we're coming in, or we'll go fuck yourself. But the police don't try that tactic here. The tactic they'll do is, they'll say, okay, we don't have to come in, blah, 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 blah. But then, like, if they won't get back, because the moment you open that fucking door, they're walking in. They ain't fucking gonna step back and do. If you say please step back, or hey, I'm gonna come outside, but don't come in, and they'll go okay, but we're not gonna move. The moment that door's open, they're straight the fuck in. They're not sticking to their word. So I can see why he's apprehensive here. I can definitely see why he's apprehensive here.
What? Malicious communication? Mate, are you not going to... Mate, you're going to put me in prison and kill me, aren't you, for the Queen? You're going to put me in prison and kill me for the Queen? Yes, you are.
Put me in prison and kill me for the Queen. Dude, this guy needs some serious mental help. Like, he is very mentally unwell.
You are. I know people. I know. Look at it. Look what they're doing to me. Mate, you are making me ill.
So one of the things with this story is that Brian never really lays out a clear case for his claims. A lot of his videos are just screenshots of people that you don't know saying things that you don't understand, but you know that it's something bad as it has sinister music in the background. So you have to fall down a lot of rabbit holes to understand what's going on. This arrest is one such rabbit hole. While being arrested, Brian starts to claim that the arrest is due to something he said to one of his online trolls named Sharon Gale, which then leads to a pretty dark story. So in 2001, Sharon's 10-week-old daughter died after a visit to the hospital. Then her husband was arrested and taken to trial for her death. He was then found not guilty, and Sharon claims that her husband was set up by the medical and political establishment. She claims that she was then harassed and threatened by the authorities, so she left Britain and lived abroad where she had another daughter. Years later, she came back to Britain with her daughter, who was taken...
We almost scored. And that's also an... buddy. Dude. A lot of mentally unwell people involved in every aspect of this, unfortunately.
...of her and placed into care. After her daughter was taken from her, she got drunk while doing a live stream, and Brian phoned her up and started to insult her, to which she starts to cry.
Brian, can you help me out here? Can you help me out here? Yeah, loads of my maiden name.
This is very uncomfortable. Jesus H fucking Christ.
Dare you?
So the keen-eyed among you may have noticed that Sharon has posters in the background saying that she stands with John Wedger. From what I can tell, Brian thinks that Sharon is working with John Wedger and Bill Maloney in the Decoy network. I'm unsure why he called her a troll, but it turns out that this incident with Sharon was not why he was being arrested. The arrest was because he insulted and doxed a non-binary person on his YouTube channel. Brian
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, that's awful. That is genuinely awful. And it's like, this is the kind of shit where people are like, wow, there's no freedom of fucking speech in the UK. It's gone to the dogs, bruv. You know, look, we can get rid of it. It's like what actually happened? Oh, you harass someone and then dox them. Yeah, no shit the old deal are going to fucking come round to you for that, man. I don't know how people get confused by this shit. I really don't.
Claims that he passed out in the police station during the arrest. The police are not always turning up to his home to arrest him, though. They have been to visit him a few times to give him official warnings that there are credible threats to his life. The first time this happened, Brian refused to let the two officers pass the wheelie bin barricade, so they awkwardly delivered the warning by talking loudly at him. Brian and his followers would later claim that these two men were in fact actors due to the clothes that they were wearing and the fact that they didn't have their ID number showing. He was then visited again a short time later, and this time the officers were allowed to the window.
If you don't mind, I just need to film just for my own protection. Not anything against you, but for proof that what you're saying to me is real. So, Sorry, can you just tell me what it is again that you're here for? Sorry.
Apparently someone's made threats to you on the YouTube channel.
Right, and we're thinking it's coming from the truth-seeking music makers. Okay.
So you posted comments on there.
I've only responded.
If only Destiny was in the UK. Well, listen, if only Destiny was in the UK, and then me and him could stream together, we could collab. No, I'm joking. If only Destiny was, I don't know. Is Destiny doxing or is that credible? Is that a credible claim? Destiny docs.
To then posting a video up, putting clips of my videos in, telling me how I'm wrong on something, and we did slightly get into a little bit of an argument, but it was all. Yeah, I've had one the other day. I've just reported it recently. It's why the police turned up here. Except I didn't directly report it to them. I just put it up on Twitter. I must have sent 500 texts to the Met Police over the past God knows how many years.
It is all sad. This is all sad, but like. At the same time, I'm like, for fuck's sake, this is what my tax money is. My tax money is being spent on a fucking ex-pop star that flamed out to be a schizo idiot online. Like, do you know what the fucking solution to all of this shit is? Fucking delete your social media, get a fucking job, and stop fucking drawing attention to yourself, you fucking crybaby.
And they ended up 4 to 5 in the morning on something like...
Yes, he's doxed many of his members and old common community members. We'll have to listen. I'll have to get VAR on that. We'll have to get a verified check on the Destiny claims. But if that's true, not good. I
didn't directly send to them.
But when did the officers come around to report this?
Interestingly, the police officer this time is unaware that his colleagues had visited a short time beforehand. Make of this what you will. I also had a look to see who the...
Oh, wow. Maybe they were actors before. Or it could just be the Met has shitty record keeping, which is also pretty fucking plausible.
Seeking music makers are, and they have a YouTube channel that, among other things, talks about powerful satanic elites. It's a little confusing why Brian keeps falling out with people that you would imagine would be on his side. On that topic, David Icke once reposted one of Brian's videos titled, Brian Harvey, Police State Wolfen.
Oh, God. Listen, pal, if David Icke is coming to your defence, brother, you need to be thinking about the kind of company you're keeping, man. Oh my God, this referee's a fucking pussy as well.
Which shows the police going to Brian's home to supervise the fitting of a prepay electric meter after magistrates issued a warrant for this as he refused to pay the electric bill. He didn't pay the electric bill as the bills came to the address in the name of Mr. H. Harvey. It seems that David and Brian had a falling out, so Brian made a song to mock David. And on a side note, Brian does a pretty good impression of David.
45 degrees. I made no conscious decision to do so. In my books, I explain this in great detail.
Right, fair play. Rare Brian Harvey W. That is actually quite a lot. Like, hang on. 1 second. Let's see if I can get him up. That is okay. It's kind of like that is quite similar to how he talks and stuff.
A reptilian form. They operate the point, and the vast majority of people who, over the last few years, have started investigating this, they will not go any further. They will not go any further because A, their belief systems won't let them, often their religious belief system, but also...
Like, that is actually a pretty good parody of him.
Next question.
Also, David Icke, to people that may not know this, David Icke used to be a football commentator in the 80s and 90s, which is why it was very surprising he went the way he did. But yeah, he used to be just a mainstream football commentator.
Brian believes that the elites are always doing something to punish him or mock him in some way, such as holding an East 17 concert at the back of his house, or withholding medical treatment from him. He also claims that he is being bombarded with junk mail, which is a subtle threat as the junk mail is for things like getting cancer treatment or funeral services. Brian does seem to get this kind of junk mail more than you would expect, and a lot of the time the names on the letters are not his but people that he is close to. One of the reasons for this could be that Brian has a habit of showing these letters in his videos with the full address on display, and he...
Oh yeah, that's sound, mate. That's a good idea, isn't it? That is a great idea. Mate, yeah, okay. Yeah, he probably is being, like, maliciously signed up for junk mail and stuff. But, like, at the same time, if you're going to fucking dox yourself like that, you should take some personal responsibility. This is why this whole thing is ridiculous. He claims, you know, he's constantly in fear for his life and, like, all this sort of thing. It's like, yeah, but dude, surely these shadowy organisations know where the fuck you live. It's not like you've moved out that much. They know where you live. If they really wanted to come shut you up, they would have come shut you up, surely.
He has attracted online trolls, so this would easily be the work of these people.
He did kind of nail it. Yeah, he did. Rare Brian W, he did kind of nail it.
States. One of his most notable online detractors is a YouTube channel called Booby Doo, who posts clips of Brian's content, often in a mocking way. Another channel that Brian claims is a troll is named Paula Man, who seems like an interesting person in his own right. So Paula Man says the same things about John Wedger and Bill Maloney as Brian, and also claims that he is a prisoner in his own home due to threats against him. So you would think that him and Brian would be natural allies, but sadly Paula Man thinks that Brian is lying and that Brian is some kind of decoy. Brian has made many friends.
Wow, that is next level schizo. So you're on this. You're involved in the Brian conspiracy, but like even Brian's a part of it, man. Holy shit, that is layers.
To expose Bill Maloney and John Wedger, but Paula Man thinks that he has never followed through with these as he is implicated in the crimes. So Paula Man makes exposed videos on Brian. On his YouTube bio, it says that he has been camped outside BBC Broadcasting House since 14/11/2022.
That's sad. Jesus fucking Christ! Why would you want to do that to yourself at all? So all of this is just severely untreated mental health. Let's be honest. Pretty much all this is just severely untreated mental health, being fueled by the new age conspiracy tent era. Christ. Also, this is just in. West Ham have scored. West Ham have scored against Brighton. Let's get a quick replay of that goal. Oh, straight off a corner was that. Oh, it's 2-2. Now scored by Veltman. But yeah, 61 minutes. But yeah, contentious that.
These are the two main Brian detractors that I could find, but there are many more online. Brian's living conditions have been far from ideal, with him claiming to live with rodents, and the people providing his housing have left him without a kitchen for 7 years. One time, the police came to see him, again, for malicious communications, again. Brian had said some naughty words to the people who are providing his housing, because of him not having a kitchen for 7 years. The two police women seem to be on Brian's side.
You think he'd just move out at that point, I'm not gonna lie. Get a new gaff, get a new house.
During the encounter, so he invited them in to show the kitchen, or lack of it. While they were in the house, he asked them to investigate him seeing Ghislaine Maxwell in a nightclub with someone that he thinks was underage over 2 decades ago. He then shows them all of the junk mail that he has been getting as a threat.
They're getting emails every day. They're really trying to destroy me in my mind. Council packages, Golden Charter, do you will. They're death threats. They are death threats. These are death threats that I'm getting. Right? Reese is dead. He was my best mate. Over the phone at him. Right, this is what I'm saying. Sharon Gale, she was an online person, another troll. All this lot, all of it. Nikki Lee, that's my carer and my partner. She's getting it. They're doing it to anyone I've ever spoken about.
My carer and my partner. Okay, so he does have a carer then. Okay, we're starting to see more of a story here with the Briantent.
Brian also claims that he has been locked in his house for the last 12 years due to his...
Right, crazy. Listen, this is maybe a controversial take here. I think the only reason he let these two police officers in the house is they're relatively good-looking women. Because other time he's like, no, fuck off, get away from me. How dare you? No! Oh my god, thank fuck. That was almost a goal for Villa. It wasn't a goal for Villa. But yeah, I think he only let them in because they were good-looking, nice women. And I think he just wanted a bit of a grumble. 3 minutes extra time for the first half of the Aston Villa Arsenal match.
His fears of Rupert Murdoch being after him, and that his best friend was due to his phone hacking case. Brian claims to suffer from bipolar, depression and anxiety, which can lead to him acting very erratically sometimes. So let's move on to some of the public outbursts that he has had. After many years of waiting for healthcare due to the car accident he had years earlier, Brian had finally had enough, so he went to the doctors to sort them out.
We're getting security ready. Yeah, getting security ready. Getting security ready, yeah?
Get your security... That's epic, that is. Get your security ready. Woof! Brian coming in. Laying down the fucking law. Sadame says, at least if they put me in handcuffs, I will enjoy. That's quite funny.
I am not being back by this fucking borough has done cool for me. But I put, no, you tell them to come out here and talk to me. I'm not getting palmed off on the phone. Yeah? You get them out here. And enough of this bullshit. Yeah, as soon as someone speaks up and that, start getting security on you and that, yeah? What, because of your lot of cups? I've got to have security on me because I'm upset over getting no help from this fucking so-called place. 30 million records. Who put Wolverhampton?
30 million records, bruv. Who put Wolverhampton on the fucking map? It's like, who gives a shit? Do they want you to put them on the fucking map with what you're saying? To be honest. Also, quickly, another goal has come in. Another goal has come in. It is now 1-1. Man United Wolves 1-1 just before the break. Heartbreak for Man United.
Yeah, and this is the fucking treatment you get.
30 million records, bruv, and this is the treatment. It's like, who gives a shit, bro? You know what, fucking, you weren't a world-renowned scientist you know, you didn't provide great cultural fucking art to the fucking area. You made a few fucking mediocre pop songs in the late 90s. Who gives a shit? Also, I swear it was 22 million records before. Now we've jumped up to 30 million records. We've jumped up quite a bit. We've gone from 22 to 30 million records. And seeing as people don't buy records these days, let alone fucking E17 records, bullshit. What a fucking larp.
No one's throwing the country's in yet. The right question in 2005. There was a fucking ball in the street, right, who leered over me when I had my car accident. A Waltham Forest Cup. Who's in charge of that? Dr. Lawrence? A fucking ball. 2 weeks later, he ate his mate's brain, Brian Cherry, right where I had my fucking car accident. That was over me, talking about he was a nurse. Is there anything I can do?
He has got some sort of untreated schizophrenia or something like that. Because this is, or some sort of bipolar disorder. Because this is quite literally just like disorganized, non-stop conscious ranting. It's jumping from one topic to the next without second for the last. Like we are witnessing having a fucking episode here. See, it needs to be tracked. Yeah, it does, because clearly he likes to be loosey-goosey with the fucking real number, it would seem. Also, okay, back to it. Sorry, we don't worry about the score then. Oh, fuck off, ref. Alright, half-time, Arsenal 0, Villa 0.
Brain in his flat where I was had my car crash next to. Yeah, it's fucking mad, isn't it? Almost makes you feel like, hang on, did you fucking plant that? Now, do you know what I mean? So I know these people work hand in hand with each other. Yeah, look at this, yeah, look at that. 4 years I've had that hole in me. It popped on a live on fucking YouTube 4 years ago.
Also, it's like, one, look at the face of that poor bird there. The other, they're not even, he claims a serial killer visited him. This part is insane. Yeah, it is insane. I mean, he's losing it. He's having a full-blown, like, schizophrenic episode in public. He's lost his shit here. And I don't know what he thinks he's going to achieve by just swimming the house down. He's going to fucking throw him out his fucking Todd. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, just absolutely fucking boggles the mind. Like, you know, I can't imagine walking up the fucking apple and pears trying to have a fucking Barney like this. It's just fucking redundant.
Now, right? Get the fuck out of here. I would like to go on holiday, Brian. Yeah, I would if my life weren't in danger. Let's get out of here. Don't fucking fuck me up, mate. And don't stop calling the fucking police either. Because they don't do their job. Phone tapping. The murder is minute down. It weren't right, Belfield. You fucking know it. Get the geezer out in now. If you're calling the fucking police officer, have you called the police?
So they've triggered the fucking panic alarm, it seems. They've triggered the panic alarm. Jesus Christ, Brian! What the fuck are you doing? You've caused an incident, man!
The tradition with the Brian Harvey story, he just casually drops a piece of information and then leads to another rabbit hole. So it appears that during his car accident, a bull wanted to devour him. Serial killer Peter Bryan is a real person who did eat Brian Cherry, but was already in Broadmoor Hospital, having pled guilty to 2 counts of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. Brian's accident happened on the 31st of May 2005, and Peter Bryan was sentenced on the 15th of March 2005. Or at least that's what the internet tells me. Brian is on disability benefits due...
Wow, okay, whoa. So that's complete bullshit, because it's been proven to be bullshit. But also, I fucking knew it when he was talking about all that shit about HMRC and all that sort of thing. I was like, he's not talking about that. He's talking about that differently. He is on PIP. I fucking knew he was on PIP. I could tell from the way he was fucking, when he was ripping up that check and talking about it. I fucking knew he was on PIP. Go on. I mean, he should, you know, listen. I'm not usually the biggest fan of PIP. A lot of people who take the piss in it, but I guess to be fair with this geezer, I don't think he could hold down a job, so I guess he does need it.
His car accident, but also had problems with the benefit office, so he went down there to sort them out.
Oh, because of his car accident? Yeah, bullshit. He's on fucking PIP. He's a nutter, more likely.
Right, so Brian Harvey, I am just at the minute at Selborne Walk, underground car park, as you can see, and I'm going to the benefits office, Walthamstow, Westbury Road. I'm loaded up with all the evidence. I'm loaded up with the
cocaine. I'm loaded up with fucking gear, mate. Look at it. Look at his nose.
Police death threat videos, previous letters from the DW reviewing your benefits. Like it's come to the point of enough now. I've had enough of this. So I've come down now. Obviously, I'm a little bit fucking digi, you know what I mean? Because I'm going to be, aren't I? I'm going in now, and I ain't taking no for an answer. And I'm fed up with being bullied. So stay tuned and we'll see how this goes.
All your faces go in the paper, yeah? Make sure all your faces go in the newspaper, yeah? Watch. Come here a minute. She just said you just obstructed her. Can you explain yourself, please?
You're not allowed in the building, sir.
Yeah, but you turned around, sir. You turned around and said you don't have to go outside.
Yeah.
You're not allowed on premises.
Can I have your details?
Yeah, can I have your details, please, sir?
Can you stop filming me?
No, I can't stop filming now. Can't stop filming now. I'm filming now. You're going live on YouTube, mate, yeah? But you want to kick me out? You want to take my life away, brother? Is that what you want to do, yeah? Is that what you want?
Is that what you want to do, bruv? You want to take my fucking life away, yeah? At least I'll have a right to fucking film you to all 30 live viewers so I can get one of them basket cases to blow up your fucking Benny's office. Jesus Christ.
You're all going in the fucking newspaper, do you understand? Yeah? You ain't wasting my time.
No, you're not going. Listen, come on, man. This is not making it. This is not even making it to the fucking local newspaper, man. This is old news. You freaking out is old news at this point. Let's be fucking for real here.
I'm you fucking talking to. You wouldn't have a job here if it weren't for me. Paying fucking tax on 20 million records. Q.
Whoa! He's got his.
And fucking murderers, mate.
Stop! Video, stop! Video. Oh my God, we've gone from 30 million records right back down to 20 million records. What the fuck? He's lost. They've sold negative 10 million records. What happened, Brian? Holy shit! No wonder you're so fucking broke. That refund request must have fucking wiped you out. What the fuck? I thought it was 30. Now let's just rewind. VAR rewind.
And fucking murderers, mate. Yeah, you ain't wasting my time. You fucking talking to. You wouldn't have a job here if it weren't for me. Paying fucking tax on 20 million records.
20 million records? I thought it was 30 million records. What is this, Brian? What is the meaning of this? Either he hasn't paid tax on 10 million records, which naughty boy, or he's lying about the amount of records he sold, which again, naughty boy. Brian, no good.
You, the lot of you, you're nothing. Bullies and fucking murderers, mate. Bullies and fucking murderers is what you are. Go on, step to me, mate. Fucking step to me. I fucking dare you.
Come on then, come on then, bro. I'll fucking chin you, cat. I'll fucking have you, son. Yeah. All right, Brian, calm down.
Cause, mate, the lot of you.
Brian has made videos where he shows that he only gets between £100 and £200 every 4 months for his time in E17. He has also made videos claiming that he spends £45 a day on Uber Eats, and has done this for many years, which adds up to many thousands of pounds. He does this due to him being a prisoner in his own home and not having a kitchen. Brian doesn't like it when the Uber Eats drivers are late, so he goes outside to sort them out.
Yeah, why did you turn the tracking on 30 minutes later?
No, because they have 2 orders.
No, but when you leave the shop, you're supposed to give me the tracking. You never give me the tracking. Why do you Uber drivers keep doing that? You leave the shop, it's like you go off and do other orders, and then
I have 2 orders.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You should tell me.
Can I say for the record as well, all that food that I showed you earlier came to a grand total of £31. £31. So, how the fuck are you spending £45 a day on food, bruv? On Uber Eats as well. Like, Jesus Christ.
The tracking when you leave the shop.
I work in the Uber system. It's not my
system. It's not the system. Now I'm expected to pay £22 for cold food.
No.
Yeah, the famous Uber fight.
Think about me. Because there was no tip. Listen, no, you listen. Because there was no tip, you didn't bring to me first.
Yeah, I know. I have 2 orders.
Yeah.
This.
Don't do that. Why you're telling me lies? Because you're telling me fucking lies, that's why. And I'm not going to keep putting up with it.
It's not working.
You know what? Let's have a glass of wine. Glass of wine, ladies and gentlemen, for the famous Brian fight. The famous Gruber fight. Do you like that, Brian Uber? A Gruber fight. The famous Gruber fight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a glass of vodka wine for that.
I believe you.
Don't touch my phone, bro. Don't touch my phone. Because I'm fed up with you. That's why.
Chin chin. Hang on. I can't hit my protein. One glass of vodka. Bop. Oh, I didn't quite agree with that.
Now I make it video for you. I video your order.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I give you your order. No, I give you your order. What you do? What you do? You touch my
You do not touch my phone. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yeah, go on, yeah.
That was grim.
Yeah. Don't ever deliver to my house again. You please take. I'll come with you 30 minutes later. Yeah? You put the tracking on directly straight away. You don't go and do 5 other fucking deliveries because I didn't give you a tip. You said give me your fucking tip.
Right, let's have a quick poll in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Do we think Brian has ever tipped a single Uber Eats driver in his entire life? Do we think Brian has ever tipped a single Uber Eats driver in his entire life? Because my bet's on no.
Brian is also in contact with his local MP who is trying to get to investigate his claims about Tony Mortimer, but she tells Brian that Tony would need to be the one who makes the allegations in order for them to be investigated. So Brian joins Zoom calls to sort her out.
So don't tell me that nothing can be done, Stella. Right? I'm not going to listen to that. I told you about this in 20... No, let me speak. No, let me speak. You keep talking over me. No, you're trying to get out of it. You're trying to get out of it. I've told you about all this. I've told you about 10 years. Yeah, well, I told you about it 10 years ago, and it seems to me like you're dancing around some subject. You're doing something to me again. You're not going to help me. I know you're not going to help me.
Brian is still trying to talk with the Commissioner of Police with little success, so he travels to Scotland Yard to sort them out.
You annoy me because there's nothing you can do about it, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I'm going to hang about it. There's nothing...
Darkbringer says, I would believe it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Darkbringer says, I believe it. Sadame saying, definitely a no tipper for sure. And the thing is, oh, do I want to mention this? Yeah, fuck it. In this country, I've probably tipped on Uber less than 10 times. We're not a tipping culture. We're not a tipping culture. So, you know, it's not required. But at the same time, I wouldn't then scream at somebody about not tipping them if I wasn't going to tip them anyway. Now, in America and Canada, yeah, I tip. I tipped all the time in Indonesia, but I never really tip in the UK because you don't have to tip here. It's not a tipping culture. Okay? But, you know, as I say, Brian's screaming about it, going, wah, 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 wah. You know, fucking no good. No good.
Oh, right, it's Scotland Yard, mate! Say! No, get out of my way, man. Get out of my way. Get out of my fucking way. I've had enough of this. Right, are you going to get the commissioner or not? Because now you call the fucking police on me, and you're the one that... mate. You're the...
Also, just people aware, the Commissioner for Scotland Yard, right, for the Met, for Scotland Yard, the Met, like, that's like the highest police position in the entire country. Like, the Met Police and Scotland Yard, they're not just for London, they do like the entire, they're not quite the national crime, or they're kind of like the fucking FBI to a certain extent of the UK. You know what I mean? Like, no shit, he's not just going to come out of fucking Women's CE, pal. It's like the director of the FBI would just show up some random fucking geezer screaming outside the fucking offices. You know what I mean?
the ones that are acting illegal. Illegal! Illegal! Listen, right. Don't keep touching me, mate. Don't keep touching me, please.
Brian makes videos where he decodes media to show the satanic undertones that are laced in the slop consumed by the masses. He'll break them.
Oh, that's epic! I can't wait to see some of this epic fucking analysis of God knows what. Play your cards right or bullseye. Fucking sick.
Down small moments such as an Instagram music video where you get a brief glimpse of free dice with the number 6 showing on the faces.
There you go. Look at the dice.
Wow! 3 dices which happen to have the highest number on them. Must be the work of the devil. Must be the work of the devil. He sold 25 million earcodes though. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, you know. Listen, he sold 60 million records. Okay, so he's allowed to. That means he's entitled to beat up Uber Eats drivers and scream at the police.
On the side, 6. Middle one on the side, 6. Bottom one, 6.
Also, couldn't you say that if you really wanted to be pedantic about it, the top one is 6, the second one is 5, and then the third one's 6 again. If you wanted to actually really get fucking pedantic about it, the middle one is 5. So I'm not sure I'm buying this whole it's the devil thing. And even if it was a coy reference to it, what you think it's satanic? Yeah, exactly.
This could very
6,
well
5,
add into the
6.
music video some kind of sinister message, or if you add up all of the front faces, 6, 5, 6 equals 17, as in East 17, or maybe it's all just...
Yeah, that probably makes more... That is probably just a coincidence, but that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. 6, 5, 6, 17 than this malarkey.
It's a random coincidence. Hard to know for sure. He has also done a breakdown of a jumper that 90s singer Peter Andre wore, claiming that these symbols are on the FBI list for known child enthusiast symbols. On the topic of Peter...
I know he's avoiding demonetization, but there's something cursed. In some ways, the expression "child enthusiast" is a lot worse than just saying "fucking nonce" or "paedophile." Child enthusiast symbols. Ugh, that feels a lot dirtier. Child enthusiast symbols. Again, I can't wait for this explanation.
Andre, Brian claims that Peter owes everything he has to Brian.
When me, Terry and John went and done the Born Free concert, right, a little while back. It was the last show we done with Tony, and it'll be the last one that ever gets done, I'll tell you that now, right? When we went and done the Bomb Free concert in the Royal Albert Hall, right, all the patrons of this charity were there. Tony's one of them, Peter Andre's one of them, and Rolf Harris is one of them. Yeah?
Oh, that's me that says that.
There you go, say no more. Yeah, but now Peter Andre wants me to go on his show. No, I ain't coming on your show, mate. I ain't coming on your show and getting stitched up. And I'll tell you this as well, Peter. When we done our first tour, and you were put on our tour, Tom Watkins wanted to kick you off it. He wanted to kick you off it. Who kept you on that tour? Me. So the bird you're sitting next to, everything you've got, the relationship you had with Katie Price, all of it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't have kept you on that show.
See, I think it's another big part of it. He is just extremely bitter. That's the big part of it. He is extremely bitter about what's happened in his life because everyone else is, all of his other peers and other his other fellow celebrities, they've all managed to move on and have a relatively okay life. Where he's just spiraled and is now living in poverty. Well, I say he's living in poverty. I mean, his flat looks better than my fucking flat. So I'm sorry if I'm about to bust out the fucking tiny like violin for him. But like, it looks like he's got a nice living room here. It looks like he had a nice bedroom. He's got a lot of recording stuff. Like, I don't think he's as that hard done by as he tries to make himself out to be. I think he's just sour grapes.
Yeah, it was me. You wouldn't have nothing of what you've got now if it weren't for me.
Brian's ex-girlfriend Daniela Westbrook pops up again in the story. She has stated that Brian...
Oh, that's another juicy one. By the way, is it Daniela Westbrook? Does anyone see Daniela Westbrook? Like what she looks like now? She is rough, mate. Yeah.
By that time, I was taking about 1.5 ounces, 2 ounces a week. But I was flushing it down the low, I was paranoid. I was 6 stone 2 when they took me into rehab. You could literally count the vertebrae on my back. I was so ill, I was trying to kill myself all the time.
If it was an ounce...
This is what happens if you do too much Labubu magic, people. Don't do too much Labubu magic.
6.5 you're doing a week.
A lot of dough.
What is that, if you do, how many grams?
42 grams a week.
42 grams a week, street price. Yeah, she's probably spending about $2 grand a week, two and a bit grand a week on it. You know, fucking hell. Yeah, that's a lot.
You were doing 42 grams a week. Yeah. And you was actually working on EastEnders at the same time?
No, I was off EastEnders at that point, but I wouldn't...
But yeah, look at the nose. That is a fucked nose. That is from too much Labubu magic. Way too much Labubu magic. Labubu magic.
Brian was the only man that she truly loved, and that Tom Watkins threatened her into ending the relationship with Brian, quoting him to say, "It won't end well for her because he always wins."
Alright. She looks like she's from Morrowind. Look, you can see here, she's been a very attractive young woman, but the gear just absolutely ruined her, man. She lost her entire nose, pretty much. It's just... 17 is 8. 8 ball means 3.5 grams of coke. 3.5 grams is the weight of 4 M&Ms. 4 M&Ms next for the same... Let's say... Well, listen. I don't think too much time has passed. I think this is a solid conspiracy theory that has legs. I think this has legs, Darkbringer. I think this has legs. This has legs. But yeah. She lost her mind on the old fucking Labubu magic big time. It's a shame because she was a good looking girl and she's a nice person.
She says that this is one of the main reasons for her spending £250,000 a year on cocaine, which made her nose implode. The pair reunited.
That's a rough picture of it. That's a look.
Reasons for her spending £250,000 a year on cocaine.
Yeah, that's the classic. That's the classic photo. Oh, like, hang on, be careful with this. Like, you can see my nose in the middle is a lot thinner than it should be, but like that is what happens when it all goes completely fucking Pete Tong. Oh, buddy. Yeah. It's a shame. I mean, because like there's a lot of female celebrities from her era that all went down similar things. Another one was Katie Price. Everyone knows about her. Another one was Kerry Katona, who I served when I used to work at McDonald's years ago. I served Kerry Katona in the McDonald's in Tunbridge Wells. So there you go. Yeah.
It made her nose implode. The pair reunited briefly.
Yes! Get the fuck in! Yes! Go on, Gabrielle! Number 6 scores for the mighty Arsenal! Come on, you fucking cunt! Get in!
campaign to help children, Daniela stated in a YouTube interview that Brian is not mad and that he is doing the right thing when referring to his quest against the elite.
You're not threatened or anything to keep your mouth shut?
I've had a lot of that stuff done to me. I've been taken out of my house. Yeah, when I was Brian, I got taken out of my house. And he came home and he never saw me again. He was very quick.
It does seem sad, sorry. Whew. It does seem sad because there does seem to have been a genuine love between... One second. There does seem to be a genuine love between Danielle Westbrook and Brian Harvey. And maybe, controversial idea, maybe they should have like a reunion. You know, they should move back in together, start a podcast or something. They could call it, I don't know, Danielle Brian Work or whatever. I don't fucking know. But they should do it. They should start a podcast together.
Very tough time, and he's made Brian really ill, and luckily Brian was there was a price on his head, and I was getting married to him, and the people that had the price on his head, they wanted him in that circle, and they thought I'd tell him what I knew. So they took me out of the picture for a long while, put me somewhere I shouldn't be, and I had to my house and everything else.
Yeah, no, this is a very sad story, but Arsenal's just scored. 1-0 to the Arsenal, get the fuck in. But yeah, I'm sorry, Danielle Westbrook, very sad story. Very sad story, Danielle Westbrook. Yeah.
So no Brian speaks out, even mouth.
People call him crazy, and that's he's not. He's really not, and I've got a lot of love in my heart for Brian, always will. And all he's trying to do is the right thing. And he gets threatened and abused by people.
Do you think that's because of what he's seen with you?
No, it's because he's trying to do the right thing and out these people that have hurt people close to us.
Oh, so I'm sorry, I'm not sounding like a dick here, but like, I don't think, like, how do I say it so I come across as a dick? I, in my life, probably do too much Labubu magic. I probably indulge too much in these substances. And it's definitely had an effect on my brain, because I've been doing it for fucking over a decade now, right? Probably longer. It's definitely had an effect on my brain. It's definitely made me a bit of a kooky person, and my thoughts aren't always the most clear they should be. If you've done as much as she did, there is not a chance in hell that's not had a permanent, long-term, forever effect on her brain. So when she's like, no, Brian's not crazy, it's like, yeah, but that's coming from you, love, you know? Without trying to sound rude, that's coming from you, love.
And luckily they never got to Brian.
That's what they do, they'll just trade at you.
Yeah, and they've made Brian a prisoner in his own home, and it's really sad because I know what Brian's doing is the right thing. People can call him crazy and say he's ranting and everything else, but I know what he's doing is the right thing.
Sadly, Brian suspects that she was involved in the attack on him outside the nightclub in 2001, as the people that attacked him were from...
See, that's sad. So even Daniela Westbrook, one of the few Brian stans left in the world, even he's pushed her away and said, nah, you're involved as well. That's sad. He just thinks every single person that tries to see the good of him, be on his side, he pushes them all away. That is a modern day tragedy, that is.
From Liverpool, and Daniela sometimes goes to Liverpool. He also thinks that she is working for the elites in exchange for a career in media. The pair have now had a falling out.
You're not special, and you're not different, love. Right? You ain't.
Fuck me. I know, I don't sound like a misogynist because I just keep going on about her looks, but like, God, man, she used to be an absolute beauty. You know what I mean? Now, like, just Jesus Christ. But like at the same time, maybe she's relapsed. I don't know.
And like MI5 are not on your case. I don't know how you think that. You're like a paranoid coke freak, right? Which I used to be.
Yeah. Wow. That is even if you throw in a like I used to be. Jesus Christ, still fucking glass houses, love. Fuck me.
Well, you think everybody's with or MI5 is going to come through the door for something. They ain't, Brian. No one's listening. That's why you've got like 30 people listening to rant on slandering my name when I'm coming on here talking about getting well, 12-step programs. It's people like you, right, that to relapses. Right, but you're not going to do that, right? He thinks I've got convictions. He's on there saying I bought MI5 to his house and stuff like that. Mate, what am I, Miss Moneypenny? Mate, you need to get the hell out of your front door. You're fully live having a breakdown on YouTube, crying.
Yeah, he does. That's another thing. He's obviously got extreme agoraphobia. He's obviously become a complete shut-in recluse. He only seems to go out in the real world when it's to scream at somebody. He looks like you're maybe sucks pulling that one face in his face. Yeah, I know exactly what one you mean. One sec. I know exactly what one you mean. Yeah, this one here. Yeah. That's not. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, she.
Brian falls out with people a lot, and his ex-bandmates are no exception. He claims that no.
Yes! Get in! Fucking 2-0! Come on! Get in! Get fucked, Billy, you fucking brummy bastards. Piss off. Zubamendi with the fucking goal. Go on, you fucking beauty. 2-0 to the Arsenal.
happened to Tony due to them all being forced to sign an NDA agreement. Brian has also recorded a call that he had with John Hendley, then posted it to the internet. This call seems to confirm that something did happen with Tony and Tom, and that Tony broke down crying to them once about this. Also, John says that he thinks that Tony did the dirty deed with Tom willingly.
Don't you think everybody thinks the same thing? A lot of people.
No, not after what they done to me, mate. Not after what they done. Fucking set up. All because we found out. You was there, mate. He fucking broke down. You saw him. Do you think it? Right, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not leaving that. No way. No way.
But what I'm saying, this is why I rang you, bro, because I know everything you're saying is true.
I know you know.
Listen, bro, yeah?
Listen, bruv, yeah? Listen, bruv.
You know, we have problems. Mate, leave it all, bro.
I'm not leaving, John. I'm not leaving nothing, mate. Yeah, I'm not leaving nothing. Watkins know what he done. I'll tell you another thing.
We all know what he's done, bro. You know what I mean? I think Tony done it willingly. I don't think he was drugged him. I think he knew what he was doing, bro. You remember that day when we was in Tom's place and we went into the swimming pool? He jumped in the swimming pool with nothing on.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing on.
Yeah.
That's not right, bro. You know what I mean? We're talking about boys from the street, ghetto and all that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying we ghetto, whatever, but...
Ghetto. Yeah, mate. Fucking... Yeah, Brian Henley and fucking... Brian Harvey. Ghetto boys, for sure.
You don't jump in swimming pool with nothing on, but that's his choice, bro. You know what I mean? It's like me, you, and Terry, yeah?
Also, I'm gonna be real. I don't think you could equate skinny dipping in a pool with getting drugged and raped, or whatever the fuck it is they're even trying to suggest here. That seems fucking ridiculous to me as well.
We choose not to do that, you know what I mean?
Brian has also shared other calls that he has had with John where John talks about the predatory behaviour that he encountered in the music industry. John was unhappy that Brian had shared these calls with the world, so made a video to confront Brian.
Well done, Brian. Yeah. Once again, posting things about me, yeah, without my consent. Yeah, you recorded me without me knowing, yeah. I told you something, yeah, nobody else knows, yeah, and you just posted that today, mate.
I think that is also out of order as well. It's not illegal. We don't have two-party consent, whatever the fuck they call it in America. You know, when it comes to like recording conversation stuff, you're legally free to record a phone call and then upload it to the internet without the other person's consent. Right? That's not an issue here. But morally speaking, like I said, it's still a shitty thing to do to your friend, especially if they're talking about stuff they're not willing to also say in public. If there's only things they want to keep private, I feel that's fucked up to do.
One more thing, Brian, yeah, you carry on talking about me, yeah, mate, I'm just going to report you to the police, mate, yeah, do you know what I mean? You're just a fucking lowlife, mate, that is scum, mate, yeah, stop it, yeah, and all this, I'm a protector. What? Because I told you about someone said to me, if they let me, if they touch my willy, they're going to give me a gold ring. Mate, that's nearly 40 years ago. No one even knew about it 40 years ago, mate. So just stop it, yeah?
To try and make things right with his ex-band mate, Brian did the only thing that a good friend could do and shared more private calls between the two.
Mate, he's a fucking weapon, this guy. He's an absolute fucking weapon. Jesus Christ. No wonder he's not no fucking pals anymore. It's nothing to do with the deep state. It's because he's just a prick.
You do know. Special branch came to see all three of them.
Also, I don't like this curtain twitching. I'm recording every single phone call I have. Shit is all going on. That is proper creepy.
Three of you denied it. I've been told.
Listen, Brian, yeah? I've got police come round, yeah? And I sat in the car with them, yeah?
Yeah.
But obviously, I didn't speak too much. You know what I mean?
Well, with friends like that, who needs enemies?
Oh, shut the fuck... Brian, Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey, where do you get the brass fucking bollocks to be fucking making statements like that after everything you've fucking said and everything you've done? Where do you get the brass fucking bollocks, mate? You're an absolute fucking omni-shambles to be fucking coming out here, pedantic as fuck, absolute palaver case, and then talk about fucking, who with enemies, friends like who needs enemies? You fucking melt, bruv. Shut up, pussy-hole.
I know I am. I told him that.
You have to be the bigger person.
Because that's what I'm doing, and I'll fucking stand up to him. I don't give a fuck, mate. They want to kill me, they know where I live. Walthamstow, he said.
Mate, it's not getting you nowhere. This is never going to end with you, bro. It's never going to end. Don't get too involved in what you're doing and what you're saying. But I know certain things you are saying are correct, bro.
I know you know, and that's why I've never...
Mate, the government and all that, mate, you can't beat the system, bro. You cannot beat it.
Also, can I just say, can you imagine, if I was in the Boozer, the battle cruiser, and I was going to listen to this fucking head case talk like this for, oh my god, I'd go fucking postal, bro.
John, I'm not alone anymore, mate. There's a lot of people behind me.
So that's how things are going with John. Now on to Tony. Brian now thinks that Tony wants him dead. And when the Christmas hit Stay Another Day was re-released, Brian took this as a sign that they were going to come after him and said that if anything happens to him, he didn't do it himself. There seems to be a lot of bad blood between the pair.
You up, Tony, are you? We millions? You all good? Money you earned off me singing your songs? You all good, are you? Good. Good. That's good. It's good you do.
What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing with his hands here? Is he, what is he like, compulsively rubbing his fucking his palms with Brillo pads? You know, like what's he doing with his hands? I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like what he's doing with his hands.
Drop it. Drop it.
Oh, he's put on gloves. As you just do in the middle of recording a video.
So the only one left is Terry. He has reformed East 17 with 2 new members, and they are still active to this day. Brian had these words of encouragement for his friend.
No one cares about your silly group, mate, because I ain't in it. Yeah? Sorry, but that's just f***ing life. Yeah? No
Wow, so not only are you a cunt, you're also a narcissist as well. Go fuck yourself, Brian.
one cares about your f***ing band.
Brian says that he regrets his time in the band and that it was a waste of the best years of his life.
Really? It was a waste of the best years of your life being in an extremely successful pop group? Get the fuck over yourself, bro. What else would you have done? What, gone back to fucking bricklaying or shooting bags, bro? Like, fuck off, man.
The Brian Harvey story was a lot more interesting than I was expecting. Someone left a comment suggesting that I look into it, and I was looking for a festive video for Christmas. A video about powerful elites trying to take out an ex-pop star is about as festive as this channel will get, thanks to the person that recommended Brian to me. So I guess the big question is if Brian's claims are true. The honest answer for me is that I have no idea, sadly. Brian doesn't make his claims easy to follow. His videos a lot of the time are him talking about people that I've never heard of doing things that I have no clue about, and it's been tricky for me, who has spent a long time researching him, to get the story straight, so I guess someone just stumbling across his channel would be totally lost. I know a lot of the time the people I make videos about watch the videos, and if you're watching Brian, I would suggest a documentary style video where you just lay out the case in chronological order without getting distracted with lots of little side quests. Brian doesn't help his claims as he acts like a madman sometimes. Screaming at Uber drivers and government employees really doesn't help his case. Plus he seems to always fall out with people that you think would be on his side. So these things among others would make me think that he's lost his mind a bit and that we are just watching.
It's because he's a narcissist, that's why. And he has to be the one in control of the narrative, and if anything that goes against it, it's not allowed. Right, well, what are we watching next, people? I don't know, will anyone be here interested in Danielle Westbrook?
Watching a public meltdown. But on the other hand, if what he says is true and he has undergone decades of psychological warfare, then you would expect him to act a little crazy, I guess. That's the paradox of the story, really. If he is crazy, then he has the perfect excuse for all of his crazy behaviour. And if he is telling the truth, then the elites have the perfect excuse of him being made to look crazy. If Brian is correct, then he is truly a good man standing up against the kind of odds that most people even dream of. But if he is incorrect, then he is a wrecking ball destroying the good work of others who are trying to do good things. The problem is that he can't just be dismissed, as time and again the world shows us that these kinds of powerful elites do exist. From Diddy to Savile to Epstein to pretty much every single person that has ever worked for the BBC, these kinds of things do go on and they are covered up for years. And these are just the ones that we know of. On the topic of the BBC, Brian has had a falling out with them, as they copyright struck one of his videos, but then used clips from his YouTube channel in one of their documentaries. They then sent him a check as payment, which he ripped up as it would affect his benefits claim. On his time off, Brian has been building bikes.
Yeah, I was right about that. I was right about that. About that, affecting his benefits claims. Yeah, I caught that immediately. I guess we'll do that. I don't know. I don't know what to do. That's a lot of Briantent. That's almost an hour of Briantent. I don't think we can get much more Briantent out today. I'm gonna shoot for an hour and 36 minutes already. Fuck me. But I think that's all we're gonna get for Briantent today. So now it's what we're doing next. I mean, I think Danielle Westbrook would be a good one because that's definitely part of the story. Let's say there's a documentary about her. Because she's another one I can. Oh no, these are too contemporary. Maybe. No, I don't. I mean, I don't know. Sadame, Duckbringer, any suggestions? Otherwise, I am just going to stick on Danielle Westbrook for now.
Keep busy, and he has a girlfriend who also acts as his carer named Nikki Lee. She has a parrot with its own YouTube channel. Brian has also made many songs since leaving East 17. My personal favourite is one called Checkmate. I would actually go as far to say that it is the best middle-aged conspiracy rap song about satanic child enthusiasts that I have ever heard. And that's high praise, as that's my favourite genre of music. All jokes aside, it's not a bad song actually. He has also released his own version of Stay Another Day, which is free online to listen to. When I make these videos, the fans of the people that the video is about always think that it's some kind of hit piece, when this is never normal.
That vid from Terry Stone. Oh, this one. Yeah, okay. We'll do this one. We'll do this one. I do. While we're here, though. While we're here, I do also want to listen to his. I want to listen to Brian Harvey's cover of "Stay Another Day." I hate that song, but I wonder if Brian Harvey did it better than the original "Stay Another Day." Let's. Terry Stone. I got no idea. Yeah, maybe. 1 second. Terry Stone. Let's find out, eh? And we'll listen to some Brian Harvey cover.
Yeah. All right, we're live. Good morning. Good morning. Just done a mic test this morning because we're messing with the levels on our. Just want to see.
Oh my god, mate! What I really dislike about this from just a technical stat, or just from a fucking showmanship performance. It's like, mate, you're about to sit down and record your fucking a cover of your most famous song. Is now the time you have to start smoking a fucking roll up? Is it essential you start smoking a roll up now?
Alright, silence.
Don't you know? Baby, if you got to go away, don't think I can take the pain. Won't you stay another day? Don't you know we've come too far now just to go and try to throw.
Alright, I think that is definitely enough of that. Holy shit. Definitely enough of that. No, Terry Stone appears to have been an actor and was a rave promoter, not part of the band. I didn't think he would be. Alright, next up is the Daniela Westbrook interview with Terry Stone from 11 months ago. So, not the most up-to-date one, but while it's part of the Briantent, the Brian sphere, let's say, it's definitely a good story as well. Her story. So let's give it a gander. Let's give it a listen.
100 girls they interviewed for Sam Mitchell. It changed my life overnight. My mum was a bunny girl for Playboy. She used to serve all the big bands like Queen, Roger Daltrey, Stones and stuff like that. I was a little girl. I didn't think my mum saw the industry for what it was. Obviously, you know, I'm
Oh, come on, you fucking thing. No.
I stuck my tongue out and he got...
Why is it the playback speed not letting me... Custom, custom play...
Shot right up my nose. He's bought himself a plane and everything out of that picture. I got given drugs when I was 11. People in that room would give us drugs to keep us quiet. And then Brian...
Why can't I play this video any faster? For fuck's sake. Why is it not letting me do that? Bomberclat. Custom. Oh, whatever. Fine, I guess we're watching it fucking all speed. Fuck it, who cares? Who cares? Oh, there he is.
And then I had a load of guys in black suits come through my front door and put me in a rehab. My son was like 4.5 years old, ringing ambulances for me. I met a fella in a petrol station and he married me 6 weeks later so someone else would leave me alone. I'd love to do that banged up programme, but they might keep me in if I've got any warrants outstanding. She was actually going...
Alright, love, calm the I've got any warrants outstanding. Listen, love, you ain't done shit, okay? You had a massive coke problem. You want a fucking hardened crim. That's what annoys me about these people. Oh, almost scored again. That's what annoys me about half these people, like ex-lifestyle, not criminals, so like actors that had massive, like, you know, drug problems. They act like they were also like, you know, these like organised criminals. It's like, no, you weren't, love. You were just a fucking, you were an actress with a coke problem. You weren't fucking the Cray twins.
The paper to do a story to become famous to say she was my stalker. I located her from being Southend and being tots and all that. The words have been messed about with, mate. They run Essex. I drove his Porsche through the front of his pub and threw the keys at him. Misery loves a friend, and addiction is misery. And your friend is that packet. That I am an Essex girl, but I was there.
Boys, he was the Essex
girl, yeah.
Welcome back to the Criminal Connection podcast, and this episode is proudly brought to you by Beto.
Yeah.
Sharing untold stories. Superstar speak. Welcome back to the Criminal Connection podcast. My name's Terry Stone, and today we've got an EastEnders legend. She's had her highs, she's had her lows, she's had her problems, but she's come through the other end.
She's had a lot of fucking highs, let me tell you. Sorry, I shouldn't be bullying someone that used to have a drug problem.
And she's turning 50. So I want you to welcome...
Fucking hell, that is a rough old 50, that is. Oh, I'm sorry, again, I don't want to sound rude, but that is a fucking rough old 50.
The legend that is Daniela Westbrook to the Criminal Connection podcast. Please put your hands together for Daniela Westbrook's in the house.
Thank you, Phil. That was a build-up.
That is a rough 50. I mean, I guess to be fair, if the nose was normal, nah. Again, she's got the crows. I don't know. I feel like a misogynist just saying, just going, "Oh, mate, she don't feel like she fucking used to be anymore, is she? Fucking slut." That's not the kind of. That isn't the kind of. That isn't the kind of fucking like. That isn't the kind of attitude I want to be putting out in the world. These people are all like Guy Ritchie characters. Well, yeah. I mean, when do you think that's where Guy Ritchie got his most of his inspiration from? you know, from Essex and London people. Like, they're not like, I know they come across as like stupid over the top cartoons to like an international audience, but like to us native Brits, like everyone knows people like Guy Ritchie characters. They're not that far from the truth. We are an eccentric bunch of people.
I know, isn't it, mate? Thank you.
You know, I like to, because we don't have an audience, I like to sort of, you know, pretend we've got one.
Yeah, well, you never know. Next step might be, you know, you could have your own show on Channel 4 or something.
Well, people
Kick
say
Brian Luton off.
Well, people say I'm the Michael Parkinson of true crime, so I'll take
Well, you
it.
are, though. Well, not just true crime. You cover so many different people now, don't you, on here as well?
I mean, we've had some great guests. We've had all sorts of people, but obviously we've known each other for a while.
Yes,
and
sir.
I've seen you on a couple of our podcasts, but I just thought, you know, we should actually sit down and have a chat, because I definitely feel like through your life, obviously you've had some bad hands dealt to you, but you've also come through it. And
I've made some bloody bad decisions as well, bad choices.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, she's honest about it, you know. She is honest about it. Oh, fucking scored again! Get the fucking Trough! Woo! Get it! Fucking A.
But I think everybody does. But it's
No. Oh, fuck off handball. Bullshit handball. Fuck you. VAR check. VAR! Fuck you. VAR!
It's whether you sort of turn those into positive, you know, and I think a lot of people give up, you know, but you're
A
still
lot of people used to sink or swim, and it's a sink or swim world in industry, especially this industry we're in. For me, it's like...
No, it's onside. It's definitely onside.
You know, lay down, roll over and die. Or you get
Bullshit! Fucking... That's bollocks.
That's
That's bollocks. There's no way that's not a goal.
so many fights and so many battles with things, with addiction, with health, with work.
We're checking for offside. How is that fucking offside? I can tell from fucking looking at it, it's not off. It's onside. You fucking bomber clap.
With relationships and marriages, different things, but I think everybody that you speak to in life, it's just a normal life.
Right.
We all have our trials and tribulations, but, you know, everything's relevant. It's funny, I was in an AA meeting a little while ago, and, you know, there was two people sniggering because somebody said that they were drinking a bottle of wine, and they'd come to a meeting, and I just thought, who the fuck is somebody else? Am I allowed to swear on here?
Yeah, of course.
Who the fuck is somebody else?
Who
the fuck is somebody used to sit there and judge somebody else? If that bottle of wine's causing that person a problem...
I have to agree with that, to be fair. A bottle of wine a night, you know, it's not like the worst drinking problem in the world, but bottle of wine is still... Bottle of wine a night is still, you know, way, way, way more than you should be drinking. You know, so, yeah, I agree with her on this one.
Problem, then they're in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't mean so they've got to go out and drink 2 bottles of wine or a bottle of gin, or, you know, they were like almost as if to say it wasn't a problem. So for me, if that problem's relevant to you in your life, it's a problem, and people need to respect. We all go through things, we all have things, we all come out the other side, but, you know, a lot of people are, if you let people label you and sort of judge you by your past mistakes, then what are you going to do? You know what I mean? They can label you all you like, but you don't have to wear that label.
No, I think
You can just go, yeah.
That is true. That is true. You should obviously live your own truth and stuff. At the same time, I think it's also a part of it is you have to learn to accept what people label as. Like, you know, people label me horrible things in my life, you know, especially on here. Since I started doing the stream and stuff, people have said some horrible things to me, but like, just got to fucking deal with it at the end of the day, I guess.
Yeah, they can call me that, but I am this.
But that's
I'm
what
more
I
than
love.
that.
Yeah, but I don't know. At the same time, though, I think that I always think that kind of attitude is a bit of a cope, and I guess to a certain extent, it's all a cope. Right.
About social media, people can say and print whatever they like, but for you, if you've got a platform, you can actually say.
I had a troll put in prison.
Good.
3-year prison. It took me 5 years to get her in.
Yes! Not offside! Not offside! Goal stands! Get fucked! I could fucking tell instantly that was onside. What the fuck are they talking about?
Prison, and I was living in Spain, and she just hounded me. She hacked she had my Twitter for 18 months. The police weren't taking it seriously. Finally found a copper that did it, and it turns out that she had, when they got her computers and stuff, she had over 17,000 accounts, trolling different people.
I mean, that is fucking mental. Especially because, like, 17,000 accounts dedicated to trolling Daniela Westbrook of all people. Fuck me.
Over 6 years.
I mean, these people are f***ed up, aren't they? I mean,
Yeah, she got 3 years in prison.
Yeah, good observation. Some of these people are fucked up. You don't say.
For it.
how did it start? Was it just literally?
It started the day after I came out of Big Brother. I think she was in the crowd and they wouldn't stop us, let us stop the people to say hello, so don't do pictures and stuff. And she just took offence.
I mean, that's mental. That is crazy that you're fucking, that the reason you start to relentlessly like troll someone online, harass them on every day for years, is because they didn't take a picture of you at the Big Brother premiere in 2003. Is absolutely fucking balmy. But then I guess, is that the same as like no shit? Like, nobody sane does these sorts of things. Nobody sane commits years of their life harassing one person. That's they don't even really know. You know, every single person does that is mentally unwell. So I guess it's part of the course.
And it started from there. And she just hounded my life. She took pictures of Kai on the train, followed me where he lived, took a picture of him hacked into my... She had my Instagram went... I'd like 600,000 followers on Instagram. That went overnight. She just took my account, deleted it. She hacked into my Twitter whilst I was on it.
Also, what I'd like to know is, how do these fucking people, like these random middle-aged mums, and have the technical know-how to like hack Instagram accounts? Because they're either paying someone, or when they say they've been hacked, it's like they've just guessed their passwords. I always do wonder that, because it's like, it's like Caris from Dorset, 36 years old. She's managed to hack into, you know what I mean? It's like, how the fuck have you done that?
From Rain, the Daily Star and the Sun newspaper, and offered her own story for a price to say she was my stalker.
Wow.
And the Daily Star...
I mean, that's fucking stupid.
Actually gave me the evidence of that.
Yeah, imagine calling up the newspapers like, yeah, listen, I've been committing a crime for like the last 12 years. I wonder if you want to give me a fucking exclusive for 200 quid. Like, oh my god, what an idiot.
It's a bit like Baby Reindeer.
And that's again. So is this person's obviously not very intelligent at all. How the fuck have they managed to hack into her Instagram account? Like, what?
I know, it does, doesn't it? But no, I was like, the Daily Star gave me the evidence for it to put towards court case, which was good, because she was that deluded that she was actually going to the paper to do a story to become famous, to say she was a stalker.
Wow, the length people get to become famous.
She was quite frightening though, to be honest, because she knew what I was doing, where I was. She had pictures of me sitting.
It's like, I'm not trying to stereotype. It's like, look at her, right? Like, how is this woman how is this woman the mastermind hacker?
Now eating in Spain and stuff. But it was quite she was.
So
very
what did
weird
she?
character.
So she got 3 years.
She got 3 years in prison.
And
Yeah.
I take it when
She
you
was
come
from
back.
Nottingham.
I
She's
take
out
it-
now.
I take it. Oh, is there a
She's got
restraining order?
she's got restraining order. I've got restraining order, and I've got. I think she's not allowed. She's not supposed to go onto any social media sites at all.
Right.
She's already tried to contact me twice. She's broke her bail conditions, but the police haven't done anything. Obviously, the police ain't going to do anything about it. But I've just completely.
I don't like that attitude either. Mate, the police don't do nothing for me. It's like the police fucking took your case to court and they prosecuted her and they sent her to prison for 3 years and gave you a lifelong restraining order. So the police have very much done something about it. So this whole thing of police don't do nothing, bruv, when they've demonstrably done something, I think it's a bit unfair.
As soon as she popped up with the message, I just pressed block, screenshotted it, blocked it, and just looked like I hadn't acknowledged it. Sent it over to the person dealing with the thing, but they haven't pulled her in for it. But touch wood, she hasn't contacted me again, so...
Good.
You know.
So obviously, rewinding right back to, you know, where you were sort of born, where you grew up.
East London.
So you was always...
East London. Well, if you're born in East London and you were raised in East London, then are you really an Essex girl? Are you really an Essex girl if you're born in East London and raised in East London?
I've always been a West Ham girl, yeah.
I've always been a West Ham girl. Well, if you're always a West Ham girl, then you're not a fucking Essex girl, are ya?
Yeah.
You was born in West Ham?
No, I was born in Walthamstow, East 17. Yeah, Ricks Cross.
East 7. Oh, see? It's all coming together now. See? She's born... That's how they know. Ah! Listen, to the non-American viewers... to the American viewers, they probably don't understand why this is annoying, but it's like... You can't use the term West Ham and Essex interchangeably, and they're not interchangeable things. So you're not an Essex girl, then you're a fucking you're an East Ender, which is fine, all right. That's not a problem. But then you go, I'm the ultimate Essex girl. It's like, but you're fucking not, then are you?
I went out of him, didn't I? I was engaged to him for years. Hell,
I actually
I'm
saw.
like, he hates me, doesn't he? He just trolls the life. He's another one that trolls me.
So Brian.
Man, they're all. Also, this is another thing as well. Middle-aged people that misuse the term troll. It's like he's not trolling you. He's just a deranged schizo. He's not trolling you. He's harassing you.
I've never met Brian, but
E17 in
I met
general.
the other guys.
All the boys are great.
And they were at one of their premieres.
Yeah.
And
Terry's great.
I knew
you know
they,
Terry.
I knew what their songs were. But
Oh! Come on! Mate, they're on fucking fire! Gabriel Jesus, fresh off the bench, not off the bench for less than 5 minutes, and scores a cracker of a goal to make it 4-0 to the Arsenal. What a fucking match, ladies and gentlemen. What a match.
Remember V7? Yeah, tell.
You could be Brian.
What can you sing? And I said, One Love.
That's
They went, it's the wrong fucking band. You're fucking insane. But it was just funny, you know what I mean? But so you went
I went
out.
out of Brian for years.
Right, okay.
Funny, I've just done a BBC documentary. Like.
I'm going to have to research on myself. What was the age gap between Brian? What was the age gap here between these two? Brian, Harvey, Danielle. Age gap.
We flew through
Oh,
about.
they're only a year apart in age. She just looks really young as well, but I guess fair enough. That's just how she looks. Fair enough.
That boy bands from nights because I went out with Brian Harvey and Robbie Williams.
Wow.
So I went out to take that and E17, but I was engaged to Brian.
E17 will take that.
Take that. I've just like Robbie on his own. But no, it's funny because even now, he did Mr. and Mrs. I think 2 years ago. And they asked a question while he was in the booth, and his wife said, who's Robbie's celebrity crush? And she just went straight away. She went, Daniela Westbrook. He calls her the one that got away.
Wow.
She went, I'll always have to compare with Daniela. I thought, quite like that, you're a multi-millionaire living in LA, and I'm just sitting here in Brentwood High Street, do you know what I mean? Doing nothing.
You must have had a little proud moment there, Daniela.
Oh, yeah, he was all right. Once we've never forgotten, I think.
But you know, you obviously brought up, like you said, in E17, Walthamstow.
Yep, moved to Loughton, Chigwell all my life, grew up really Woodford, Loughton.
And what was the calling for acting? Is it something you always wanted to do, or did you just fall into it?
My mum was a Playboy bunny girl.
Right.
She worked for the Playboy Bunny Club. She was a croupier for the casino up in London here.
Right.
My dad had a tyre shop and done carpet fit. My dad was a carpet fitter all his life.
Right.
They're from a travelling side of the world. So their side of the family travellers. My mum's a bit posher. But
you've got a nice little mix there. You've got the
yeah,
grafters.
I've got the grafters and I've got the posh ones on the other
People
side.
say, how do you do? And then the other people going out making a
one that like go and take your turf, take your turf up while you're asleep and lay it for you the next morning, sell it back to you. And the other lot just rob people poshly in casinos.
Right.
But no, yeah, so my mum was a bunny girl for Playboy. She used to serve like Queen, Roger Daltrey, all the people, all the big bands, The Who, Stones and stuff like that. So, and one of them said they were shooting a new video. And back then, music videos were quite new. It was when Thriller and all that had just come out as one of the biggest videos.
Yeah.
Don't remember?
Yeah. I mean, this is all very interesting to some extent, but I would like to see if I can put it on fucking two-tone speed because it is a bit fucking long-winded. This, I have to say.
Take your turf up while you're asleep and lay it for you the next morning, sell it back to you. And the other lot just rob people poshly in casinos.
Here we go.
No, yeah, so my mum was a bunny girl for Playboy. She used to serve like Queen, Roger Daltrey, all the people, all the big bands, The Who, Stones and stuff like that. So, and one of them said they were shooting a new video. And back then, music videos were quite new. It was when Thriller and all that had just come out. It was one of the biggest videos.
Yeah.
Don't remember we used to go to Radio Blockbuster and stuff. Because we didn't have MTV and stuff like that, but it was a big deal. And I did a video for Queen. I did a video for Freddie Mercury. And Queen, when I was little, because my mum said, well, I've got a little girl. And they was like, what she likes? She's blonde. And I was like a little girl. So they put me in a video.
Great story. Your mum's a Playboy bunny and she's hooking you up with music videos.
Picked me up, yeah. And yeah, that was it.
No, I don't like that joke. I mean, it's a joke to me, but I don't know. She pimped me out. Ugh.
Really? So I just loved it. I loved being, I was a little girl. So my mum, I didn't think my mum saw the industry for what it was because, obviously, I'm chief witness against Jimmy Savile and people like that because I was abused heavily through the industry growing up.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
but let's talk about that. But that was your gateway into the business.
That's how I got into the industry, and obviously I found Sylvia Young Theatre School.
Right.
And
So many great actors.
Oh my God, I just loved. That was my whole life. I'm still really good friends with people from school today. It's such a small world, that school, and it was small back then. There was kids. I started there when I was 9. I was just talking about this morning. I used to get on the Central line at 11-year-old on my own, all the way from Mepping to London. You know, you just wouldn't put an 11-year-old on the tube these days, but back then it was different times. And it was the best times of my life. I did like West End, I've done loads of West End musicals as a kid, a lot of theatre. Something else I want to go back to doing now is like
So,
about my
yeah, because I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, I'm not trying to sound rude, but I don't think you'd be able to do the singing properly anymore because your nose has gone. So just sound very nasally. I'm sorry to say.
Sing and dance.
I can.
But you can. But I always use.
Listen, if they pay me the right money, I can do anything.
That's the right answer.
That's it. I can learn anything. You know. But yeah. So, and I've worked all my life. I've done all sorts of things. I've worked for Brian Adams. I did a video of Brian Adams. Worked with George Michael. Good friends with George Michael for quite a lot of years.
What was he like?
He was a lovely guy.
Yeah.
Quite a very lovely guy, but he had the same problems as me within the industry.
Right.
Hence why he made the song Father Figure. It's all about the industry and people taking your innocence.
Wow.
If you listen to the words of the song, that's what it's about. And it was the same time when he came out of, you know, he left Sony and he made that record when he had the headphones on. They said phony on them instead of Sony, and that was like his finger up.
Right.
But I just think it's such a conspiracy against so many things with this industry, and there's certain people that disappear and aren't here anymore, like George, like Amy Winehouse, like a lot of different people. And it all gets brushed under the carpet. And then there's other people like me that are just, you know, they know.
I don't know. I hear these lot of celebrities say this sort of thing. I think a lot of it's just cope. And I think a lot of it is because they find it a lot easier to grieve the deaths of their peers by saying, oh no, it was some big conspiracy, rather than just the simple fact is they killed themselves, whether it be directly or indirectly. You know, like I think that's a lot. I think a lot of it just stems from trauma and grief, rather than there being some sort of general underground shady conspiracy. Like, don't get me wrong, there's always just some fucked up things that go on in the entertainment industry, but I think it's heavily overblown and heavily romanticised and dramatized. You know, because a lot of the people involved do suffer from a lot of grief and stuff.
There's too many things which I haven't done. I've signed my treaty and stuff like that.
We only invited you on a podcast. Close them all, Daniela. What's going on?
Do you want to know about? I'll tell you all this shit. Yeah. I can't talk about the dead ones. Know about that? They're dead. I can talk about. They can't sue us. But no, yeah. So I've had quite a life of it. So, and then I just write at the moment. I'm just writing my third autobiography as well.
Wow.
So that's got a whole different side of it. Because like, I've been nicked twice for money laundering, stuff like that the public don't know.
Oh, look, we've got criminal connections.
You've been nicked twice for money laundering. Go on, Daniela Westbrook. Go on, Danny Gal.
Exclusive.
Yeah, it is a criminal connection. So bits like that's gone in there, and obviously I was innocent.
I always thought you was a straight guy.
I am a straight guy. It was what was it called? My identity.
Were you a straight girl though? Also, my identity was stolen. Who the fuck is going to steal your identity? You're a fuck. Bollocks.
I think somebody I was thrown into the hat for something we went off to do. I just happened to be around similar people at the same time, and I was on a lot of photographs.
Right.
It was on the surveillance and stuff, so I got tugged in for a few things, one in Marbella and one here. So you'll be buying the rights to my life story.
Yeah,
making image films.
Yeah. But you've obviously popped up in these music videos. And then when did you? What was your
From
first
there I went to
break?
Still Be Youngs.
What was your first break? Your actual acting role?
Done Grange Hill. Yeah. Yeah, I did Grange Hill. I did it with Johnny Alford. Yeah, Roland. That'd be your friend, Roland.
I actually see him at a couple of feminist pictures. Oh, he's Roland from Grange Hill.
It's great.
And I used to say, you look so different.
And the Burgess brothers.
What's his name, Roland?
I've no idea.
He's got a really funny name, like Zachariah or something. But yeah, he doesn't look anything like Roland. But I grew up on Grange Hill.
Yeah, we did. That was our thing, wasn't it?
It was Grange Hill and.
And I did another one for ITV, Bad Boys, with Baz Blackman. Yeah. So I met Baz when I was about 13.
Wow.
So all them sort of actors and people that I know, like Nick Moran and people.
Yeah, these are all very famous factors from the 80s. Yeah, fair enough.
We've all sort of grown up through We've all grown up together because it was a lot smaller cast of kids working, I suppose, back in them days. Do you know what I mean? Like the Burgess brothers, they were in Grange Hill. One of them was in Grange Hill, and now they make movies.
But you're
with
not
Ray Winston. Ray Winston, yeah, Ray Burgess and Mark Burgess. Yeah, Mark Burgess. And one of them was in Grange Hill. Mark, I think. Mark was in Grange Hill. But it was like they were like the Anna Shears from Islington, and we was in like Mayfair Sylvia's. So we were all up against each other.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I don't know, it's not as interesting as I thought it'd be, this podcast, but they're spending a lot of time. I thought they get to I want them to get the juicy shit, but I don't want them to skip ahead of it. So I guess I'll just say keep playing, because it's getting there.
But yeah, we weren't past that, but we all come from Essex and all over, so Sylvia's and Anna Shear obviously was only like an evening school. So like all Patsy and Sid and all them, like Todd Kite all went for Anna's.
Right.
Let's have a fucking drink. Let's have a fucking drink for Danielle Westbrook, shall we?
Like Anna Shear and Sylvia Young, it seems like that was the breeding ground for a lot of the actors and actresses.
I think Anna Shear mostly for actors. My era is like Spice Girls, Sylvia Young, me, Amy Winehouse, Denise Van Outen, so many people.
Who's your favourite Spice Girls?
Obviously Emma Bunton, so I went to school with her. So yeah, obviously Emma. But no, like, it is still a small industry. But you just think I've been famous since I was 16 years old. I'm 51.
Wow.
And it's funny.
5 years of being famous.
I
What's it
know.
like?
Fucking hard work.
Right.
It's the press that's the hard work, I think. Not the public. Public actually don't want to hear about, drugs and being slagged off in the paper. The public are nice to me. Especially my kind of market, because my market is it's where I'm from.
Right.
It's working class, broken Britain, that's who I am. Right. I'm not like a middle class or high class person, I'm just a working class girl. So, that's me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Yeah. My kind of market. It's them people that vote for you when you're on shows and doing stuff and that buy podcasts, watch podcasts and do things like that.
When you said you were famous at 16,
I'm going to skip forward because I'm fucking getting bored. I'm bored of this.
Always find, I think now, because lots of people are on the internet, everyone could be
we're so accessible.
Insta famous or whatever, and obviously if you're on a TV show now, people probably won't understand that the fame now isn't like the fame then, because like you said, when it's 1 million people watching it, literally, like you said, after the train, all the time, look at it, it's a better piece, isn't it?
Because the night before, that's what they did, they got it from TV. Quite like now, where people go to gym and things, that weren't sort of lifestyle, like 30 years ago.
You eat, you watch
EastEnders, you watch something else.
Right?
Yeah.
You sit there and watch EastEnders.
Sunday afternoon, hungover, watching EastEnders for your roast dinner. Do you know what I mean? People, it was part of 3 o'clock after the Queen's speech, bit of EastEnders on Christmas Day. Do you know what I mean? Everyone is part of English culture growing up.
Yeah. And did you stop going the train after that, or did you think,
I'll get on the tube, I'll do whatever, do you know what I mean? I didn't. I learned to drive straight away, and in fact, my best friend Ginny was my best friend from school from 4, she's still my best mate now. She's a year and a half older than me, so I bought, within like 2 months of being at work, so I was earning a fortune as well, for being 16. I bought a brand new, back then it was a Vitara Jeep. Was the
remember
thing.
the convertible one?
Yeah, so my number plate was J61 up you. So I bought a brand new Vitara, I gave it to Ginny. When I was 16, I bought it, I gave it to her, and she drove it to work every day. Right. And then she picked me up from work as well. And I bought a flat. The Barclays Bank gave me a mortgage at 17. Wow. My mum and dad, they couldn't wait to throw the money at me. So they gave me a guarantee. My mum and dad at something signed guarantor. So I was in a good job, stable job. I was earning big money. Right. So I bought a repossession in Woodford, a penthouse, did all that up, and then I fell in love with Brian, and he took the lot off me.
Really?
Well, his management did. His manager did, yeah. Right.
Well, what happened then? Do you think you married, did you?
No, I can dodge the bullet there, let me tell you. No.
You said married years earlier, so...
Yeah, I've been married twice. First one was a lot more of a business deal to get away from somebody else. Right. I met a fella in a petrol station, and he married me 6 weeks later, and I gave him a lump of money to marry me and leave me alone, so someone else would leave me alone.
Your life's complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, but make a good story, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one way of doing it, I guess. I'm not sure I'd admit to a sham marriage, though, quite as blatantly as that. So I suppose, is anyone still watching? It says I've got 4 viewers. Are you guys still here? Just listen in the background, that's fine. I don't know, are we still happy with this documentary? I don't watch something else, because I'm getting bored of this, so I'm going to be fucking honest with you. Ugh.
It's good thinking, I tell you. See, there's a lot of my life people don't know that side of my life. You know what I mean? There's a lot of other sides of our life, like the people that I met through I met you. Your criminal connection, I know a lot of different people. There's a lot of people that's a part of my life people don't know about.
Yeah, Daniela knows lots of wrong ones.
Because she is one, yeah. Do you know what, I'm from East London, and it's growing up that East London pub culture club, do you know what I mean? That whole thing, it's just who run pubs and clubs back then, isn't it? So you just know that growing up. And obviously I was in EastEnders, so I used to get booked to go to all them sort of pubs and that too.
Look at Barbara Windsor, she was best mate for the Craze, right?
I learned from the best in the bar, yeah.
You was
Charlie Craze did my 18th birthday for me.
Was he, did you?
No, he hired all my party and all that for me. He did all the party and all that for me in the Spencer's Arms over in Orchard.
But the funny thing is, and for a lot of people that watch or listen to the show, they won't necessarily know this, but back in the sort of 60s, whether they're mob guys in New York or Vegas or mob guys here, there was always a thing where boxers, celebrities, gangsters, there's like a melting pot of models, you know what I mean? Everyone sort of hangs out.
Yeah, all that lot.
Everyone's good pals, right?
Yeah.
Barbara Windsor, George Raft, there was a few of them that were around the Craze in the 60s.
I love Bar. She was one of my best friends ever. She was like my mother to me. Very, very close apart all my life.
I feel like she's out of stuff to say, but where else do we go? Well, I don't know. Where else do we go? Watch Parry burn himself? Or, you know what? I can do a bit of Parry bashing. I can always do a bit of Purple Parry gaming bashing. What are we going to watch from Purple Parry and take the piss out of him for? Oh, the commentary awards. I'm not sure I want to watch that, to be honest. What has Parry been up to? The problem with Parry is that I'll be honest with you. He has the reason I don't upload VODs is because I know that most of these streams are pretty. They don't have much rewatch value, for the most part. Purple Parry Gaming's VODs, in my opinion, also. Get the fucking ball out. Purple Parry Gaming's VODs also have next to no fucking rewatch value, in my opinion, man. Sorry to be so negative towards him, but I don't know. He's burned himself recently, apparently. So if there's anything good worth watching from him, Sadame, I will watch it now. Otherwise, I guess I did want to watch this video from Diesel Patches. Actually, I did want it because he's got a new update on Frog, and I wanted to watch that quickly. And then if you want to message me on Discord, or put in the Discord chat. I've only covered Parry on the rare time he takes a resounding L, like with the Novell stuff, he's becoming real fire. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you post in the Discord, like some stuff of Parry, like to watch, of him taking from having a big L, I will definitely cover that. I will always cover that, but I'm not sure I'd watch. I'll be honest with you, I don't really watch Parry much these days. I must be. I'll be fully transparent on that. I don't know. I don't really go on my way to watch his stuff. The only people's streams I really watch these days is Duckbringer, the Mary Chew, and occasionally Dickers. Other than that, I don't really watch anybody else's streams these days. I must be honest. End of the commentary awards. Okay, if you give me a timestamp, I'll watch it. I guess I can just upload it now. Actually, the commentary awards. I would like to know who won. If there's a list of who won, that'd be good. Because I put a lot of effort into raising Mary Chew to win. So I'd like to know if she got anywhere there. But oh my god.
Is the idea that we have incredible moments of human.
This motherfucker, that is one of the most ill-fitting fucking suits. Like, motherfucker, we've conceded a goal right at the end, but whatever, it's only one goal, I guess. Same not keeping cheat. That is one of the most ill-fitting fucking suits I've ever seen in my life, Parry. I know you don't have a job or do anything that requires a suit or whatever, but that's shit, Parry. Come on, man, you can afford a fucking better one than that. 1 hour and 11 minutes. Okay, let's do it.
Not like a force warrior. You have to feel this certain way.
Oh, okay. We can slow this down a bit actually.
The streamer has explained to us,
Refresh it because it's doing that weird speed bug again.
But yeah, I guess let's just freaking get into it. Let's get into the commentary awards. And what better place to start than best drama? I don't think I
want to see who won this one actually. If he doesn't do like
best drama award for the commentary awards 2025.
All right, we get it. Oh my god!
Like stick a finger in there, and he's like, "Yeah, sure." That's why I asked about.
Really? I'm sorry. That is boo. What a fucking shit. What a Parry pick. What a Parry Purple Gaming audience pick for the worst. Okay, right. Anyway, moving on. We'll go to 1 minute for 10. Before we went.
Just what streamer is best at explaining to us, it's at commentating at the end, explaining to us, what we should think about something, not like a force warrior, you have to feel this certain way. The streamer that's best able to explain to us, why they just the streamer that's best.
Can I say another thing as well? And I'm sorry if this is if people are gonna, if I come across a complete fucking, no, this is exactly why I'm saying it. Parry, not famously, but historically, used to take the piss out of my hyperactivity and the way I talk and that's just you're a cokehead or whatever the fuck, right? Parry cannot speak for shit. And I'm not just saying that because he's foreign. What I mean is he stumbles over his own words and flusts himself all the fucking time. Yeah, he had the gall to take the piss out of me for doing that.
It's not enjoyable, really, at the end of the day. That's what it's all about, guys. And so, thank you so much, guys, for the support. And so, guys, it's my honor as Purple Pair Gaming to announce to you who are watching that the winner of the Commentary Award 2025 Best Commentary Streamer Award is Purple. Queeman won.
Well, I hope this award show is never repeated ever fucking again. What a fucking shambolic performance all round, can it just be said? Shambolic performance. Who the fuck voted for fucking Queeman, however the fuck you say his name, as the best streamer of 2025? I'm sorry, right? I know a lot of people like him. Okay, I'm going to step back a bit here and try to be more objective. I understand why people... I know that people like him. I don't get it. I don't just dislike him because he fucking threw me under the bus and misrepresented me and fucking did not engage me in a proper debate and has always looked his nose down at me. I dislike him for those reasons, obviously. But the main reason I don't get he's a boring fucking cunt. He's boring. He's boring. All the things that people criticise Destiny's sort of like content for. I'm not talking about the allegations, I'm talking purely about the content, right? Kuiman's worst at the worst at it. Kuiman will go 5-6 minutes and not say a single fucking word. And when he does say something, it's the most dry, asinine, fucking no shit Sherlock fucking tape to ever exist. He has never had a single passionate fucking thing to fucking say, this cunt. Ever. I cannot understand why people enjoy watching him. Other than he's good background noise. But it's like, I don't watch or listen to streams for background noise. I'd listen to a podcast or the radio for that sort of thing. I can't understand, as going as far as to vote for him as the fucking streamer of the year. Is that just a troll parry? Like, who? What? What?
Queen won, guys. Queen won. No. It says Queen won. It was actually Queen won. I don't. No. That's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay. It's not okay. That's not okay. We're not letting Queen win. We're not letting Queen win, guys.
Also, can I just say this is cringe? Can I just say this whole bit is cringe? Yes, bro, preach. Bro can't even lift his trophy. Exactly. After this, you should go to 33 minutes. Yeah, we'll cover. Fuck it. This is gonna be like this is gonna be the VOD I upload of the whole stream. I'm gonna upload my coverage of the Coventry 2025 awards. But like, what is this, man? How the fuck is it must be a concerted effort just to piss off Parry. Because there is no way in God's green earth people genuinely were like, yeah, Kuiman and his amazing content is the winner of whatever the fuck award it is. Bollocks. I rebuke this in the name of the Almighty. Get the fuck out of here. You know what? Let's have a drink against Kuiman. I'm having an anti-Kuiman drink. Okay? This is I press S to spit on Kuiman and this whole bastardized bullshit fucking what is this? I'm actually annoyed. I'm actually annoyed about some fucking nobody's award show fucking stream winner being Kuiman. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Without further ado, the winner of the Commentary Award 2025 is Best Commentary Stream Award is Purple Parry Gaming.
What is this? What the fuck is this?
Cheers. I drink.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Parry? What is this? What the fuck are you doing? Right, this man is a fuck. I'm sorry as well. This man. Listen, people accuse me of being some sort of like lolcow fucking spacker. What the fuck was that, Parry? The joke wasn't that funny to begin with. You then go for this fucking this esoteric fucking drink the flame gambit, and then you burn your lip. What the fuck are you? What is this?
Ow. Fuck. It's like fucking. I was supposed to grab this glass. I had this glass. Fuck.
What are you doing? Purple fucking.
I grabbed the wrong.
Purple Pyro Gaming. Purple fucking idiot gaming. What the fuck is this?
Glass, guys.
What is this?
This is my drinking glass.
Wow, wow, what are you drinking? Fucking... What is he even drinking? He's drinking out of an alcoholic, out of like a decanter glass. So what are you drinking? Just fucking vodka on the rocks? What the fuck are you what is that?
This is my drinking...
What the fuck is that? Oh god, don't tell me I'm like a vodka tonic with no ice in it. That's depraved, Parry. That's depraved. Well, listen, Parry, what the fuck are you drinking right there? It looks murky. I guess now you put a fucking now you put a fucking a bit of paper that was on fire on it. It's gonna look murky. But what the fuck is that? Oh, awful.
fucking nice.
Boo! Boo!
This was my water. I was supposed to. I grabbed the wrong glass and then I fuck. Fuck.
That's embarrassing. I've done a lot of embarrassing things on the internet. I've never done that. I've never done anything nowhere near as embarrassing as well. What the fuck that sequence was. Jesus Christ.
Oh man. Someone just Ash. Fuck man.
Parry is a jester type ego combatant, and the only distinction between that and lolcow is monetizing it. Yep, 100%. 100%. Like, I think it's been said a lot in the last couple of years in discourse that the line between like A-loggers and lolcow, like lolcow farmers and the lolcows themselves, the line is actually a lot thinner than most people would, than the people that do the farming and the A-logging would like them to think it is. They're not that far away from each other, and Parry is a prime example of that. He talks down to a lot of people and talks a lot of shit, and likes to think of himself as this, like, you know, oh, I'm so esoteric and above all the bullshit, fucking, like piss taker of everyone else and da da da. But the thing is, in reality, he's just as much of a lolcow as most, almost as much of a lolcow as most of these people are. You know? The only difference is that he's trying to be fucking snickery, edgy, self-aware. I'm in on the joke, guys, you know? Like, yeah. No, I can... And if he starts drinking, it's Jova? Yeah, I completely agree. If he starts drinking, it would be Jova. Okay, like... Because Parry... Listen, I keep it fun, I keep it cool. If Parry was drinking the way I was drinking, he'd be a fucking mess. And he would be absolutely embarrassing himself if he drank the way I did. He's questioned it at times, but I think he avoided embarrassing dating drama and drug abuse, which is usually the tipping point. Well, the thing is that, you know, there was a rumor he does Vyvanese or some sort of like benzo or GABA blocker, whatever it is. Well, there's some sort of depressant. But yeah, if he started trying to form some sort of online relationship that was public, or if he was trying to drink vodka and do boo-boo magic like I would, he would fall apart in a day, bruv. Alright, he ain't got the fucking stones like your boy does. To be fair, you are a mess and do embarrass yourself. I never embarrass myself ever. Because I own it. I own it. I know I'm a bit fucking silly and esoteric and shit, and I make a fool of myself, but to a certain extent. But I wouldn't say I embarrass myself. Maybe that's cope, who knows? But like, at the end of the day, like, I've got a full-time job. I have my own fucking flat. Okay, I've almost been married. You know, like, I don't give. So I would say in the long run, I'm doing okay. I'm doing just fine.
My cat's okay. No, he's
Also, I only drink like on the weekends, and I'm drinking a bit more these now because I haven't got work until the 2nd of January. So I disavow. You know what, Sadame, I reject these comments.
I didn't think I grabbed it on glass. Yeah, I can't believe I'm glad I won the award. I appreciate you guys for voting. Yeah, can you guys...
That is lame as fuck. I'm sorry, that's lame as fuck to go, no, well, Kuman may have won, but actually I won it in your own awards show. No. Boo. Boo.
Well, thank you guys for joining me on this incredible award show stream. And yeah, without further, that's well, with further, I guess, what does adieu mean? With further ado, right? With further ado. So adieu means bye. Anyway.
Also, no, it's not. You can't no longer say without further ado if you've reached your natural conclusion to what you're going to say. Has Parry ever accidentally streamed the Labubu exchange? Okay, listen. Okay, on that one. Okay, on that point you are correct. That was a one-off. I don't think... Okay, well, that was one time. That was one time. Everyone accidentally streams one time, I think. And Duckbringer says, so you don't need the drink to be funny, but you're clearly here on your off time, so how about it? Yeah, that's the thing, like... I prefer to drink when I stream, because if you watch my streams when I'm not drinking, I'm actually quite reserved. I'm a lot more reserved and quiet. I'm a relatively outgoing person, but not to the extent I am when I drink. Like, I'm quite a quiet individual my day stuff. Like when I go to work and stuff, I keep to myself and don't really say much. So that's why I prefer to do my off time. I couldn't be like an everyday streamer. Well, I can't do it anyway because I've got a fucking job. But let's say if money was no issue, you did it twice. Well, I'll fucking abuse. I'll give a shit. I don't care. What are they gonna fucking say? But okay, fine, whatever. But I'm just, you know. Anyway, right.
Wait further, you would say with a goodbye. I'd like to tell you.
With a goodbye. Okay, well, there we go. Well, listen. Okay, Sadame. You know, Sadame's now my biggest A-logger. Okay, so Sadame's farming me. Sadame's gonna pen my Kiwi Farms fucking thread.
Well, obviously, thank you so much, everybody, for joining me for this incredible award show.
Okay, well that was the great award show bit. We're now gonna watch 33 minutes. We'll start at 32 and a half.
One recently, you guys. I don't know what it is about that car. I'm just gonna say yes to everything, and then you end up at a fucking sex party instead.
So this isn't an interview, an intervention, sorry. But as a fellow person who's streaming drunk, the risk is always in the things you don't mean to do. Yeah, I guess so. But the thing is just that because I have a very high tolerance for alcohol and like I very very rarely black out. I do feel more control. And I don't care if these are the facts. I mean, I guess they're the facts, sure, but they're up to interpretation. I'm just saying. I'd like to see Purple Parry Gaming drink half a litre of vodka in 2 hours, and I'd like to see what he's like on the camera.
Dressed up like a lion.
Yeah.
That's a direct challenge. I'm calling you out, Purple Parrot Gaming. I want to see you go to Lidl. I want to see you buy a litre of Rashman off vodka. I want to see you drink half a litre of it neat, and I want to see what you're like.
Freakishly large penis. It's disturbingly large. Hard to describe the shock and awe that I was put in when he walked into my room one day wearing nothing but his girlfriend's corset.
To all you fappers out there that are just fapping the crap out of your penises and vaginas, I wish you the best of luck. I had an ex-girlfriend once upon a time who was very curious about polyamory. Like, she went way far with that journey, and I just kind of dipped my toes in. I saw a guy strapped to a gurney while one guy was tweaking his nipples and the other guy was shocking his balls. I was like, wow.
I've been in the experience where people that I know have got themselves involved in the most horrendous scandals. You can think of politicians that we both know, priests, teachers, and I often find there's a moment of dissonance where I think, no, wait a second, I know this person.
Because it's sort of so, that was the last time I saw it.
Is this the joke?
So that was at least a couple of decades ago. Because don't forget, I also knew the sons. I knew Kevin and Ian.
Okay, that is the joke. It's just showing his little avatar just increasingly moving forward while he says nothing. You know what? Fair enough, Barry. That is a funny joke.
And, you know, they've been through horrendous scandals and the stuff about the pensions and then their father's death and all that stuff. So I think...
I got into my car, was in my car for 1 hour.
And all that stuff. So I think my
wallet...
I'm glad that someone else I'm glad that someone else has brought attention to it. I'm glad that I'm not the only person that gets annoyed by it. I mean, I know Parry's like, oh, because he burnt his bridge with fucking Curryman, because they used to be friends, now they're not, so that's probably half the reason. But I'm glad he realises it as well, because it is so fucking true that Curryman a lot of the time has nothing of value to add. He just says fuck. He just sits and says fuck all most of the time. You know.
Was in my car for 1 hour.
All right. Well, that was that. I guess I don't know what to do now. What do we do now? What journey we go on? I don't really care. I don't know who the fuck. I don't know who Drew Pavlo is. Drew Pavlo is. I did want to watch this Frogan video actually, so I guess we'll watch that as well. Very quickly. I don't know. Do we? I don't know. It's so early. I might end up. This might end up being a long stream because I usually. Oh, that's a. What a clap on my For You page. Woo! Look at us go. Look at us go.
So it's really annoying. This guy, this Trough guy, he really has me dead right here because it wasn't a really good segment. I always stand by. I think it's very good stuff. Okay, but I didn't know they were dead. I'm being.
Koeman has good looks and British wit. Does he though? Does he though? Does he though?
Okay.
I'm not just gonna watch a fucking highlight of myself from 6 months ago. That's an incredibly vain thing to do. We love Frogan though. Well, I guess you're gonna have to have your Frogan beliefs challenged here.
Streamer that is beloved by all. No, not that one. This one is a woman. This one is a Hassan fangirl. And is completely broke. Alright, so today we're going to be looking at our favorite Muslim streamer that is beloved by all. No, not that one. This one is a woman. This one is a Hassan.
My job though, I have to focus on the fucking money.
I know you do, but that's unfortunately like you can't control the money. You can only control the content, you know.
Which yeah, that clip's a bit old now. That's a couple of weeks old. That clip. But I have to say again, Frogan is a cute clown truther. Whoa, that's a spot. Now that is a take I've actually genuinely not heard before. Because usually Frogan's very much like Marmite. In fact, Frogan is like truffle Marmite. Okay, not many people have had her, but the people that do like her a lot. The people that don't like her at all. But most people have no idea what the fuck she is. No, because it's not true. No, so Sadame says, how is Nisa broke? She makes big money from OnlyFans. It's made to a millionaire. 1, no, she makes fuck all money from OnlyFans. Has not been active on OnlyFans for months. 2, dude, Ian's broke, man. If you watch the Bog podcast or watch the Kino Casino coverage of the Bog podcast and just iDubbbz and his wife in general, like, trust me, they are not doing well. If you're not involved in like the constant drama, like I'll fall asleep listening to like iDubbbz A-log content and stuff. Like, trust me, they are not doing well. They are not doing well at all. Like they're still in the process of trying to sell their house. They can't even sell it for like 300 grand less than they bought it for, and that's after like $500,000 renovations. Like, they are in the shit. They're currently living in Anissa's mum's basement all the way up in Canada, Edmonton, Canada. Like, they have no fucking money. Like, he's spoken about his podcast of having to like recently return socks that were too expensive. Like, they are fucked.
Well, since then,
Kino Casino lol. That's your thought. Listen, watch the Bog Kino Casino cover the Bog podcast, which is Anissa and Anissa's husband, iDubbbz, talking about all of this stuff themselves. You can watch the Bog podcast if you subscribe to their Patreon yourselves. Like, those people are insane. Everyone involved. Listen, I'm not saying the Kino boys are particularly like the most like fucking like well screwed on people in the world, but I'm telling you, all these people are tapped in the head. Tapped.
then, Frogan's finances became the talk of the town within the online space. Many, including myself, told Frogan that streaming isn't for her, and if she wants a more stable income, she might need to go flip burgers. I also think Frogan is too emotional to have a platform. Some people can handle a large audience. However, Frogan has proven time and time again she is not one of those people. Anyways, we'll be looking at Frogan's response towards people calling her poor. God, this is depressing.
I don't like to fan the flames or like interject or anything because I like to not I don't like drama. I hate drama. The only drama I like is
bullshit. Did Warski go trans or was that a joke? No, Warski was has like been during the Christmas period was like cosplaying as like Mrs. Claus and had like fake tits on, but like the proper like expensive like fetish fake tits, you know, like £300 like mold cast fake tits, and was wearing the makeup and doll, you know, proper full on drag. But like no, they didn't actually go trans. It was just they were just dressing as Mrs. Claus for that thing.
Drama that doesn't involve me, you know, that I get to watch from the sideline, and that typically don't deal with like random fucking people. I mean, like random people, like reality people love it.
Yes, the iDubbbz approach of drama avoidance.
We just don't give it any attention. I think reasons I stopped making as much drama content is because I personally didn't want to feel super reliant on it, and I think there's a place.
Which is another insane take by iDubbbz as well, because like. Oi! It's the Mary Chew! The Mary Chew, ladies and gentlemen. The Mary Chew coming in with an oi oi. Oi, Gavna! Let's have a wine. Actually, shit, am I sober enough to have a. Fuck it, I'm sober enough for a wine glass. We'll have a wine glass of vodka for the Mary Chew. Oh. Cheers. Oh, so it's that thing where straight white cis men act like sissies for fun? I don't know. Is a straight man not allowed to wear drag? Is drag exclusive to the gay community? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of an unfair thing to say. But maybe. Who knows?
For sure, but it's like, it's very easy to get roped into it and have that be your entire fucking brain.
When you participate in drama and notice it's not going your way, claim you want to keep everything drama-free and tell your viewers that drama is just not your thing. Yeah, you kind of lose that stance when you decide to join in on the biggest Ethan Klein.
I own too many plants. I only freeze here 2 nights a year. I hate this. Well, hey, at least you own your own garden, or at least you rent your own garden. I haven't got a fucking garden. I've just got a bit of grass with a fucking clothesline on it. Living in the fucking projects. Like, I ain't got fucking shit. So at least you got a garden. No, that's cool. That's nice. Nice to have a garden.
Dogpiling ever, or freak the fuck out because you were unfollowed. But I just really hate that gosh darn drama. Once you involve yourself in drama, you invite that community in, and it fucking sticks. She's only back.
Also, can I say Fancy Pants Adventure was a fucking goated. Let me say it again for the people in the back. A goated fucking Flash game. I loved the shit out of this Flash game.
Now, because she ended up on the receiving end. If the H3 dogpiling actually went in their favor, I guarantee you, drama would be Frogan's favorite thing. It's not like she was making innocent.
I've been running around covering them. Fuck. Yeah, this is. See, yeah, I'm not really a gardening person. I must admit. I'm more of a stay indoors and get high and drunk person. Gardening's never really appealed to me. Sorry for garden mogging. That's okay. Listen, the garden I grew up in was massive. I'll get some pictures of it sometimes. Lamar, they really have nothing on Frogan. Well, okay, let's watch the Frogan tent, okay? Listen, Sodomate coming to bat for Frogan here.
Before this, uploading anime character drawing tutorials or some shit, she has repeatedly aimed for attention that invites in negative reception. When I wish for US soldiers to get PTSD, I didn't mean to invite in negative attention. I was just innocently streaming.
So whenever shit like this happens for me, I ignore it, and I try to just like let it go on. And because usually with stuff like this, it'll die down, but it has yet to die down, and it's crazy. And I'm like, I just can't just fucking keep sitting here like waiting for it to go away when I realize that these people like get off on harassing me. So I am going to continue living my life the way I do and continue doing my
Oh, that's a spicy take. I'm sorry, I disavow that. Well, I can't disavow. It's your opinion. Lamar, they really have nothing on Frogan. Compared to how much Ethan has crashed out, Frogan has basically done nothing. Lol. Listen, this is a pro H3 Productions channel, okay? But like, no, like people say H3 crashes out. Like, no, he doesn't cry on camera or really lose his shit. He's just a passionate fucking geezer, like I am. Yeah, but the thing is that like the coughing and the twitch. You'd see how she's not coughing, sound twitching. Yeah, but he coughs and twitches because he has fucking Tourette's. That's an ableist take, Anime. Wow, wow. What is this chat right now? Mary Chew, Frogan, Ethan. To be honest, what the fuck is? Okay, right. Okay, this. Okay, clearly I'm in the minority here, but fuck it, I'm gonna stand by it. I don't change for nobody. Wow.
And yeah, I don't give a fuck about what they have to say.
Well, ignoring drama doesn't entail responding to said drama multiple times and trying to prove the haters wrong. You may think that I have terrible spending habits despite previously crying about my financial state, but I actually get my nails done for free in exchange for my content. Hope this helps. So you notice a Twitter post that deeply investigated your fingernails, and instead of ignoring the most chronically online thing ever, you decide to engage with this post, adding more attention to it, along with adding more drama. The thing.
Yeah, based, exactly. Troll baited. BRB looking up if Frogan has ever said anything done about Ukraine. Oh, I'm positive she has. She's definitely one of those tanky. It's all NATO's fault, guys. Fucking people. Listen, I have a very hardline stance on it. If you give shit to Ukraine and start making fucking cope excuses, fucking ape chimping for Russia, No. At that point, I will not take you seriously anymore. Slava Ukraini.
Claim to hate so much. Yeah, this tweet tells me two things. You do care about drama.
They are crashing out about her on her nails. Yeah, some fucking random shit online's crashing out about her fucking nails. Why would you respond to that?
By not paying your friends for their work, you're not a mooching bum.
Excuse me, Diesel. Rogan did say this was an exchange for a service, so it's not really mooching.
Oh yeah, because wasting my time and resources for goddamn Frogan nickels is definitely a fair trade, which is really just shitty-ass React content. So I don't get pedicures myself, but I know it's not cheap. Are you really telling me that watching someone eat and fart while reacting to someone else's content is worth over $100? I don't think that's a mutual trade. Frogan then continues to prove she doesn't care about drama or what people have to say about her by responding to those criticizing the amount of money she spends on cosmetics.
The big point of contention are my nails. Everyone loves to talk about my fucking nails. Whenever the lawsuit was announced against me, my nail lady, who's also a really good friend of mine, she started doing my nails for free. I paid for like one set since then, but all the other nails she's done for me have been for free. Because she's a really good friend of mine in exchange for content, and I also like buy her dinner.
She has, but she only gets low-level takes. I don't hate her for it, but I'm still in team Frogan gets too much hate. Listen, after what Frogan said about 9/11 and all that shit, I'm sorry, but like she's a deranged nutter. Okay, this is such a nothing burger, this whole nail thing. I do it. Listen, I agree with you, this whole nail thing is a nothing burger. Don't get it twisted, but still, the fact that she'd go on stream to then go, people said mean things about me getting a nail pedicure. It's like that is crashing out of a nothing. You've let the trolls get to you at that point.
And or it's not like I'm exploiting her for labor.
Again, if you don't like drama or want to avoid it, then don't engage with it. You only validate
exactly
these meaningless accusations by dedicating a response segment on how much you pay for your nails and eyelashes. I'm not saying that it's wrong for someone to respond to goofy accusations about them, but for an individual claims, I want to avoid drama at all costs, it comes off as contradictory. It's also frustrating because Frogan wants to play the victim, that she's facing online harassment for no reason, yet chooses the wrong decisions to avoid drama. She is smart for not going on Caleb Hammer's show, which would only escalate her situation.
Yeah, that is true as well. Like, the thing is, if you're a celebrity that's not particularly well liked, to go on to Caleb Hammer's financial audit, where, like, if people are already giving you shit and then you're also going to get shit for your financial situation, yeah, avoid that at all costs, because that's never going to work out well for you. It's like if I went on to financial audit, he'd be like, damn, how the fuck are you the age you are and having worked the jobs you have, but you were still fucking poor and shit. And it's like, yeah, because I spend fucking hundreds of pounds a month on fucking Labubu. Like, that would be the end of that fucking financial audit. He'd just say, well, stop doing fucking drugs, mate. Fucking go to rehab, but, you know.
But by constantly responding to the drama, she's still preventing herself from being completely drama-free. Unfortunately for
Mary Chulive says, Diesel is... Whoa. There's a lot of shit. A lot of messages are just coming very quickly. Whoa! Talame says, you're the ones bringing it up. She did not crash out, though. She's responding as it's alright. Diesel's crashing out more in this very video. Hot take, not sure I agree with you, but fair enough. He sounds angry and hysterical. Whoa, that's because he's on 1.5 speed, so maybe that's part of it. Mary Cheese says, people hate Frogan for like 2 dumb takes and her association with Hassan. Yes, that is definitely true. It's been more than 2 dumb takes, but her association with Hassan's definitely been the biggest detriment. But Hassan's a piece of shit. I'm sorry, I know he's got a lot of fans, but I cannot... Hassan is a terrorist sympathising, far left lunatic, and I think, you know, you're gonna get flack by being associated with him.
Frogan, she's done and said a lot of stupid shit, so it would take time for her to actually avoid drama online, but by continuing to engage with it, it just restarts the clock.
Regarding the situation that happened with Capri on Friday, what he said was fucking rude. I had a normal reaction to something, like a rude thing, you know what I mean? A very fucking rude thing. I feel like my reaction is normal, and I cried about it because it hurt my feelings.
The rude comment from the individual Frogan is referring...
How is Diesel more audibly upset in a pre-recorded video than Frogan is live? Again, I'm not sure I agree with you on this. I can see what you're saying, but he's also making a YouTube video. He has to sound passionate about it. If he made a YouTube video... That's the thing. There's only one person that could be fucking Penguin Zero and make videos where he's talking about topics all the time, and it sounds like he never gives a shit about the topics. The only person that can do that and not come across as pedantic and fucking and arrogant is himself. that sort of style doesn't work for anyone else. So of course it's going to sound animated and stuff like that. It's like no, you people would not want to watch me if all I did was sit here and just not give a fuck about anything. I understand my appeal is because I can be quite funny, and I'm most funny when I start shouting and getting upset, well, not upset, but like, you know, passionate and a bit animated. I understand that's where my appeal comes from. And that is what a lot of YouTubers have to do as well, to people to be engaged with the content and what they're saying.
Told her to stop begging for rent money because it's embarrassing, which is just factually correct. And mind you, this was said right after Frogan complained about not even being at 200 Twitch subs near the end of the month and asking people to help her with her rent.
We are only 11 subs away from 200, and we are halfway through the month. Do the math! Mama,
Could you stop begging for rent? It's so fucked.
If Frogan was white, she would not... Oh my god, there's a lot. People are just farming racism. I'm going for Frogan this much. It's pretty much undeniable. If Frogan was white, she wouldn't give half as much hate. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. If she didn't wear the hijab, she would be very white passing for one. Two, no one. I've rarely heard people, apart from outside the dark corners of Kiwi Farms or 4chan, which mainly on Kiwi Farms, and maybe on Livestream Fail, the Livestream Fail subreddit. Outside of those places, and a very small minority of people. That's the only place I've seen, and the very rare racist take on her. Other than that, people dislike her for what she's espoused and what she's said.
Okay, then you know what? Fine. You know my Venmo. Send me that shit then.
I'm just like, I keep watching and I'm like, oh, here she goes again, begging for rent.
Okay,
like,
some of us don't. Okay, then pay my fucking rent then. You know my Venmo. Send me that shit.
Yeah.
That's a horrible. Also, that is a crash out comment right there. Oh, it's my Venmo. You send me the money for rent then. It's like, I'm sorry. I know, like, I'm not trying to call out people that don't have jobs or they're unemployed or whatever. I'm not trying to have a go. But if it's one thing to have a streaming career that doesn't pay enough money, and you just you make your peace with that, right? You make £400 or $500 or whatever it is a month, and you make your peace with that. Fine, but then to constantly go on about it and on about it and say, oh well, come on guys, give me more money, come on, my rent's due and all this shit. It's like, if it ain't working out for you, it ain't working out for you. Like, you know, this is the Trough channel. This isn't my first rodeo of trying to be an online content creator. I've had much bigger success with other online content I made in the past, but it still wasn't going to get me anywhere. It still wasn't going to pay the bills. And it's the same as back in the day. If your music wasn't good enough, or your acting wasn't good enough, or whatever, you had to make your peace with that and just move on in life. You know, and to constantly have a fucking chip on your shoulder about it. I'm sorry, I have very limited sympathy.
I would say that comment was definitely warranted.
This is the same problem we had with Meghan Markle. Oh god, I know. Listen, Sadame, I love you, but I don't want to get into the fucking Meghan Markle debate again for a second. Oh my god, that went on for hours. Listen. Look, I cannot get in to the fucking Meghan Markle discourse again. Oh my god, I think I'd have a hernia. I don't think I'd have a panic attack.
Rogan only made it work.
Why is that your fucking problem, though? She's allowed to ask money on the stream. Whoa. Okay. Yes, you're right. It's not my problem. It's not my problem. But when you put yourself out there in public, you're allowed to be critical of these things. I have a genuine aversion to e-begging in general. Now, I'm not to say, okay, years ago, when I was a baraholic, I've once asked for money for booze online. This is true, okay? It's not my problem, but I'm still allowed an opinion on it. It's content. There's legit critiques of her. I think the problem is a lot of the further around it is. Do you remember those toxic places online you mentioned? This much is probably true. It's definitely perpetuated by these online places a lot more than it should be. That is correct.
Saying, oh yeah, well then pay my rent. You know my Venmo. You could have passed this as a joke, but only made yourself look more desperate for money by continuing to beg. That's not really something viewers want to see. Breaking down crying because someone told you to stop e-begging is not a normal reaction. Get a grip. This only proves streaming isn't a good career choice for you. If you have to resort to begging for more subs, be entertaining. If that's not possible, then get a different job.
If you hate somebody so much, why are you putting that much fucking effort in? Like, if I don't like somebody, I move on with my fucking life.
You literally blew up on...
It seems you start from a place of hating Frogan first and then judge her actions. Well, listen, hate is a strong word. I don't hate her. I don't know her as a person in real life. I don't hate anybody I see online. You know, like, even when I say things like, oh, I hate Koeman, I don't actually hate Koeman. I don't fucking know him. I've never drank with the man. I've never gone out with him or had a genuine offline conversation with him. So I can never sit here and say I hate him. Okay, it's obviously it's a bit of hyperbole when I say I hate him. It's the same thing of her. Yeah, I dislike her. Everything I've seen, most of what I've seen from her has left me with a distaste in my mouth, and I do not particularly have much time for her. I wouldn't say I hate her though. And after the content cop and the way they went about the H3 situation, I'm sorry, I know a lot of people in this circle were on the other side. I'm on the other side. I felt differently about it. I was more on H3's side about it, and because of that, it's left a bad impression. I'm sorry to say. Was she breaking down crying? Yeah, she did in the beginning of the video. 1 second.
Someone because they unfollowed you. No, I don't really care that Frogan has a hate boner for Ethan Klein, even before he sued her, but it's just...
I'll show it after the end of this. There is a clip of her breaking down crying about it.
Fake attitude of I'm the bigger person compared to these people that she projects to her viewers that annoys me. You participate in dogpiling on people you don't like online as well, and need to stop pretending.
Yes, who wouldn't side with the rich man suing people left, right, and centre? But again, I don't feel like that's a completely honest representation of what actually happened. Like, when it came down to the letter of the law, there was an order. Well, okay, it came down to they did rip off his content. They ripped it off. They did not it was not transformative. I don't want to get into. I'll be honest with you. This whole year, it seems, has just been the year of this drama. We've finally moved on from it. I'm not sure I really want to get back into it fully because it's an exercise in futility. It's a fool's errand for me to do it because all that happens is a bunch of people get upset with me when I start talking about it because I don't feel the same way as them. You know, it was the thing I argued with Koeman about. It's the thing I argued with Dickers about. It's the thing I argued with Parry about for God knows how long. You know, like I'm sorry. I have the other opinion on it. But I can also see it's a waste of time for me to keep bringing it up or going over it or engaging with it. Because all that happens is that people think I'm a cunt. I don't want people to think I'm a cunt. So...
You're above it.
And so many streamers are like coming after me because I said I hate streaming in the clip. Yeah, I'm sorry. None of you will ever have the experience I have streaming. Ever. So if I feel like some sort of disdain or anything regarding streaming, I'm allowed to feel that way.
So you don't like streaming and you make a little money from it. Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable for other streamers to ask why you still stream because something isn't adding up here. And I can only assume that you're too lazy to do actual work and that's why you continue to stream.
If you experience just the fact of what I've experienced the last 2 fucking years, you would be feeling the same exact way too.
Then stop putting yourself in positions that lead to you facing backlash. You're not just some innocent little victim that's being berated for no reason. You involve yourself in drama and say out-of-pocket shit all the time. If you're too fucking stupid to understand why, that would lead...
Whoa. Okay, disavow. No anti-Semitism. No anti-Semitism in the chat, please. No anti-Semitism in the chat, please. Okay, oy vey, definitely not.
People dunking on you, then again, streaming isn't for you. Anyways, this response has not changed my position towards Frogan, considering her mental fortitude for streaming. I'm not going to claim that every time Frogan is criticized, it's justified, but she doesn't do herself any favors by engaging with every single little thing. And I also think she has a victim mentality and wants so badly to change her image online by convincing others she's a bigger person. Despite her biggest drama and feud with Ethan Klein starting because she made an unhinged tweet about October 7th and was unfollowed.
Yeah, that last point is bang on the money. Bang on the money. Bang on the money.
For some shit, she has repeatedly aimed for attention that invites in negative reception. When I wish for US soldiers to get PTSD...
I don't like drama. I hate drama. The only drama I like is drama that doesn't involve me. You know, that I get to watch from the sidelines.
Videos. Yeah, look, there we go.
It's been a while since we've talked about the Mighty Morphin Frogan here on the Diesel Patches channel. And like many, I didn't know who this individual was until I dubbed.
Alright, listen, you know what? Okay, I'm not going to concede, but what I'm going to say is... clearly... No, I'm not going to say that. She's like Lily T. Yeah, okay, she's like Lily Tino. And then the video. Yeah, but then again, I don't know. So this is another time. Well, I have to go back and rewatch the video that he said. I don't think he said it was this time. Okay, if he did say that, then he was wrong. Okay, now the other thing. Now I don't want to watch this video. I've already seen this video. She just starts crying because she can't make any money from streaming. Which again, if you can't make money about it, either own it. Again, I've got nothing against people that can't make a living off streaming. But at the same time, you're gonna start crying about it and throwing a hissy fit over it. It's kind of like I'll leave it there. Because it's not. If it's listen, if you think it's why do I care enough? Good point. Why do I give a shit? It's a valid question. Why do I give a shit? But I do want to see the iDubbbz dub because I listen. iDubbbz can go. iDubbbz. I'm sorry. The people that defend him go. Oh well. Like he just matured. That's why people dislike him. No, people dislike him being a disingenuous rat bastard. What he did to Airsoft Fassing. What he did to fucking other people that he fucking made documentaries about and then just fucked him over. The way he stabbed Ethan in the back. Fuck iDubbbz. Fuck his whole fucking brand. He's a disingenuous, slimy rat bastard. Okay? Fuck iDubbbz. Let's see what's happened with iDubbbz recently.
So, after getting bullied off YouTube, it seems that Ian and Agnes have become React streamers. And what sort of content do these two need?
You expect Parry not to kick Dingo when he's down. Frogan and iDubbbz and all these people, they are celebrities in their own right. My celebrities, some of them sure, but I'm punching up. Okay, they're leagues above me. Dingo was an innocent victim. I defend iDubbbz on his use of this sword, and I think he did intentional. That's just good tactics. That is a hot take. Be happy to pardon Frogan. Why? Because it's the thing. Because she's brought it upon herself as horrible things. Dingo has severe mental problems, and as a channel of less than fucking 200 subscribers. Frogan is relatively well known. She's a public enough figure that commentary videos can expect to get 100 to 200,000 views about her. She's well known. She's known to be in Hassan's orbit. Dingo was just some random fucking guy that Parry found on a whim and decided to just blow up his fucking spot and actively fucking drove him, indirectly or not, back into being addicted to fucking, Findom.
Poops react to? Well, one show that seems to make its way on Ian's streams a lot is 90 Day Fiancé, a show about an American bringing their fiancé from a foreign country to the US for marriage and citizenship. So why are we looking at Ian's reaction to some random TLC show? Well, the Jomas being the enlightened and...
Dingo did not bring it upon himself. I never said that Dingo brought it upon himself. I said the opposite of that. Dingo did not bring it upon himself. There's no point that no one watches Frogan. She can't make any money. Yes, no one directly watches her. People watch. It's like that nobody watches Dark Side fucking Phil, but people watch things about Dark Side Phil. It doesn't matter if she doesn't make any financial income from it. She still is in the public sphere enough to be known. Doesn't matter if the financial situation is about the attention. Again, I don't want to sit here and argue with you. That's not what the Trough is about. The Trough is not about arguing with people, okay? The Trough is about peace and love and good vibes, not about arguing about Dingo and Frogan of all people.
Intelligent political commentators that they are, decided it would be appropriate to discredit.
Things like you want it both ways. It's convenient. She's big enough to punch up, but also a brute afraid of no money. She is objectively broke, and she's not done successful. Not being successful is not the same as not being well known. There's been many famous actors and musicians that have got big and flamed out but they're still very well known. It's still... For the sake of peace. For the sake of peace. And listen, she may have made a bad few comments, but maybe she can be redeemed. Oh man, I feel... Fuck it. A drink for Frogan. A drink for Frogan. A drink for Frogan. You know what? Okay. 1 second. Frogan, I wish you the best. I hope you recover. I hope you can overcome your demons, and I hope you can reform. Peace and love. I'm not doing that again. I'm not doing that fucking iDubbbz. I don't give a shit. I'd rather lose all my fucking viewers permanently than fucking defend iDubbbz. I don't give a fuck about this one, for the record. iDubbbz is a line in the fucking sand for me.
An Iranian man's account of Iran, so they can give the real facts on what Iran is like. Yeah, I'm not really surprised this is how Ian's brain works, considering this is what he revealed to be his way of thinking within his video about immigration. For some reason, Ian believes he knows more about a country where people have actually lived on the basis of... I actually have no idea. He's not an expert on Iran, he's never lived there, so what exactly makes him a more credible source?
People singing and dancing like on the street, it just feels weird, because if you do that in Iran, like they can arrest you.
W Trough, W Frogan, let's fucking go. Okay, well, I'm glad to resolve that. And then after this, we're not doing... Whoa, what the are you... Oh, I thought someone typed that in chat. No, it's just a video title.
It's a little eye-rolly, like, why are you presenting it, like, it feels like he's fucking paid to do propaganda for...
the US.
Yeah.
Like the US, like...
So this is so strange to me, because I'm seeing everyone having such a good time here, being so free.
And laughing.
But in Iran, you would be arrested on this...
Yeah, but, like, listen, I fucking know Iranian people. For fuck's sake, my sister was briefly involved with an Iranian person who I still talk to this day. I have other friends from Iran. Let me tell you, and yeah, the reason he's fucking saying that is because it's very much not all sunshines and rainbows in fucking Iran. I'm not saying it's in the United States either, but trust me, you know, this whole thing, the Western media paints all these countries bad, it's all propaganda. That's to a certain extent, but not entirely. Iran is not a happy fucking place. It's a place, it's got a lot of poverty, a lot of political strife, and a lot of repression, especially against women. So this iDubbbz take where he's like, oh, well, it's paid propaganda. No, he's probably just surprised to see some fucking freedom.
Spot for having any sort of joy.
If you were ever feeling joy, they would arrest you in Tehran, Iran.
That's not even close to what he just said. Inserting words like joy, freedom, and fun as replacements for singing and dancing may not seem like much of a difference, but it's really just a way for Ian and Anissa to take the opportunity to go on a rant about American propaganda so they can come off as more cultured and open-minded. Anyways, what the guy in the TV show actually said is that people singing and dancing on the street is weird for him because in Iran, you can be arrested for that. And he's right. Under Iran's legal system, it is actually against the law to dance in public, typically used to target women. But haha, we're so progressive, guys, calling out this brainwashed American slop. Now watch as we defend this comically evil state of power. Now, it may be an official law, but is the no dancing rule actually enforced in Iran? I can't say for sure to what extent, but even so, I was still able to find a handful of examples.
A young couple in their early 20s have reportedly been sentenced to a total of 10 years in prison, each, that is, for dancing at the foot of Tehran's Freedom Tower. The engaged couple, and you can see them here in this video, have reportedly been convicted of promoting corruption and prostitution, colluding against national security and propaganda against the establishment. Now it comes as the government continues.
By the way, based BBC News, best news organisation in the world. We don't have anything bad against it. Based BBC News. Also, yeah, especially because she's dancing in the video without her hijab, which, by the way, it's illegal to go outside without hijab in Iran.
Used to prevent protests across the country since September as well.
Iran arrests 6 for Zumba dancing. Iran arrests 19 people for mixed gender party. 6 Iranians arrested for appearing in a video dancing to Pharrell Williams' song Happy have been sentenced up to 1 year in prison and 91 lashes.
Oh no! But Diesel, for that last one, those sentences were actually suspended.
Yeah, isn't it great to know that whenever I feel like throwing back my fat dumpy in public, the government can threaten to whip me silly? Excuse me for being ignorant.
I can feel the freedom.
Yeah. It's starting to make her uncomfortable.
What?
You can't have your dog
On a leash?
even on a leash.
Well, where are you supposed to keep it?
I don't know, at home?
Okay, so you
Yeah, because you're not supposed to, yeah, you're not really supposed to have dogs in Iran either. That's true.
don't know.
Well, I would expect him to know a hell of a lot more than you two since he's actually lived in Iran. Oh, and color...
Yeah, I do want to say that as well. Like, regardless of how you feel about the geopolitical situation of either of these countries, I do think there is something in, and this is why another reason I dislike iDubbbz. There's something very insipid about his brand of, I'm gonna fucking say it, almost white savior tier political fucking positions when it comes to a lot of these things. It's insane some of the fucking takes he has on things about countries he's never been to or interacted with the populace of. I've been to the Middle East. I've been to fucking Southeast Asia. I've been to South Asia. I've been to Africa. You know, I've been to North America. I've been all over fucking Europe. I know the experiences and the life and culture of many places in the fucking world. And then some untravelled fucking dolt like fucking iDubbbz and stick his fucking nose in. It comes across as incredibly fucking pig-headed.
Surprise, on the topic of Iranian culture, the Iranian happened to be right, while the two wondercrackers just laugh off their own ignorance. Iran expands dog walking ban. Now, you could argue that all of my sources are Western propaganda, and the camera crew told the Iranian guy he has to suck off America's dick and lie about his own country, but what's the alternative? If there is a counter source that Ian and Anissa have, information that they have access to that no one else does apparently, I would love to see it. So far, it's just them saying, that's wrong, this brown man's so silly. I'm sorry, they actually use their echo chamber live chat as a source.
No shot, that's true. None of this is true. That's what's so annoying about it.
Gee, I wonder which of these two is more credible.
Are you But they're going to come find me and they're going to drone strike me. The Iranian government will drone strike me if I say mean things.
Listen, he's
Of all the countries in the world to simp for, Iran is fucking weak, dude. I'm sorry. Of all the countries in the world to simp for, Iran is fucking weak. You know, it's like these people that spend their whole life like simping for places like China and stuff as well. And I'm not to say that China is as bad as Iran for personal freedoms, right? There's definitely a fair amount more personal freedoms in China, don't get me wrong. But it's like, again, I've been to fucking China. Okay, I know, I've obviously not experienced like a local does, but you can tell instantly, in a lot of ways, it's not as free as other countries like in our parts of the world are. Yes, we have our fucking own problems. Let's not take away from that. But just this idea that it's all just fake Western news is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
planning on going back, potentially, okay? And if he wants to come back, he's got to be careful with what he says.
Bro. Are they going to check his last 5 years of social media history? So this is just so... Yeah. He's so scared. The producer, this is America. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, the producers almost never say shit, and if they do, they'll cut it out.
Yeah.
Here specifically, they're like, no, let's make sure.
Also, bullshit. Can I just say for the record as well, bullshit. TLC were like, okay, Mr. Iranian man, you've got to be spouting pro-America propaganda for our TLC show. Do you think TLC gives a flying fuck about what anyone has to say about America? They're not a wing of the government propaganda. It's not a wing of government propaganda. That I think that's a crazy take.
Here, it's all in there. We want the full context. He's nervous in this moment.
Ho ho ho, he thinks Iran lacks freedom and rights. What would he know besides living there for many years? Now, I've never...
Anissa and Ian look happy. Whoa, Weasel Patches is seething as usual. Whoa, buddy. Whoa.
Never personally lived in Iran myself, but I do have this United Nations human rights report claiming government of Iran is ramping up its efforts to restrict the rights of women and girls, and others demanding human rights. I can just taste the freedom after hearing that. The state increased policing of and criminal prosecution against women defying the mandatory hijab. Women, human rights defenders, and activists have continued to...
6 minutes and 7 seconds. I got to refresh this page because I want to speed up a bit. Oh, 1 sec.
So, after getting bullied off YouTube, it seems that Ian and Agnes have become React streamers. And what sort of content do these two nincompoops react to? Well, one show that seems to make its way on Ian's streams a lot is, and in some cases, a death penalty for peaceful activities in support of human rights. See, when I read shit like this, and then see these two buffoons defend the people enacting these evil actions, it just tells me that Ian and Anissa are nothing but grifters. And I didn't really need this to tell me that, because I kind of had a feeling that was the case. I never got the impression Ian was genuine about foreign policy or politics.
Well, now, Bro went to Wikipedia. Well, I don't know. What's wrong with Wikipedia? Also, I'd like to hear some content suggestions in the chat. Let's lighten the mood. Let's bring the mood up a bit. This has got a bit heavy, a bit political, a bit controversial. I don't want to be controversial. That's not what I aim for.
but they want to portray themselves as intelligent and caring. Since Ian and Anissa heavily criticize the United States, they feel like it's necessary to defend a country that is unfavorable towards the United States, despite the country they choose to defend being against what they claim their ideals are.
I feel like I had a sunglasses in Iran that I could see everything darker, but here everything looks more colorful.
Well, it's Mardi Gras.
Dude. Wait, so he's in New Orleans during Mardi Gras, and you two are surprised by his culture shock? Yeah, if I went from covering ankles and hair...
Anything other than Zionist... Jesus Christ, Sadame, come on. Come on, Sadame. Come on. I feel like that's a... Jeez, Zionist prop. Also, I'm not even against that. I think we'd have a permanent falling out if we even got into that.
To beads and mommy milkers, I think I'd also be surprised on how different the two cultures are. But nah, we should just belittle him and make fun of him.
He is talking like he's writing a what
Fuck
is
it.
this?
I think
it's so performative. It's annoying.
I think it's Labubu o'clock. I think it's Labubu o'clock. What Labubu? What Labubu am I gonna? Yeah, the green Labubu.
He's writing a new American anthem.
Yeah, no. You know what? It reminds me of when you're in English class or something, you're being taught a concept, and you need to demonstrate that you understand the concept of symbolism or descriptive writing by like overdoing it in your paper. You're like, I don't talk like this.
Yeah.
Did you just come to the realization that these shitty TLC shows are scripted? My brain.
But isn't that Ian's whole point?
Yes, the producers probably told these two, hey, make some comparisons between the US and Iran. But that's kind of part of the premise of 90 Day Fiancé, comparing where immigrants came from in the United States, displaying maybe why they're leaving their country for the United States. Like, there's a difference between saying the United States is the best, the only right culture, and then they're saying that, well, my country wasn't very safe, the laws were very oppressive, the United States seems to have more freedom, and I like it here better. So far, this guy's description of Iran doesn't seem very far-fetched, and I would definitely take his word over the Jomas. I'm open to be proven wrong, but so far the only counter source provided by Ian and Anissa Jockstrap is from whatever is coming out of their two shared brain cells. They don't provide anything to back up their arguments. Anyways, after the two white people spoke for the brown person, actually, I'm 215's Lebanese. The couple received backlash, including within Ian's own chat, which is infamous for how much of an echo chamber it is. A disappointed fan told Ian what they thought of him and Anissa defending Iran.
Can you address this real quick? As someone who is a sub and has gifted, letting you know I've canceled my sub, seeing ignorant comments, putting down the Iranian man. Did it for me. A close friend of mine's parents escaped Iran for Italy and have told me how bad the regime is.
What was that? Fuck, was that sped up voice he did? Oh, it's because Anissa's like, I'm 215's Lebanese or some shit. She's someone moment she's 215's Lebanese, next moment she's half Irish. She's all over the place, it seems.
It's not American propaganda. Very disappointed. Do better. Write me off as a troll. I don't care. I just want you to see the criticism and hopefully think before you speak. Honestly, I think this is everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Yeah, except for the guy who lived in Iran, apparently.
Like, if you want to be critical of the Iranian regime, that's great. That's fine. Like, especially if you have experience, right? But using another country to essentially say, like, America great, America awesome, that's where I have the problem with, right? And that's exactly what we saw.
Nope. You and Anissa snickered and rolled your eyes even when the Iranian guy didn't make comparisons with Iran and the United States. You poked fun at him because you thought he was exaggerating while just talking about Iran. It's clear you two wanted to show your 4 viewers that, oh, we're so open-minded and progressive. We don't think Iran is bad, it's just misunderstood. Look at how understanding we are, guys.
Perfect example, the 90-day episode, where this Iranian man, who could have a lot of valid opinions about Iran.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You and Anissa brushed him off right away. Quit acting like you were open to hearing him out. Your opinion was well already made up. Even when he didn't compare Iran to the US, you both scoffed at his comments and then just straight up fabricated what he was actually saying to make him sound stupid. Followed up with a,
untrue, that's exaggeration.
Okay, well, this is the final Diesel Patches episode of 2025. I'll see you guys next year for the inevitable divorce arc.
Okay, right. No. We're not watching ACAD Daily of all fucking channels. Jesus Christ. Right, okay. I guess some Mary Chu content would be good. Mary Chu had a conversation with Firebat earlier on today that was very eye-opening, it has to be said. I think that would definitely be something worth watching.
Rain flummox. Yeah. It's all about whether...
So Mary Chu, friend of the channel, she had an interview with Firebat. He's actually seething. Maybe I don't know. It's a massive opinion, I guess. But yeah, this is the conversation at Firebat. Why is Sargon in your recommended? Because basically, so there's a situation going on in my hometown regarding asylum seekers being moved into a disused army base, and he covered it on his YouTube channel, and I watched it because of that. So that is why. And it's also because I watch like a lot of political streamers and stuff, and like he gets thrown into the fold.
Yeah. Sorry, I want to know what other things he's debunking.
Oh, come on, where's the bit?
we were going through at that time.
And do you agree that Sargon is a Nazi now? I'm not sure I'd say he's a Nazi, but he's definitely extremely far right. He's definitely the thing. Look, listen, maybe 10 or so years ago, I did watch some of Sargon's content. But the thing is that he's become a very like blood and soul nationalist type now, where it's like, even if you were born in this country, unless you're like also like white, basically, you can never be a British citizen or this sort of thing. And I disavow those sort of things completely. I think that's very far blown. Oh my god, this is. Oh, I need to put it earlier, not further before. Where the fuck is?
All of like
2
seconds.
Because I'm on the wrong fucking day. That's why I can't find it. Jesus Christ. Oh my giddy aunt. Right, I need to go to live. Here we go.
Stuff that happened during the relationship.
Yeah.
It's so cringe. Yeah, no, I do agree. Listen, I think Sargon has definitely gone very mask off. I'll be honest with you, I really started, like I was never like a full-on Sargoner, for lack of a better phrase. But like, I when he started to like, fucking constantly ape for Trump and this sort of thing, that's when I really lost me. Like, when he started to just suck off Trump all the time, I was like, yeah, no, there's no redemption for it. There's no redemption here. None in the slightest. Like, you know, I will never ever understand British people that suck off Trump, especially given to how hostile they are to our own country. It's like I really do view as like a fucking traitor in that way. I'm not gonna lie, like it really is traitorous to me to be a British pro-Trumper to that extent.
Okay, so it's working on this end. That's good. Perfect.
All right, 1.5
your head is slightly cut off at the top. And we can go with that.
He's too Sargon. Yeah, but yeah, this is the Mary Chew. This is the Mary Chew conversation she had with Firebat. Firebat is a trans, self-admitted sissy AGP content creator that does a lot of Minecraft stuff. Also does like just personal streams where she just sort of just speaks, I guess. Highlights included she cheated on her wife with some black fella off Grindr to get free poppers and then didn't even take the money for the poppers after doing the cheating. They have a kid on the way. They're unemployed and they'd rather not find a job. You'll see in this interview, like, they're a very eclectic person. I'll put it like that.
You want? That's better. See. Yeah, no, it looks fine. It looks fine now. It looks fine now. This is when you start off a little bit. It's like that.
There you go. We'll get it fixed. Right. There you go. Perfect. Now you see my full face.
How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Working on Minecraft for a little bit, and now I'm on here hanging out with you for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. What do you do on Minecraft?
Currently, I'm building a giant pyramid, like with a core and everything to it, and it's taken 5 days on and off to build it.
Okay, so like creative pyramid one.
On Minecraft, I love creating things. I'm not much of a survivor player. I'm more.
That's a good labubu.
Create and expand.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm kind of the opposite. I haven't played in years, to be honest with you.
I'll be 2 seconds.
How much time do you spend with Minecraft?
Well, according to my channel, let's see, 40, about maybe 2-3 hours a day, maybe. If I'm playing every day.
Dedication, I guess.
Yeah, I got a lot of time on my hands. I'm waiting for a lot of people to get back to me with job applications and all that, which is... And when you're waiting, you got to fill that time somehow, right?
Yeah, I can kind of imagine. Like, I do kind of understand, like, if you're looking for work, there are points where it's like, we've applied to all you can, and it's like, there's not much else you can do at points. So I do kind of get that.
Like,
and you, yeah, you're waiting to hear from places again, because you were working somewhere, right?
Yeah, I was. Well, technically, I'm still working for them, technically. I'm what they call on standby. So basically, I'm at home, I'm waiting for them to get an order from the warehouse saying, hey, we need someone, and then they'll contact me and go, hey, here's a job, do you want it?
Oh, so are they getting you to do, like,
No, I was working in a QC quality control. That's what I was doing. Great job. Love the crew, love the people, love the job itself. I just had a really hard time with the understanding how it all works.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I saw some of the live and you were saying about, like, data entry and, like, spelling mistakes and stuff.
Yep, stuff like that. So, like, there's spelling, you have to do it in the warehouse, so they're very particular with how you type. So they want full caps, they want things spelled precisely, they don't want me to use, like, WT for the word weight. They want me to actually type it out, which for me, like, remembering how to spell that, it's...
Oh, are you like dyslexic, or...?
Maybe. I'm convinced that I do have some sort of dyslexia, but my wife's like, yeah, no, you're not dyslexic. I'm like, why is it a lot of words that are, like parallel to each other, I can't spell them? Like, you know, like the word left, and then, like, there's another word for left. The words are the same thing, but you spell it differently.
Oh, you forget which one to use.
Nuances? Yeah, nuances. I don't.
Yeah, you like forget which one to use when it's like Not synonyms, I can't remember the word for it. When two words sound the same, whatever. That's fair enough. In terms of like work, I think you said you had the longest job was like a year and a half or something like that. Is that right?
Year and a half. Working as an Uber driver.
Wow.
Again, another job that was really good, and also I wish I could still do Uber.
Right, hot take here. Hot take. Can you say that it was your longest job if it's Uber? I mean, is Uber really a job in that way? Because it's like you don't get officially employed by Uber. You just sort of sign up for it. It's more like a gig economy thing rather than an actual job. As if I'm not the most knowledgeable. I've never been an Uber driver, but it's my understanding that it's not an actual job. It's more just like a gig thing you do. So it's kind of like, that sounding like a dick. It kind of in a way, if your longest job was working for Uber, I mean, fuck me, you got some problems. Well, that's rough.
Right now, but unfortunately, the car we had, I wrecked it.
There's not a great endorsement, is it?
No. Luckily, we don't have to pay $1,000, every year for this car now. Now we just let it go. So
Fair enough.
it's one less.
When did that kind of end? How long ago was that?
Let's see. I remember serves it correctly. It was like May, April, somewhere in there.
Oh, so fairly recently.
Yeah, it was. So basically, I was getting a job at the Rebel Casino, waiting for that to take off. While I was waiting for that, I was working Uber as I normally do, because that's what I usually do. That's how we've been able to get by for the past year and a half, almost 2 years. Is I've been Ubering, and then when I have these little jobs here and there, I bounce back and forth.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It keeps us afloat. And
And I do have sympathy for this. I don't actually have a lot of sympathy for this because, like, I did alright in school. I didn't do amazing. I didn't do awful. I dropped out of sixth form, which we call it college here, or sixth form. You know, like, I've never worked gig economy jobs. I've always had proper full-on jobs, like, I've worked in retail. I've worked in hospitality. It was only as I got older I started to get into more specialised industry roles and office jobs and higher paying jobs and, sort of found my way, I guess. So I'm not trying to just shit on this person. I understand the struggle. I do get the struggle of it. It can be hard. So that makes sense. I think it's fine for casual convo. Most people consider it a job. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I'm not trying to like put it down. I'm just saying, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to put it down. That isn't my intention.
But without another car, I can't keep that up, unfortunately.
What have you done since then?
Let's see. Since see. It was Rebel Casino. That was about 2 months. Almost 3 months.
What are you doing?
Cal, let me move my camera so you can see Mary Chu as well. There you go. And we'll stretch out the banner and update the shot counter. There we go. Look at that. Let me move that slightly. Wow, look at it. Look at us go.
Editorial. It's kind of what my areas of expertise are. I would walk around the casino, clean the machines, clean the bathrooms, set things up, take things down, take out trash, cardboard, basically restock, that type of stuff. It was a good gig. I miss it. It was really hard for me to leave.
I've never worked in a full-on casino, but I've worked in betting shops. They call them casinos here in the UK, technically, but they're betting shops. But I worked in a betting shop before I had my current job. But when I came back from the UK, to sort of tide me over for a couple months, or even just like a month, I worked in a betting shop called Coral, which is I think the biggest one's probably Betfred, but so let's say the second biggest brand is Coral. I worked in a Coral for about a month. It was okay, just emptying machines with the money and basic stuff, like cleaning and stuff. It was a fine job. I paid about £15 an hour, which wasn't too bad. It was fine.
I'm being honest.
Was it you that left?
Yeah, I left. There's very few jobs that I leave, and it's usually either because the job itself is just not a good fit for me long term, or
why is the fucking sound gone?
This complication specifically, I was being bullied. What they call on standby.
Oh, for fuck's sake, because I've not, because I haven't. Oh my god, I have to do all this shit again. 1 second, for fuck's sake. The sound's gone again. 1 second, people. 1 second. I have to pause it while I get the sound working again. For fuck's sake. Here we go. Ugh. Bear with me, folks. Apologies about this. The sound's gone. I have to fucking do this thing on. Yeah. Right. Apologies about this. You have to just bear with. Come on, please start working again. Thing. Come on. Found. Ready to connect. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Right, it's back on. All right, let me reconnect the headphones now. Hopefully it'll work. Just bear with me. There we go. All right, we're back in. All right, sorry about that.
That's okay. It's on the internet forever.
Rewinding.
Auditory processing issues. I bet every place I go to. So when you go to interview, most people think of it as, oh, I go in to be interviewed. I go in as I'm interviewing them. So I bring things up like, hey, got auditory processing issues. And so you guys aware, like, what you guys protocol on something.
I'm not sure I'd be a dickhead because listen, I've got my own. I've got autism and ADHD. I personally choose to not mention them in an interview unless it's like directly put to me, because I feel like it will definitely diminish my chances of getting the job. I feel like if you're struggling to find employment, telling people about your drawbacks, let's say, your mental impositions, may not be the best strategy. I'm trying to say this in this kindest way possible. I think you've got to be careful about doing that because it's not a fair world. And yes, there's there's supposed to be laws in place to stop companies, and what have you, from discriminating based on disability or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's not a vetted process. And in the interview stages, if you come in gung-ho, admitting your own mental problems, you are almost setting yourself up for failure. Especially as other candidates that don't have such problems. I'm not saying that's right, but I don't know. I feel like it's not a winning strategy there, definitely.
Different things, communication. And the interview I had yesterday is very promising. I have a popcorn in my mouth. That was embarrassing.
That's okay. It's on the internet forever. That's fair enough. So sometimes you let go, I guess, for similar reasons. When you say you kind of vet your employer, do you find that affects your chances of getting a job, like kind of bringing up those kind of specific issues you might have?
Yes, it does affect greatly. One, it either brings out the type of boss I'm ideally looking for, and it turns out to be a good fit, or it doesn't bring that out and they end up not hiring me. And I'd rather be hired by someone.
Yeah, but again, I don't think that's necessarily the case, even in the positive. It brings out the kind of boss that will want to hire me. Listen, I've made this mistake myself when I was a younger man. And I've had bosses, potential bosses that, they're then all like, oh yeah, it's no problem, they're on paper very accepting. They'll say that to you in the interview in the moment, but it may not be true in reality. To be quite frank with you, it may not come to fruition in reality. Most people are not, especially in the UK, they have to be nice to you pretty much if you say these sort of things, because otherwise you get taken to court. But that's before they've hired you, and you have to worry about the fact they may not hire you afterwards. And I feel like it's just almost setting yourself up for failure in a way.
Versus someone that won't work with me, and if they won't work with me, it's not gonna last, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I get
10 years of job hunting, you kind of learn what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I get that. Like, in terms of like your circumstance, is maybe a kind of beggars can't be choosers approach more likely to get you?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Especially if you're just doing medial, basic entry-level retail, hospitality, janitorial, as the Americans say. I don't know what it even is of the UK. I guess cleanliness, sort of jobs. Like you do have to look at it like ultimately most people don't want to do them. So unless there's something severely wrong with you, or you really carry yourself poorly in an interview, you'll be hired. If there's not that much competition for it. And I feel like when there's such little competition in a lot of these jobs, to then say these sort of things, it's like it's almost condemning yourself for no gain.
You just kind of anything to keep the money coming in.
Like maybe I'm being unreasonably harsh here. Feel free to let me know in the chat if I am just being unreasonably harsh here, but I don't think I am.
Yeah, I just whatever I get my hands on. That's still the case. But when you're trying to do a job and you literally can't do it, you kind of have a choice. Either A, do the right thing and let them know, hey, I'm having a hard time, communicate, and they'll know, hey, I need something else. Or you fake it till you make it and then get fired because you're not doing your job right.
That's not, again, that's true. That's a fair take as well. That's a fair take as well. But it depends how often are you saying you can't handle it. Because if it's something quite straightforward, you know, and you're constantly saying, I'm struggling here, at some point they're going to go, okay, well, you're just not cut out for it then. You know, like, I end up persevering through it, but I had a similar approach when I worked at Lidl, and after a certain amount of time, they started saying similar things. It's like they almost started looking at me like I was an idiot. You are unreasonably harsh to Frogan. Maybe I was, okay? Peace and love.
Have you found any specific like sectors or like kinds of work that you found that you excelled at, or is that still something you've yet to find?
I find that janitorial, housekeeping, those type of things seem to be my niche because I'm good at cleaning in general. I've always been good at cleaning, thanks to my foster parents being it into me as a child. Kind of all I've ever known, cleaning is kind of my thing. I wish I could do more than that. That's definitely something I'm striving for, especially with my YouTube channel, trying to get it up and going and all that, and getting closer to my goal. But I would like to maybe at some point be able to get to a point where.
Okay, and the other thing, and I get what this person's saying as well. Listen, I'd love to be able to just. All I'd need to basically, if I was, maybe I'll start allowing donations on this page. I'll set up a Streamlabs donation thing, right? You know, I don't think it's gonna make any change in my life, but you know, if I can make like $3,000 a month off this thing, yeah, I could do it full time work. But I'm not. That's not something I'm striving for particularly. I've got other things going on in my life, to be honest. I prefer it as a straight hobby, but like. Another problem with this sort of attitude of like, oh, well, I hope my YouTube channel's popping off, I'm hoping it's going to go somewhere. It's like, but 99.9 times out of 100 it doesn't. And you'll see it more in this interview clip that they definitely do start to have not quite delusions of grandeur, not that extreme, but close to it. You know, talking about the YouTube channel popping off, it's exploding in popularity. It's like they still only have like 2,000 subscribers, which is way more than I have. But it's like, I don't know, it's I feel like with all these things, for a YouTube channel, Twitch channel, Kick, Rumble, whatever it is, do it because you enjoy doing it as a hobby, and then if you're able to make genuine success out of it organically, then ride the wave. But if you're setting out with the goal of, I want to do this as an income, you're just setting yourself up for failure and heartbreak. You know? Because let's be real, the sort of content this person makes is shit. I'm sorry to say, the vast majority of it is they're streaming directly from their mobile phone, so they're not like taking the footage from their mobile phone, then putting it through OBS on their computer and then streaming it. They're just doing straight stream from their phone. It's them playing Minecraft mobile on their phone with no face cam, no commentary, so just complete silence apart from the game sounds. Or them just building stuff on Minecraft. And it's like, I'm sorry, there's not a market for that. Beyond the 1 or 2 to 5 viewers you'll get if you're lucky to stream. You know, and to have these sort of dreams of making it a career when that's your sort of content, I'm sorry, it's a bit delulu, girl. I'm sorry to say, honey, it's a bit delulu.
I can make money doing this for a living. I've heard people are able to do it. You just have to figure out how it all works.
Yeah, you can do it. I think it's very rare that people make kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of an equivalent amount of money doing something like YouTube to like working. Like certainly for someone like me.
It's like I know people in real life. We weren't best friends or anything, but we go out drinking together. We were involved in the football club together and stuff. Like I've spent time with them. I know them. I'm friends with them on Facebook and stuff. We've had plenty of real life conversations. You know, I'm not gonna say who they are at this moment in time. I've talked about them past before, but even they who have 500,000 followers on TikTok and Instagram and stuff, even they still struggle to keep up enough relevancy and consistent viewership to make a full-time income off it. And they're by far measure quite famous. You know, it's very much an uphill struggle. And it's not easy at all. And I don't know. Especially when you got a kid on the way, I feel like it's a bit foolhardy to be looking at it as a potential, job.
It's not anywhere near that kind of level, and it might well never be that kind of thing,
Yeah, that's why I look into other avenues that can help advance, make it get bigger. Like, for instance, my Cash App setup or my GoFundMe, things that people can look into. That's how I've been getting by monetizations on YouTube is loopholes. It's my thing. I love loopholes.
That's fair enough. I did want to ask, so your wife, works at the moment, she's pregnant. Does it kind of concern you if you're kind of bouncing from one thing to another, and she's obviously going to need time off? Is that something that concerns you a lot?
To be honest, it does. It does affect my sleep. It does function. It affects everything I do. I literally was sitting in the chair at work for about 4 hours straight trying to decide how I want to go about this. So I'm not going through this recklessly. I'm not thinking about these things. It's more like my brain is thinking, what can I do long term that I'm good at, that has worked in the past, that I'm willing to put up with long term. So the good thing about the state of Washington, we do have parental leave. No. Maternity leave.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a drink of water and a can of Coke. It'll be 2 seconds.
Yeah, there you go. So she's going to be able to leave and be paid her wages and all that while she's gone. So she'll still be making a living in a way for, I believe it's 3 months or 4 months for her. And then for me, I could leave for about 2 months of that, or a month and a half. And I'll just get paid for that.
Does that require you to actually have a job to get paternity leave for?
Truth be told, I don't know. I'm hoping to have a job before that happens. that's the goal. Because then that'll be a great, backdoor thingy. Because then while we're trying to adjust to having a baby and everything, we can both get decent sleep-ish.
Again, I'm not trying to be judgmental here to say
this.
this.
Change everything as we know it.
Yeah, of course. And
but that's crazy. That's crazy to me, though.
Yeah.
Housekeeping was a great job.
Oh, hang on. Whoa.
You went to a motel or something. Whenabouts was that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Rewind by 22
of that, or a month and a half. And I'll get paid for that.
Does that require you to actually have a job to get paternity leave for?
I'm sorry, but if you're in a financially precarious situation and you've got a baby on the way that's due relatively soon and you're worrying about getting paternity leave, surely you should be looking into these things if you even qualify for it, rather than going, I don't know. To me, that's insane. That's reckless to not know the answer to that. You should know the answer. You should be looking into that. Can I qualify for paternity leave? Because they're legally, still a bloke or whatever. You should be looking into that. It shouldn't be, I don't know. You should be on top of that sort of thing.
Until I don't know. I'm hoping to have a job before that happens. that's the goal. Because then that'll be a great, backdoor thingy. Because then while we're trying to adjust to having a baby and everything, we can both get decent sleep-ish.
Also, I can tell the answer straight up. The answer to that question is no. You're not going to qualify for paternity leave without having a full-time employment. And there's probably stipulations regarding the full-time employment length of time you would have had to have prior to claiming the paternity leave. I'll search on my phone, but I'm positive that'll be the case.
The baby, it's going to change everything as we know it.
Yeah, of course. And is it mostly janitorial kind of stuff you're looking for, or are you kind of
at this point? Yes.
Yeah.
Housekeeping was a great job.
Yeah, you worked at a motel or something. Whenabouts was that?
That was in between Red Wind and Taco Time.
What kind of time though?
Housekeeper, just basically make beds, clean rooms.
Is it what kind of month? What whenabouts?
Yeah, exactly. So within the first year, right? According to Washington State, right? I'm wandering online. So according to Washington State's paid family medical leave, right? You need to have at least had up to 820 hours worked in the qualifying period for eligibility. So the answer to the question is no. They will not qualify for paternity leave. But that took just one Google search. They should know this. They should know this. They should already know the answer to that. It took me 10 seconds to find that on Google from the official government website for Washington State. They should know this.
When, that's a good question. See, May, June, July, August?
Okay.
July, August?
That was the motel job, wasn't it?
Yep, that was the motel job, and then I went to Taco Time, worked with them for about 2 months, and then I went into panic mode when my wife informed me that she was pregnant. Wow. So I was like,
so when did you find out your wife was pregnant then?
It was within 3 weeks of me starting my HRT, so it would have been sometime in September.
Okay. That's fair enough. I mean, listen, in terms of work, I know how it is. It's difficult. I guess in a certain sense, what you can keep doing is trying to find something. I want to ask. So in terms of you know, your wife's working part-time, you're kind of on and off. Do you kind of spend very much on anything?
Well, Indeed has been my biggest tool, so I spend a lot of time with Indeed applying for jobs.
What I mean is more like, do you spend money on very much, or do you tend to be quite frugal at this kind of time?
I'm pretty frugal. If I can't really move it around, but the only thing I've really bought for myself is a couple of rocks this year, a goblin helmet, goblin bomb, and the samurai sword, maybe a couple small little knickknacks in there. Most, if not all, my money goes to two things: either paying bills or food. For me, my guilty pleasure is to eat out a lot. I like eating out.
So, see again. Again, it's expensive to eat out or get takeaway in the UK. I know I've lived in America for a brief period of time. I know it's also expensive over a lot more expensive over there as well, especially these days. Again, it's like, who the fuck am I to judge, right? Let live and let die and all that shit. But I don't know. I just feel like priorities.
So often I'll sacrifice eating at home for eating out, especially if I'm doing like a job and all that, and I'm busy and I don't have time to prep. We are getting into prep cooking more. It's a work in progress. But for me, I've always lived by this code that if I can't afford to buy something.
Also, there's a quick side caveat. I personally hate that argument because you can fucking cook. I can cook a fucking meal from start to finish in less than 20 minutes. If you cannot spare 20 minutes out of your day to cook food, what the fuck are you doing? Especially if you've then got time to go on Minecraft or play video games or do your hobbies. Cut down on the hobby time. Like, again, the people don't make it easy for themselves, you know. And I try to have sympathy, but sometimes it just, you know, I struggle to have sympathy because of these situations being so self-inflicted.
Then I don't buy it at all. But anytime I buy stuff like the goblin mask, stuff like this, it's always when I'm financially doing well and we're doing okay. That's the rule for myself. Or someone gives me money to.
But are you doing financially well in this piece? If you go for one moment and have to beg online for money, then the next moment you say you're financially well enough that you can afford to buy expendable things like that. Maybe save the money in the period. And yeah, I'm a hypocrite, but I don't ask for money online. I lament my situation, but in the day I make the decisions I do. I own them. God, I'm coughing like a cunt now. Jesus Christ.
Buy certain things.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, my Aragon Inheritance books. That was because someone donated $100 for my birthday, so I used that money for its purpose. So.
Okay, so you're like you're buying some stuff. How often do you eat out?
At the moment, maybe once a week at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Well, we're financially tight, so I have to only eat out none, unless we have some sort of income coming in.
Yeah.
Or someone spoiled us. That's usually the case. If people spoil us with gift cards for places, we go out to eat to those places.
Oh,
when I'm doing well, I eat out maybe 2 to 3 times a week.
That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. I'm sorry to say that's insane. If it's McDonald's or something, okay, maybe, but still. And if eating out is properly eating out, like going to a restaurant, that's like potentially like hundreds of dollars. You know, that could be better well spent. Topringer says, I always assume there's some physical disability involved when people say they struggle to cook or maybe don't have a comfortable skin kitchen. Yeah, sure, I kind of see that. The thing is obviously you probably don't know who Firebat is, right? The thing with Firebat is they have a wife. They also have a fully functioning kitchen. And like they've done cooking videos. Like they have cooking tech. They have a fine kitchen. So it's not a case of these things don't apply in this particular situation. Because they've done the cooking. They've made videos of themselves cooking in their own kitchen. It looks perfectly clean, it looks perfectly fine. There's no physical disabilities going on here. So broadly speaking, sure, maybe these sort of caveats can apply, but it doesn't apply in this situation, particularly.
Maybe. I usually for leftovers.
Oh, God.
So it lasts.
That makes sense. You said when someone...
You know, and they don't live with roommates either. They live by themselves. God, I'm fucking proper coughing. I'm like, oh, God.
Spoils you. Do you get a lot of like donations or like kind of people giving you stuff?
No, not very often. The last thing I got as a donation was someone was...
Yeah, it sounds like some executive dysfunction and rationalisation of poor financial decisions. Everyone tells me it's cheaper to eat out at capping. Yeah, exactly. damn straight. Like, this used to be this big thing. Never really in the UK. I remember like a lot of American documentaries and TV shows, mainly documentaries and stuff. There's the idea that it was that the poor would find it cheaper to eat fast food every day rather than cook. I think unless in some very specific circumstances, to eating out bills and like cooking like gas bill, electric bills, and not having access to a kitchen, like living in a motel room. That's true, but I think for the most part, that's not true. This idea that it's more expensive to eat healthier food is it's still a myth perpetuated in the UK to say, and it's not entirely true. It's about how you manage budget. It's about what you buy. It's how you do it. But I think people try to pawn off any sort of planning in that regard for convenience because it's easy, and then cry, "Woe is me." And I'm sympathetic to these things. I have no problem people being on benefits. I have no problem paying for PIP and job seekers allowance, and we don't really have an equivalent here. But I guess if we did have one here, like food stamps, we kind of have one here, but it's a bit different. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But like, I don't have a problem with these sort of things. I don't have a problem with people having these struggles in their life. I sympathise. I've gone through extreme poverty myself. I still do to a certain extent, but not these days. But I used to, right? But this just does seem to a lot of this does come across as just I can't be asked, and I have a lack of sympathy for I can't be asked. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say.
On here on my channel, message me directly, offer to pay me for something, just leave it at that, and I use that money to take care of the car. And then for that,
when you say offer to pay you for something, is that more the kind of how to word it?
Let's leave that one in the dark.
Like spicy stuff.
It's what you're thinking. Just shush. Shush. Gotta make money somehow, right? And then, of course, one of my donators donated a purple dress to my wish list, and that was awesome. And I only wore it like a couple times so far.
Again, I don't want to sound across as judgmental in these things. I just listen. I've been terrible with money my whole life. I'm not one to sit here and try and preach about financial responsibility and frugality and these sort of things. I'm shit at it. Don't get me wrong. I'm fucking awful with money. But I don't have the same responsibilities in my life. And it really just has come down to like, what are you doing with the money and the job situation? I'm rambling. But it's just I feel like they could make it easy for themselves here.
It's very comfy.
Yeah.
God, I'm coughing so much. Jesus Christ.
I've certainly heard a lot worse. Like, I'm always very concerned when someone is kind of asking for money for basically no return. That it's like funding a lifestyle, or it's like, people should do as much as they can personally to help their situation before asking for freebies. I mean, it sounds, yeah, but it sounds. I mean, like you said, you're like trying to downsize as well in terms of your living situation.
So this isn't. This whole downsize thing is insane as well. By the way, they don't mean downsize. They mean try and find a cheaper apartment. They don't mean downsize.
Yeah, so right now you've seen my apartment probably, and it's tiny. Like we're not gonna be able to baby in here, and we're gonna have to. Yeah. And then currently we're paying like $1,700 a month.
Oh, wow.
Take.
I'm not American, right? I'm not American. Okay. So I'm gonna need an American's help here, but like. What's that in pounds? Like 1,300 quid a month? Yeah, £1,258 a month, so $1,700 a month for a studio apartment. So not even a one bed. We call it beds here in the UK. Firebat is in some not major city in Washington State. For a studio, that seems incredibly expensive. Unless all the bills are included in it as well, that seems incredibly expensive for the rent.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. We've been trying to move out for a couple years with little to no success. It doesn't help that this place, when the rent goes up, it's like maybe $30-40 versus most places, which is like over $100 to $200 increase in rent, depending where you're living. And so, like, it's been really hard for us. Also, didn't really feel like the need to move. A studio is perfect for a man and his wife, but a baby, when you put that into the picture, suddenly everything changes. So we're trying to get something cheaper, a bigger place, basically, with more rooms. I'm hoping we get a 3-bedroom. Honestly, is what I'm hoping for. We found a place. It's like $1,500 a month.
Wow.
And
yeah, $1,500 a month
for 3 bedrooms.
For 3 beds. The one fucking cheaper than my rent. Well, not quite cheaper than my rent, but like I live in a studio, as they call it in America as well. I mean, a 3-bed for $1,500 a month. They either live in a sticks or they've got a really good deal there. So they get that, go for that. But that's why I don't understand how. That's why I don't understand how they're paying more than that for a studio right now, unless they live in like, I don't know, the most central downtown area of a really lucrative place. But it doesn't sound like they do, so it's just kind of like, how? I don't get it.
Unfortunately, no wash and dryer, so we have to go downstairs.
Again, if an American in the chat can let shed some light, because believe it or not, I'm not so clued up with the American rental situation.
If water closets, which is fine. That's doable. So
I'm coughing like a fucker.
It is what it is, because we have 3 bedrooms. This is why I'm hoping to get 3 bedrooms. I'd be able to have an office where I can do stuff like this without worrying about the baby or people interfering. Part of the reason why I have to be so in particular about when I do my live streams, like this one this morning, is because my wife is usually, since it's a studio, not dressed appropriately on screen. So I have to wait till she leaves, and then I can live stream with folks, which sucks, but it is what it is.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I hope that works out. I was looking up, like, average...
Also, they did a stream, I think, a couple of weeks ago where they were like up at like 4 in the morning talking loudly on their phone and drinking wine. How did they not wake up their wife doing that if they live in a studio? Do they actually live in a studio? Or have they got their terminology wrong? Because they didn't even mention having a downstairs, which you obviously can't have in a studio, I don't know.
Average rent, is it Lacey, Washington?
Roughly. We'll just leave it at that. We're trying to
get Lacey, Washington. Lacey, Washington. City in Washington, 53,000 people, so it's not even really a city. I know you Yanks would call it a city, we'd call it just a town here. But like, okay, well they're basically just like a fucking... They're like in the equivalent of... They're like in the equivalent of like where I live, basically. They're like in the equivalent of where I live. In Washington State. That still seems quite expensive though, for what it is.
More protective.
I saw you like streaming, streaming the front of your building and stuff like that. I was like, Jesus, someone's gonna track you down one day, man.
Yeah, the good news about where we live, you can't get inside without a key card.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a reason to do that though, right?
So I'm not terribly too worried about it. Plus, we have cameras everywhere. Like, if someone were to do something, they wouldn't get away with it.
Fair enough. I mean,
yeah, definitely don't try and invite on yourself. I don't know. That's another weird thing as well. I like they were saying they got doxed, and people were saying, oh, it wasn't a dox because they posted that information online themselves. But it's like, yeah, but they posted that information online themselves, like their private Facebook page, like 12 years ago. Like, I feel like if you go digging through someone's online post to that extent on a private, non-public Facebook page, you know, it wasn't a creator page; it was just their personal, like, you know, regular Facebook page. And then you like rebroadcast that information. I do feel like it's kind of doxing to a certain extent, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I do kind of think that's doxing to a certain extent.
I mean, to me, I think even if I was living in the most secure place ever, I probably wouldn't show like the front of my building just for, you know, just to.
Probably shouldn't have done that. I'll be honest. Like, so when you're not famous on YouTube and you're not famous anywhere, no one gives a fuck about your existence, like at all. And like for me, that's why I kind of didn't care. Cause like no one cares about me. My channel's not going anywhere. There's no way. And then suddenly, Femi always comes into the scene. And like, how? It's like throwing a water balloon in a burst into a million pieces.
Yeah. Are you still friendly with Femios, by the way?
I, once in a while, I'll watch their content here and there out of curiosity. I think at this point they moved on. I moved on. I don't know.
That's fair enough. I mean, they seem to kind of come and go from what I see.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think this is cope's the wrong word, but like they need to wise up a bit, because like the way that Femi is treated, Fireback was not very nice at all. Let's be honest, like they did just straight up ditch them. You know, they ditched the stream they're supposed to do together. You know, and then you know, to make a joke out of it all, like I would not be as charitable or accepting in that framing of the fucking situation. I'd be like, wow, I'd probably take it all personally. But hey, if they don't get upset as upset by such things, then good on them.
See them. They were in my Discord for a while, but I think they left again. I know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what they did with the whole collaboration thing we were doing. I thought it was awesome. I had fun with it.
See, they say that, but at the same time, they said it worked out well in the end, I guess. But they set it up to take the piss out of you. Like, I would personally be more aggrieved by that.
Doesn't matter if she was being kind about it or she was doing it as a prank. Doesn't matter which one it was. I thought fun with it.
Yes, you met Cybersmith. You met the human. Yeah. Everyone has done that.
I freaking love Cybersmith. Great personality. I love this guy. He reached out to me right after I left the group for a second time. He was like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "It's too much. It's too much for me. All the different people, and like I don't know half of you anyway. And it's kind of like Femi is the only person I really know in the chat now. I can say that I know them. But like, I don't know.
Yeah, I get you. What else? I have a few things I was kind of interested in. You talked about that you voted Trump, but you regret it. What kind of drove that?
So here's a little bit about me. So I always have been a centrist, meaning both Republican and liberal beliefs. But for me personally, I've always, because of how I was raised, leaned more towards Republican side of things, which is what makes me very off-putting as a trans woman. I'm liberal, clearly, but I'm also Republican, also clearly, and it sends mixed messages to people a lot of the time. And so I voted for him because I liked what he did the first time he was president. I loved what he did. I loved the stimulus checks. There was a time in my life where I really, really needed help.
Well, listen, I love Trump because he gave me money. I mean, I guess, but I don't know. So that's kind of, I don't think that should be the foundation of your political beliefs. Is, well, he gave me money, so how offended could I be? I mean, yeah.
And those stimulus checks honestly helped me through those times.
Yeah.
Janitorial, low, like bottom of the food chain, we're not considered really, what's it called? Necessary workers or
yeah, I know what you mean.
Essential workers, yeah.
And so often, we're just tossed to the side, like we don't exist. And luckily, if it weren't for the fact that my sister was one of the workers working as a vet technician for a veterinary hospital, I wouldn't have gotten through those 2 years, if I'm being honest. And those were the worst years of my life. Being isolated that's part of why
I agree with this. I agree with their take on this. 100%. I do. People that get nostalgic for fucking for the lockdowns, like, oh man, the lockdown was the greatest. Bring back the lockdown. It's like those people are insane to me. Lockdown was horrible. It's like, oh well, the streets were quiet and everyone was indoors and blah 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 blah. And it's like, listen, if you want to live lives are shut in, more power to you. But like, oh no, fuck lockdown. That was awful.
So that's a pretty good job because like I'm home alone a lot. So these little interactions and getting out and having a job, for me, emotionally, mentally, and financially, is a very good thing. And like, I think when
100% agree with Five out here. I feel exactly the same way. I hated not being able to go out properly and see my friends and live life. Like, I was still able to socialise the public because I worked a little during the lockdown. So like, I was an essential worker. So like, I still saw people and stuff. But it was still grim.
Irritated a little bit. Everyone assumes like, oh, I just want to stay home and hide and not ever work or take care of my wife. For some reason, my channel gives off the vibe that I don't care about my wife, and the truth is, I do very, 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 very much.
Yeah.
And I do less this.
I mean, I think it's a bit crazy to tell someone, I guess, that they don't care about their wife and stuff. I think maybe to some people it comes off like, she's working and you're kind of riding a little bit.
Just a little bit. But even though I'm writing, I'm also doing things. Like, I take care of the house, I take care of the cats, I take care of the trash and cardboard, I cook, I clean. I basically help keep my wife's life as simple as humanly possible while I'm looking.
Okay.
I got a lot of things I'm balancing. I'm balancing YouTube, looking for a job, my wife and the baby, and keeping our house in decent order. And like doing all these things, it's quite a lot. One wouldn't think of it, but it keeps me up at night. That's why I'm usually up at like 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, I gotcha. So like back to kind of what we were talking about. What kind of has made you regret voting for Trump, as you liked him the first time?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. TikTok has been the biggest voice that I've been listening to, or did listen to before I left TikTok. A lot of things like I don't like the fact that he basically makes trans women and men out to be terrorists. I've heard of that a lot, and I'm like, just because one idiot did something, or a couple idiots did something, no. I don't like his social media. It's garbage. Over half the time. I definitely didn't like the fact that apparently there's been a rumor going around on social media that what was it about? You ever looked at someone and at one point look and go, okay, they did something good for me, I like them as a person, but then look at them again with a fresh perspective and go, I don't like them anymore, but you don't have really good reason for not liking them, you just don't like them?
Which, I'm sorry, I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying, but that's a horrible, horrible reason to base your voting patterns on. I mean, Jesus Christ, come on.
Yeah, your regret is hard to quantify, I guess.
It's hard to quantify.
The stimulus checks are good, and then since then he's kind of lost favor to an extent.
Yeah. The kind of vibe I get off him from what I'm watching from social media and in general is Palpatine. He's definitely giving me Palpatine vibes.
Okay.
Palpatine.
You said you were a centrist. Like, what do you think kind of defines you as being a centrist, rather than like one side or the other?
Well, there's beliefs I have in the liberal side. Like, I believe that abortion is, to an extent, okay. Within a certain quantified area, if that makes sense. Like, her body, her choice. I believe in that. I have to believe in that because I believe in my body, my choice, hence me growing stuff and changing. But as a Republican, there's a part of me that also believes that there needs to be a line drawn in the sand when it comes to stuff like abortion or certain belief systems. So, like, that's kind of how my brain works. Makes any sense?
Certain belief systems? So belief systems like what? I wish they would have extrapolated more on that particular point. What belief systems need to have a line in the sand, and in what context?
Yeah, I can see you kind of take a middle stance on like one issue. Does that tend to be most issues?
A good chunk of them, if they're political or religious, yeah, I'm pretty centrist when it comes to most things.
Yeah. Well, it's just that.
That isn't true though, is it? Because as far as I know, this person's like a Christian or whatever. So they're not that. So they're not particularly centrist when it comes to religion. I mean, being a member of a religion is pretty antithetical to being centrist on the topic. But surely, but whatever.
Stance on Israel-Palestine.
Israel-Palestine, so again, it comes to my more Republican point of views. From the Christian past, we support Israel. Yeah, it always have been, always will be. And you can understand the
Yeah,
Bible.
exactly. I don't think you can claim to be a centrist on things like religion and have a support of Israel for religious reasons. That is very much not a centrist religious view. Like, even a lot of people that support Palestine or support Israel outside of Israel doing it for religious reasons, that's quite that's pretty extreme in like a radical way, but like that's a full-on belief. That's not centrist at all.
Between Palestine, also known as the Philistines, versus the Israelites, has been going on for thousands of years. So it's not.
Yeah, again, I'm not even saying I disagree necessarily. I don't want to get into that, by the way. I'm not even getting into Palestine, Israel, Jesus Christ. But like, again, that's not a centrist take at all, in the slightest.
Ongoing issue, and so like, my heart goes to Israel for sure, but also I think the oppression going on with Palestine is not good either. I think they're both idiots, if I'm being honest. There you go. There's the centrist part coming out. They're both idiots.
I mean, I guess that's the most centrist thing you said, but that almost feels like a cop out way of saying it. Like, oh, well, both sides are bad. Yeah, I guess that is by definition centrist, but like that's not. I'm not sure that's entirely what you believe though, because everything you said prior to that has been the complete opposite. You've had a very opinionated stance on it.
Idiots. They need to just sit down and talk.
I mean, they're not fighting at the moment, I don't think. You kind of aim for the middle ground then, or do you just land there?
I try to aim to be middle ground, you know. I don't want to be that type of person where I'm just like, I absolutely believe in one side and like, I've seen what those people are like. You know, Charlie Kirk is a great example of a far left. And no, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want to be like that personality type.
Charlie Kirk is a great example of the far left. Like, no, thank you. It sounds ridiculous the way they've said it, but I think I get what they mean is they didn't like the way that some of the far left celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. I think that's what they're trying to say. But the way they worded it was very funny. Because it almost sounded like they were saying that Charlie Kirk is far left, which is tremendously not true. But I think I get what they're saying.
Like,
Jesus Christ, I'm coughing like
for free will.
Insane amount right now.
All right, gotcha. I'm just give me one sec. Have you like politics changed over time, or has it been kind of pretty consistent?
For me, I think politics-wise, I really liked Barack Obama. I think he was a great president. I had nothing ill about him. I mean, I was in high school when he was president, and so wait, was I in high school? I think I was in high school when he was president.
You're 29. He got first elected in 2009. So yeah, most likely, yeah.
Yeah, because they had Obamacare and all that stuff. Yeah, so like, he was the president. You know, George Bush Sr. and Jr. were great. I didn't like Clinton. I still don't know why, but I still don't like Clinton. It's just one of those things you look at their face and go, okay, I don't like him because of their face.
Is that maybe a pattern?
Yeah, you're just bad in high school, but also you like Bush. He liked Bush, like W. Bush, you know, Bush Jr. I mean, Jesus. I don't think that's a very fucking centrist take either. Bush, Jesus Christ, I can't imagine fucking going out being like, yeah, man, I love George W. Bush. Charlie Kirk, far left. This funny. I do find it funny, but fuck's sake, you can get me in trouble saying things. You can get me in trouble. Maybe laugh at jokes like that. But yeah, listen, I don't think Charlie Kirk deserved to die, but there's not much love lost, to be honest.
No, you don't always know why you don't like some people.
If there was, I'm very oblivious to it.
Yeah.
I'm very oblivious. Maybe because I'm just not fully informed on them, or maybe I try to, remain neutral on things, so I don't really research things. Like, I don't really watch the news. I really don't watch politics. I avoid it like the plague. I've had.
As a personal thing, can I just say I don't know. I think that's a bit of a privileged take to have. In some ways, I just do not pay attention to the news at all. Politics don't affect me. Like, no, politics affect everybody. I have a strong negative reaction to people that bury their head in the sand at politics. I think it's a big reason why we have a lot of problems we do. I think if everyone was politically aware, society would be a lot better. Things would get done. But I'm not trying to go after people either. I'm not trying to be harsh. I guess some people just don't want to burn themselves with it. But I don't know. I feel every single person should be politically active. It's like, I saw this great meme the other day on Instagram, and it was like lamenting the fact that Gen Z was so close to being the first generation to finally, as a whole, understand and grasp with and be against classism and have class consciousness, and then a lot of people veered directly into anti-Semitism and blaming the Jews again. It's like, I relate that meme so much. Like, we were this close to class consciousness, and then it just spiraled into nonsense.
Had a lot of good friendships, literally seen them in front of my eyes disintegrate over a political point of view. And so, like, for me, I want to live at peace with people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think
Bollocks. I'm sorry, bollocks. Bollocks of that. I understand the reasons behind doing that and why doing that. And I really do understand that, but at the same time, if you're going to fall out with friends because they have such egregious political views, a lot of people I wouldn't be friends with because of that. Don't get me wrong, I have exceptions. Okay, I am still friends with people that have some fucking completely different political views to me that I'm not the greatest fans of, but I feel like to avoid every single confrontation because of that. If you have to encounter that constantly, then you have some bad fucking friends that have some bad takes.
I think I get you on that. So I wanted to ask, I know this is quite personal.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about, like, addiction, because I know that's come up.
Go for it.
So, like, the poppers thing. How did you get yourself...
This segment is crazy, by the way. This segment is absolutely insane. Even I, the degenerate I am, even I was taken aback by this bit.
Addicted to poppers?
Well, like any other idiot, pornography was the catalyst. Weed wasn't really my thing. Alcohol has never really been my thing, and so I've always wanted to enhance the porn side thing, especially with Hypnotube. When you watch that.
Also, the way they shout out their favourite goon site in the middle of an interview is based. I mean, it's very uncouth, and it's like a bit porn fucked, but I kind of respect just the audacity of it. just shout out your favourite fucking niche porn site in the middle of an interview.
You know what I'm talking about, right? I say Hypnotube.
I like how they're like, oh, you know what she's like, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we all know Hypnotube. And Mary's into like, no, I do not. Actually, I want to be a feminist. No, I do not know what you're talking about. I did not know what you were referring to. There is no we here, twin. Do not fucking say, you know what I'm talking about. I'd have that same reaction. I mean, I don't know what Hypnotube is. God's honest truth. It's not a site I've ever indulged with. But I can't imagine having the Baraska Hodas in any sort of public discourse, especially like an interview like this, to be like, hey, we both know name of niche porn site. Everyone knows that. It's like, no, we don't. No, we don't.
A lot of dressers, sissies. It's a great place if you want to watch that type of stuff.
What are they, sponsored by Hypnotube? Like, what is this fucking advertisement for this site right now?
And so, poppers enhance. I've always wanted to feel what it was like to...
Also, for the record, solo gooning, and solo using poppers solo to goon is absolutely fucking depraved. Listen, I probably, when I get on my boo and alcohol and have a quiet moment, probably indulge in this shit too much myself, right? The old skin flicks, but like, fuck me. I wouldn't talk about it on a fucking interview, and two, I wouldn't Still, these are with proper substances. I mean, fuck me. Like, there's levels to this. And this level is even beyond the it's beyond the pale for me. I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum, but like, this is porn fight. I'm sorry, this is porn fight.
Been addicted feeling since I was a little kid. Actually, because I was control. So there's that aspect of needing more of that, but in a sexual sense, and so it comes out in that, if that makes sense. And so, like, for me, what happened was I saw it on a video. I was like, what was it like to sniff poppers? I bought my very first poppers. This was years ago, about 6 or 7 years ago, give or take. Bought it, came in 2 days later, opened up, tried it. First, I was terrified because the sensation was new to me, and then, like, as I continued to use it in combination with HypnoTube, it became a cycle where I would be like, it feels great, it'd be awesome, and I would overdo it, then I would purge and throw it away, and I'd buy another one later on, and then there's this cycle. On top of that, struggling as someone that does identify as a trans woman, but also struggles with the sissy mental complex, and like the purging, going with that, and so back and forth for many, many, many years. And then a month ago, no matter how long it was, I decided, you know what, I'm done. My eyes are getting worse because of it, I can't afford it.
Yeah, by the way, if you're getting to the point where your eyesight is being diminished, because the way it works is it thins the blood vessels, which means your head rushes with a lot more blood, and it also makes your muscles relax and stuff. To do this to the extreme that your vision is getting long-term impaired by it is absolutely fucking mental. Like, people don't, because it's legal and it's not like as well documented, people don't think about these things as being as hard drugs as other substances like cocaine or heroin or whatever, right? But bear in mind, like, sniffing inhalants like this, you know, they're horrible, they're really, really dangerous for you. You know, it's like doing dust or whatever. Like, you can die, if you're unlucky, you can die instantly from doing it. It can just cut off circulation to your brain and you die. Like that. These things are nothing to be trifled with.
Anyway, I have a baby on the way. It's time for you to put Pandora back in the box and put it away.
Yeah, like a month or 2 ago is when you stopped.
I think it's about a month or 2 ago.
I'm just going to check my audio levels, make sure audio levels are fine. Okay, sweet. Continue.
So, the last time I did them, let's see, I was working at a hospital. It was in the first, I want to say, week or so of working there. So let's see. It would have been about a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, give or take.
Yeah.
Time and I don't get along, so I don't always remember things very well.
Fair enough. So it was a good few years you were on poppers. How much were you spending on them on average?
On average, so I wouldn't buy them. This is why my wife says I'm actually addicted to them. I think I'm addicted to them. She says I'm not. So I would buy them. They're about $40 a pop if you get the big one. If you get the small ones, they're like $20 a pop. And it's about 30 minutes away from my home. So I would drive up there. And what I would do, I'd buy one, I would like them, and then I wouldn't do any for like 5 or 6 months. And then
yeah, but anyone doing drugs in a trifle is just silly. Okay. Very funny. Very funny. That is a funny joke. Yes, please do not put drugs into your trifles. Dessert's not the place for drugs. I agree. Good, that is a good one.
I'll go back and buy another one. That's basically how it would go. Or if I happen to be in the area, which is very rare, since we only have one car. But when I Ubered, yeah, I went and buy there once a month, maybe, and grab myself a thing of poppers.
How long would a thing last you?
The bottle itself would last anywhere between, depending on the size, a week to 2 weeks.
Which again, listen. Okay, I have had my involvements in the gay community. I'm not to say I've never done these poppers before. To go through an entire bottle in a fucking week, these things are lasting for months. To go through one in a week is insane. Especially she's saying about getting these big bottles. To blast one of them in a couple of weeks, that is insane levels of usage. Let's get that very clear.
Okay. And then it'd be quite a few months sometimes between you buying another one.
Yeah, so that's why my wife argues that, oh yeah, you're not absolutely addicted to poppers, you just buy them once in a while. They're your guilty pleasure. I'm like, the fact that I'm in the area and my first thought is, I really want poppers, and then I buy them and take them home and use them as soon as I get home. I mean, that to me, that speaks, addicting. So.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
yeah, if you can't help yourself from going to the sex shop and buying yourself a bottle of poppers, wasn't it just a gas station, whatever there, because they usually have them on the front of the counter. They used to back in the day, I don't know anymore. They used to have them on the front of the tills. Can't resist, unable to stop yourself from buying a bottle of that and going home and gooning for fucking hours long straight. Yeah, that probably is a level of addiction. I think they're correct. I think their wife is being a bit dismissive, because I think they definitely do have a genuine addiction here.
Obviously, from what I remember from your content, you at times have gone to quite lengths to quite big lengths to get hold of poppers. Was it just the one time that happened?
The one time?
Yeah, that you needed money for poppers, and that's what you ended up doing.
I don't remember ever asking for money for poppers per se.
But I remember the story with the motel.
Oh, the motel. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, so for me, in order to cheat on my wife, poppers are necessary. Period. One, they take.
Which is a fucking which. I'm sorry. Okay. You could not waterboard that statement out of me. Yeah, well, listen, I was able to chill my wife, but I need to do a drug that doesn't really affect your inhibitions. Or as much as they try to out, they do not. Putting poppers will not wildly affect your inhibitions. It's not a psychoactive drug. You know what I mean? Like, that is a crazy statement. And the way they're just so candid about it, I mean, you feel sorry for the wife. Because as far as we're aware from the, from the fire-backed A-login or whatever, they don't have, like, an open relationship or polyamorous or anything like that. It was just, again, this is why it was definitely addiction as well. They cheated on their wife to get $40 to buy poppers with. You cheat on your wife for $40 to get a substance. That is an addiction, straight up.
Wait, my inhibition.
That's the context of what Mary's asking Firebat about.
They literally remove the safeguards I have put up and make it so I don't do it. For me, even before I even got married, there's a reason why I haven't had relations with another man for a long time. Partially because I built these walls up to prevent me from wanting to actually go through with it. So when I was there, we were going through a pretty hard time financially, and this has been an on and off issue since August. So August to current is what's been going financially very hard for us. And so what happened is I got on Grindr and I said, hey, you have uppers? Let's get together. Also, let's make some money, because I was trying to be basically a hoe, and like the only time I ever considered going down that route.
Also, again, cheating on your wife for $40 is rough. I'm sorry to say, that is dog. That is dog.
Is when we are truly desperate. Like, I do everything I can to better myself, and then when I don't know what else to do, that's usually when I turn to that stuff. It's always when things are going really badly, rough, financially. And so, yeah.
When you say that stuff, is that like kind of sexual favors, that kind of thing?
Sexual favors and all that stuff. I only do it when I'm desperate, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. And was it just the once that it was like actually like having sex with someone, and most of the time it was like pictures or like, I don't know, I'm trying to be discreet, but like, if it's not usually full sex and that was just one time, like what kind of things?
The last time I did anything with anyone was about 3 years before that.
Yeah.
That should give people an idea how often I do stuff. 3 years before that.
That's any kind of sexual favor. The last time before then was 3 years ago.
About 3 years ago, give or take.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, around the time that the picture that we shall not name out loud that Emily shared would be the mask, which we don't need to go into detail about that. I know you know what I'm talking about.
I know about it. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Did the mask like enhance the feeling from the poppers though, or did it not really do anything?
No, I was hoping it would enhance it, because how poppers work, you unscrew the bottle, you put it up to your nose, you plug it, and you inhale with a little bit of a crack between the bottle and your nose, so you get the air and the fumes and not the liquids. You do not want to get that stuff in your nose. It crusts around your nose, and it doesn't help.
Yes. If you're going to do things like these, please make sure this liquid does not touch you. It will absolutely burn the shit out of your skin and is very toxic. There's a time when I was in a hotel room with a person, and we had poppers for the occasion, and they ended up spilling the gold popper brand all over the walls of this hotel room. And we ended up buying a bunch of Tipex to try and get it off the walls and just cover it up. Oh, palaver. Absolutely no. But yeah, please do not, avoid doing things like this.
It's really bad. Really bad. And so I thought, well, what's a better way than using something like this? And so that has also been something I've been dealing with. I didn't like that whoever shared that picture, I'm pretty sure it's South something, I forget the idiot's name, didn't tell the whole story. Where I was working, we have a policy where we get returns. We can't put them back on the shelf. We can't resell them. They get thrown away. And if there's something in there that we want, which was this object, we can go to the office and sign for it. And we can take it home. That's how it happened. I never stole anything. I'm not a thief.
I don't think that's what people were worried about in this situation, though. Oh, you stole the mask. I think it was more to do with the reasons you were using said mask.
We're back when I was in high school. That's the last time I stole something.
The only thing with the mask thing is, like, were you not worried it had been like used by someone already?
It was still in his wrapper and everything, and I brought it home. Either A, they sent it back because it wasn't the right type. There's a lot of reasons why someone might send something back to the warehouse. I never know them. I'm just the guy that empties the totes and then puts the totes on pallets and stack them for days. And oh my god.
Also, yeah, I think if someone's having anonymous grinder sex for $40, I don't think they're going to care about a mask having had some slight usage beforehand.
Yeah, I get it. With the other thing I wonder about, like the poppers thing, was it always when you were like gooning or whatever? Did you ever kind of just take it, like, just normally, you know?
When I had it, I would often use it for fun, especially in the beginning when I was first getting into it. It's definitely one of the things I would have.
That's crazy to me. Non-sexual recreational use of poppers is fucking... I literally can't understand why you... Well, I say that. I won't name any names, but I've had friends from the crippling alcoholic community that also did used to just, while they're out and about drinking and labooboing, they would also just be sniffing poppers, you know, the non-sexual context. So I guess, well, I don't understand it. I know it does happen, but I can never wrap my head around why you'd want to do that.
And then whenever I was like,
each their own.
If that's the nice way to put it, in the mood, I would use them, and they were great for usage. But like, I think for me, I've always had a thing for brainwashing, and so brainwashing porn is very addicting, especially when you put poppers to it and other things that enhance it.
Yeah. So it's kind of a mix. You use it recreationally and then to enhance whatever. How many times in like a day would you use it at the worst?
About 3 times, depending how rough life was going. So, like a lot of people who go out and bait, so I'm just going to call it bait, short for.
I hate that. Yeah, we understand what bait is short for.
Word. I did it a lot most times because I was either stressed or bored, especially when I'm isolated at home.
You just like the poppers out. But it's only a few times. It's only a few times in a day because it doesn't last long, does it? The high.
No, the high doesn't. So it's one of those things.
Literally minutes, if that, minutes.
No, you hold your breath for.
It's not so much the high; it's more the muscle relaxation people use it for.
Anywhere between half a minute to a minute. Exhale, you get high, the blood rushes. Your brain, it's like drunk and high at the same time. And then it's gone like that within a couple minutes. So you have to continuously put it up there about every 3 to 4 minutes, roughly. It really does brain rot you.
Yeah, but you don't need to...
Yeah, you're literally cutting off oxygen to your brain. It's constricted the blood vessels so much they just rush it to your head. Again, do not do... If you do... Listen, obviously I disavow all usage of any substances because bad, and I've got to say that, but like, if you can do anything, as a fact, do not, especially do not do things like this consistently. It will do you severe damage.
Do it a few times, you wouldn't like continuously do it over and over, like...
No. Over time, your eyes start to get blurry, and for me, I get paranoia. So if I'm with anxiety and all that, so if you have anxiety and you're doing it... Sorry, cat's talking to me.
That's okay.
Anyway, what was I saying? You distracted me! Let's see, what was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. Do you remember what I was saying?
Yeah, you're talking about poppers and like your eyes and stuff.
Oh, right, the consequences. So, with being stressed and everything, I'd get stressed enough that I would look at them and go, what the heck am I doing? And I'll put them away and regret it. Except I went from purging at some point, and I'm like, you know what, I'm done wasting money, using them for a little bit of time and then dumping it down the sink. That's like $40, So I would just put them away somewhere and keep them there until I want to use them again. And there you go.
Yeah. Do you think you've had any like long-term effects from using them so much?
Honestly, just my eyes are a little blurrier than they were before, but one of the good things about it is if you don't prolong them, you take long breaks between them, your eyes can revert back to what they were before. But they have been getting better. Like, things aren't yellow anymore. I can look at things with normal eyesight.
They made everything look yellow.
Yeah.
Oh,
It distorts your... because what's going on is it's dehydrating your eyes, I think. I think that's how it works. Right. It messes you up, man. You gotta be careful with that stuff. You know, if you're someone that into that, I'm not gonna judge, but like there's a line that I try not to cross.
It's fair enough. It's just like fascinating. I've never heard of anyone get kind of hooked on something like that. Just like, I mean, I've tried it myself when I was like 18, like once or twice, and like it was kind of like, well, it lasts for a minute and then it just ends. So it's like, I don't know. I just stuck to like drinking and stuff.
Yeah, nope. I got a baby on the way, and the last thing I want them to know me as is, well, drug addict. A little story about me is my parents.
Sure, but you're saying all this stuff online, which would be easily discoverable in not the too far future. Again, are you sure, really?
Drug addict and alcoholics, and so the last thing I want is for my child to have to deal with that. So
yeah,
better take it now before it kicks me in the ass later.
Yeah, I get you. Like your parents, like doing that kind of stuff? Was that like pre-dating when they had you, or do you not really know so much?
No, so they were a thing, and then my mom decided it would be a bright idea. Oh, let's get me pregnant, and I get pregnant. My dad was in my life apparently for the first year, maybe of my birth, but then at some point decided, yeah, I'm doing drugs. I don't want to be around my kid. I don't want my kid to be part of this world, so he just kind of disappeared, leaving my mom to take care of me by herself. And then at some point, mom lost custody of me as well. I actually found out, I want to say, back in July-ish, roughly. Well, this was back when I had the red card, so that would have been February, March, maybe April-ish, for my bio sister, that I was conceived as a tool. Yeah, really created to be used. So my mom lost custody of my biological brother and sister, half siblings. And so she thought it would be a great idea to get pregnant on purpose, to have me to prove to the courts that she can take care of a child. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, that was...
I know you mentioned like you were like fostered and stuff. What was like school like for you?
That is all very rough. I feel like maybe a lot of these experiences definitely had a major impact on what's made them the person they are now. God, how much fucking long is this? Oh God, man, this. Let me just see how much longer this is, you guys. So we're basically 3.5 hours. Oh my God, there's at least another half an hour. Okay, alright, 1 second. I'm gonna have to go to faster time. Refresh. Because I didn't want to finish this interview, because I say, oh, I'll cover it on the next stream, and then I never do. And then I just never do. But I got to speed this up a bit. This is taking forever.
So I was public schooled up until 8, 9.5, and then my foster parents were like, okay, this kid has too many mental disabilities, too many behavioral.
Okay, well, that's a bit too fast. 175.
Issues. We're just going to pull them out, and we're going to homeschool him with everyone else. And so I was like, okay, great. I was a kid. I was 9.5 years old. I had a vocal of a 9-month-old, so I didn't have much say in anything. And so they started homeschooling me. And from a schooling perspective, it was really good for me. It gave me a chance to actually focus on learning. I wasn't getting bullied by the other kids.
Yeah, that's true, but it's also made you... It's also... I don't know. I'm against homeschooling. I think it makes very socially awkward, stunted kids. And they say this themselves later on. And then they also say they want to homeschool their own kids. It's like... Oh, it's like the cycle continues.
Controlled environment, so I had flexibility, not structure. Point. And so it was great until high school. And so that's usually when my foster parents allow us kids to go back and homeschool high school because we were caught up. But unfortunately, the only thing about homeschool is we're socially awkward. We don't know all the
exactly
nuances and the little things that people are like quirks. And like I didn't even know what a trans person was until I was 18.
Which is a bit crazy in this day and age, but whatever.
You know what a sissy was until age 18. Like,
that's not so crazy. Not knowing about a pornography term until you're 18, I don't think is a particularly bizarre thing. That's the way it should be, really, isn't it? I feel like that's a weird thing to throw in there. I didn't know what a sissy porn was until I was 18. Well, yeah, no shit. That's hopefully that should be the experience of most people. Unfortunately, it wasn't for me, but my life was a loss of innocence in a lot of ways. But like, I don't feel like these two things are comparable in the slightest.
Like I was innocent at 18. Like I'm behind.
That's fair enough. It probably took me too long to tell you what a trans person was. A good bit older than you, I think. I like to ask. I know this is like very personal now, but like, were you like ever diagnosed with anything?
Yeah. Well, the obvious stuff: anxiety, depression, not so common stuff, PTSD. Identity disorder, dissociative identity disorder.
I'm sorry, I have to say this as well. I don't like to just straight up say someone's lying. I don't feel that's a very fair thing to do. I don't feel there's no much of a good conversation to be had and just straight up accuse someone of lying. But I'm gonna have to do it here. But I just have to straight up call bullshit. I refuse to believe this person has been genuinely diagnosed with DID. I don't think it exists I don't think it exists. Full stop. And it's so rarely diagnosed. And the way that they're asked to define their own diagnosis seems to be so far away from what it actually is claimed to be. I have to just straight up call bullshit. I'm very sorry. I know Mary was trying to keep the peace and stuff, so she didn't want to go too hard on Firebat here, but I have to just straight up say bullshit. No way Firebat was actually diagnosed with DID. I don't believe it for a second. The PTSD thing, given their traumatic childhood, I can completely believe that. Anxiety, depression, I can completely believe that as well. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety as well in the past. I can completely believe these things. But DID, I'm sorry, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I really struggle to believe that's been genuinely diagnosed.
Definitely have auditory processing disorder. It sucks. It means it's hard for me to learn things. Like, I have to have a one-on-one teacher whenever I learn anything, and it has to be taught a certain way, or my brain doesn't latch on. Hence why this laptop didn't work out. Let's see.
That isn't DID though. Like, just make sure I didn't miscatch that.
The obvious stuff: anxiety, depression, not so common stuff, PTSD, DID, dissociative identity disorder. Definitely have auditory processing disorder. It sucks.
Forgive me, that wasn't what I described. Okay, right, my bad.
It means it's hard for me to learn things. Like, I have to have a one-on-one teacher whenever I learn anything, and
I can believe this as well. This audio or auditory, whatever it was, I can believe they have this person having that as well. I can believe that.
A certain way, or my brain doesn't latch on. Hence why this laptop didn't work out. Let's see. I'm not diagnosed with it, but I'm pretty sure I have ADHD, which explains a lot.
Yeah, I can believe that as well. From the mannerisms and stuff, I can believe this person has ADHD. I don't think that's even if it's undiagnosed, I don't think that's too much of a stretch to say. But again, I'm very skeptical they've actually been diagnosed with DID. I'm sorry. I hate to just set up to call someone a lie, but I really struggle to believe that.
And that's about it.
That's fair enough. The other thing I wondered, like, do you tend to get much in the way of like disability benefits where you live? Is that ever been much for you?
So, when I had turned 18, I tried to do it on my own for a while with the whole job situation, and at one point I got so desperate that I tried to go that route. Because I know I have disabilities, but when they would do the tests, they would say that I have what they call borderline disabilities. Which sucks, which means I have...
if the DID diagnosis was a genuine real thing, that is not a borderline disability diagnosis. That would 100% qualify you for disability welfare if you'd actually been diagnosed with that. I have to Google it, but I think it's been so rarely diagnosed. It's in the teens, in the hundreds at the most. 1 second, I'll keep playing.
Disabilities, they're clearly there, but they're borderline, meaning I can still function as a human being, which isn't entirely true, because if that was true, I would be successful by now, right? With holding a job and all these things. So it's definitely a route that I've considered in the past, and I've tried to. I have thought about revisiting it again. This time, actually have someone diagnose me better, not just the state diagnoses, but actually go someone. I do still have access to like my past files with my psychologist, which if I find someone to help me, I can have them forward the information from that time frame.
I gotcha. That's fair enough. I mean, listen, I hope it works out. What about like you said you had DID? Did that kind of manifest? Did that kind of manifest the way you see on TikTok, where you have like multiple personalities? Was it something else?
When I was younger, with all the trauma that was going on with me, I definitely distinctly had 3 separate personalities. There was this version that you see as calm, collected. There was this angry version.
See, I've googled it and it says that apparently 1% of the 1.5% of the global population. It affects 1.5% of the global population, but we must be thinking of a different. I must be getting myself confused with another thing then. Like TikTok, DID, TikTok. Like, okay, maybe it's in some form has been diagnosed. A lot more than I think, and maybe it's more common. But the way it's portrayed on on TikTok and things like that has been this thing where they have like 12 different distinct personalities that are all completely different people within their own head. That sort of thing I don't believe to be true. But I could be completely wrong here. I'll be honest. I may put my foot in my mouth here. I'd have to do more research, but I don't know. I'm very skeptical. I'm very skeptical about this sort of thing. I have to be honest. Like, having dissociative disorders, I completely understand. I've disassociated in my own mental health episodes, but it's not that far removed. But like DID itself, I just do struggle with to accept.
People would often describe as they would come into the room and they would feel cold. That's the type of person I was when I was younger. And then there's this third one that is like this scared little child. They didn't have names or specific, but I often would put faces to them. Like, I would call this personality the Darth Vader personality. I've always been attached to fictional characters, which you'll see throughout my YouTube channel. Like Batman, the Doctor, and the Opera, like all these fictional characters. Green Goblin, very relatable. very, very relatable at one point. Does that answer your question?
I think so, yeah. So, like, you were diagnosed then with DID specifically?
Yes, I was diagnosed with DID.
Because one thing I kind of wonder is, like, are we not maybe just showing kind of extreme, like, mood swings, potentially, rather than different personalities?
The personalities would often come up. One of the things that my therapist did with me that proved I had this was light therapy. What that is. So you fall light, and at some point, he's able to talk to the other personalities. Hey, can I talk to his personality? And she'll talk to that personality, that angry, vengeful version of me, or the child that was terrified after being abused. One of the things that I knew I had this for sure was the very first time I got drunk.
Yeah, but is this just... I have to be very careful what I say. But is this just having like different feelings depending on the situation, and having, you know, struggles with your own feelings and maybe regressing in some ways, as averse to actual genuine, distinct, fully fleshed out personalities? I feel like they're two very different things.
Seraphe was there, literally watches it happen. For some reason, while I was drunk, I said, "Where's Mom?" She's been dead for years. Like it was like my brain reverted back to that version of me, and I haven't had that experience since.
Yeah. So do you still consider you have like other personalities, or is it just kind of one person nowadays?
It's one at this point. You know, 10 years of therapy will do that to you. You know, sitting down and.
Mary Chu says, I think it's possible, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. I remember watching like a bunch of documentaries about it, probably 2 or 3 years ago. And they were focusing on, and I think it was a different diagnosis. It was described as DID, but like in the most extreme form. And it was talking about this. It was this person. I think it was this like middle-aged or like slightly beyond middle-aged. Let's say like 55-year-old black man who was an American prisoner who had killed a few people. Right, he was on death row or something, and he was working with a psychiatrist. And they had diagnosed him with DID and all these genuine split things. But even they couldn't determine if it was genuine or not. And that was like one of the strongest cases for it. Maybe it was called something slightly different, but it was definitely, if it wasn't, it was the extreme end of it. But I do find it a bit of a challenge. They get extreme emotional responses and characterise them as different people. It's a Trump thing. Something plausible on some people I've seen. Yeah, no, I can listen. I can see it as an emotional response. I don't know. I'm just thinking, in extremely traumatic or extremely volatile situations, I can sometimes revert to a very, very, very different person as a trauma response thing, but I'm not sure not to that extent, obviously. Not, you know, it's complicated. Again, I obviously take everything I say with a grain of salt. That's what Planetary says. It's way more plausible than some people I've seen. Yeah, no, for sure. DID is a valid grouping of symptoms, in my opinion. Yeah, again, I want to make it clear that I am not an authority on this at all. You know, Mary Chu's DID, you know, but that brings it down. And then Mary Chu says, I think I believe Firebat on this one. To be fair, what I will say is the way that Firebat is describing it specifically, and the symptoms they experienced, I don't see a reason to disbelieve it. I guess I think a lot of it's obviously tarnished, not by themselves, and it's not their fault, by a lot of the discourse online, especially when you see them TikToks, and it's like, oh, what personality today? It's like, oh, one day they're a 7-year-old boy called Chucky, and the next day they're a 52-year-old heavy smoker called Darlene. I think that sort of stuff is bullshit. That sort of TikTok DID is bullshit, and I think that definitely gives a negative impression on people that claim to have it. But that isn't their fault. That is, you know, not their, you know, they're two separate things, I guess. If you're thinking of it from an actual mental health care perspective, the grouping can lead to effective treatment. Yeah, no, I can say, again, I'm not trying to diminish these sort of things. Listen, I've gone through bouts of extreme mania, paranoid delusions, full-on, straight-up psychotic episodes. Like, I've had severe mental health issues. I've been sectioned. You know, I've been to the loony bin. Like, I'm not trying to diminish people going through severe mental trauma and stuff. Yeah, I've been there myself. I'm not trying to diminish that. It's just, I think a lot of the discourse online around DID, I struggle to engage with as being truly factual compared to other versions, I guess, like what Firebat is talking about here. But again, from the way that Firebat is describing it, I don't feel like the bullshit alarm's going off. So I retract my previous statement when I was probably too harsh on Firebat earlier. I retract those statements. I was probably being too harsh. I just came back, so I don't know what's being discussed. Well, I'm just watching through Mary Chu's interview with Firebat they did earlier. because I had a fair few things to say about it myself, and I just wanted to give my own comments on it. And the topic got to like the mental health problems. They said they had anxiety, depression, PTSD, and DID and ADHD. And they were saying they got diagnosed with the DID, which I initially took exception to, but after hearing the explanation for it and having more of a discourse with you guys, I've probably softened my stance on it, you know? Which is what it's all about, you know? As I say, if you can't have your opinion swayed, then what's the point in talking about things? But I can see where you guys are coming from, and maybe I was too harsh earlier. My
doctor would say that my brain was like a rat's nest, and she'd go like this. This is the rat's nest. And by the time we got to the 10 years of therapy, she said it's more like this now, very small.
Yeah. And when about did that happen?
And that's fair enough as well. To be fair, therapy's good. Get therapy, people. I'm not the greatest therapist myself. I got dumped at Christmas years ago by my therapist. That was a fun time. But for the most part, other therapists, other than before she did that, she's a good therapist. I'm another okay therapist. Therapy is good if you can afford it and you've got the time for it. Everyone should go to therapy, I think. But yeah.
When it kind of seemed to consolidate into like one.
Probably near the end of high school, if I'm going to be real.
It's like a teenager.
Yeah, more or less. Hitting the puberty didn't help me at all. Actually made things way worse for me. And like a lot of medications I was taking, that was not justify my mistakes, just was unclear. So I know somebody on the internet's going to say that at some point. I made a lot of mistakes, partially due to the medications they had me on. Basically traded one problem for another, which is why I have to be very paranoid about what medications I take and what dosages, because it caused me a lot of issues in high school.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I wanted to ask as well, like when you see like DID sort of on TikTok, what do you tend to think of the way it's like portrayed? Do you think it's like accurate to real life, or do you think people are just kind of putting it on for their attention?
It's a kind of a case-by-case basis. So there's some people that put stuff on there, and it's fake. They're just trying to get attention. It's loud and clear on the artwork they use or how they make the video. But then there's other people like they're very honest. You can see it in their face while they're talking about it, because there's this dread that comes when you talk about it. I'm not proud of it. It's a part of me. It's a thing that I'm not proud to just say on the internet. Go, oh look, I'm DID. I can talk about it, because I worked through that trauma and I worked through those separate things, and now it's more consolidated. But it's still there, like a lingering phantom in the back of my head that I have to deal with once in a while.
Yeah.
The biggest issue I deal with is dissociative. That's the biggest issue I deal with, especially when I'm stressed or stimulated. You actually will see this actually happen in one of the noises videos of me, where we're talking and I start dissociating at some point, not making sense at all.
I can't remember, was that the like weird debate that you had when you were beefing? Because I did watch that at the time. I was really disappointed you took it down, so I was like, I don't know if I should show this on like stream or something.
No, I took them down, one, because I wasn't proud of how I handled that situation. I was very ashamed of how I handled that. I'm very new to this whole drama thing on YouTube, so I didn't know what I should do and not do, and like I didn't know what was okay or not okay, and like also have misconceptions of what's appropriate and not appropriate. Like I don't know, I got angry that Finlay's, how dare she use my FetLife, and then I realized, oh wait, who gives a fuck? So it's kind of, it was definitely an up and down wave.
Yeah, was it kind of, it's better to have no shame around like FetLife and stuff? Was that how you kind of thought of it?
Yeah, at some point I definitely have a lot of shame with it, but it's, I don't know, it's, you know anything about FetLife? FetLife protects people on there. It's supposed to be a place to feel safe, express yourself, and that's my safe place, to be the most deranged, feminized version of myself.
You know what? I'm going to completely fucking agree here. I think, even though, yes, everything's online, everything's public to a certain extent, you can't, if people share it to other places, that's your fault, not anyone else's, blah, 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 blah. But I actually kind of disagree with that. I think if things are uploaded in a very specific place, like FetLife, for instance, I've never used FetLife for the record, but I've used a similar adjacent site. If people post things in those sort of spaces, for it tend to be shared and boosted in other avenues, is fucking wrong. And I think that people should have a right to sort of have these sort of avenues. I don't think you necessarily have to be ashamed about it. Listen, it was a bit cringe, the way that Firebat was so openly talking about Gooner stuff, right? But at the end of the day, if we're all adults here, everyone likes to indulge in their vices, whatever the fuck. I don't feel people should feel ashamed of it at all. You can call it weird, you can call it fucked up, but at the end of the day, people should be able to fucking do what they want to fucking do to a certain extent. As long as you're not burning others with it or invalidating, unconsensually unloading on people or, invading their own privacy or whatever the fuck with it. I feel like, people should be allowed to say what they want to say.
And like when someone takes that, they post it on there without my consent or talking about it, for me, I felt very disrespected. I felt that this wasn't a direct attack to my personality, and I was afraid that my viewers were going to be like, oh no, Violet shows her, finally we see the truth about Violet, and then they'll believe. But in fact, it didn't happen. So that's kind of why I'm a lot more comfortable with it, because I realized, oh wait, my fans actually care about me as a person, not just as another channel. So that's why I have been nearly as stressed about it.
Yeah. Does your wife sort of mind you talking about things like FetLife and like fetish and stuff on the internet?
No. In the beginning of our relationship, she did, but after she kind of got to see how that helps me with things and expression. The thing is, I'm a married trans woman, and there's things I would love to get into on FetLife. There's a lot of things I want to try, but I can't because I'm married. And so, like, for me, it's kind of...
That's a fuck take, though. I'm sorry, I disavow that. Listen, you should not be. Listen, you're entitled to feel these ways about things. Don't say it. Fuck. This is one thing. Don't say that in public, because what they're essentially saying is, I would like to get up to more, kinky, solo sexual activity, but I can't do it because I'm married. It's not a good look at all. That's the sort of shit you keep to yourself. Or if you feel that strongly that you need to be able to have the freedom to pursue it, either have the most heart-to-heart fucking bare-laning conversation with your partner ever. Be prepared for their reaction to be, what the fuck, you're a degenerate, I want nothing to do with you. Be prepared for the outcome. Or just if you want to just avoid that entirely, just divorce them. Split up. If you're that committed, or that you feel so strongly that you must express your proclivities in such a way, split up. Because if you feel so in such a strong way, and you have these bubbling feelings under the surface, the moment they come to the top, it's going to completely derail your relationship, and it's going to build. And before that point, with a lot of resentment and bollocks, cut the fucking band-aid before it's too late. It's a lot harder because you've already got a kid on the way. But like God, imagine if this all comes to a head when the kid's like 5 years old. Like you've got to cut this shit you've got to nip this shit in the bud. Either make your peace with it or fucking move on. You can't do in the middle.
I like look but don't touch, I guess, for me, and also it's a place for me to vent my thoughts and my feelings and my ideas and my rough cuts. AI generates stuff that I work on a little bit and then edit to my liking, and then like it's a place for me to express how I see myself in a lot of ways. So
Is it the kind of thing, do you think you change the way you talk about it or kind of pull back from it, like when you have a kid?
Again, I feel like this fire that set himself up for a lot of heartbreak, a lot of personal disappointment and dissatisfaction in their life. I do not feel this is a healthy way to go about things.
We don't really talk about it in general, me and my wife. It's one of those things that it's kind of like my thing, so she just kind of lets me be in that area, so I don't really share with her with it. But once in a while, we'll be sitting on the couch, she looks over and sees them looking at stuff or typing something, she goes, interesting. So she'll like join me briefly, but it's one of those things that like, I definitely don't let her.
I mean, I guess if their wife has made their peace with it, if their wife's made their peace with it, and is happy for them to have their exclusive outlets, let's say, fine. And occasionally they'll join. I think if you're going to do this sort of thing, you should probably bring your partner into it much more for it to remain healthy. But if it's more of a solo thing and the other person's okay with it, fine. But I'm purely just speculating here. From the many hours, which is a crazy statement of me to say out loud, but the many hours I've seen to have seen a fire back, I always get the impression they're not being completely honest about how cool their wife is with all this shit. I get it's a lot more of a situation they've given up ground rather than truly come to terms and make peace with the situation. It seems to be more of an allowance than an acceptance about all this stuff.
So
I could be wrong. Who the fuck knows?
We'll be locking that stuff down. When they get old enough where they have access to technology, future I'll be at a point with YouTube.
And sorry, just stop again. But like as well, if you're still doing these things, so let's say this talking to people on FetLife thing is fully permitted, right? Your wife's totally cool with it. If you're doing all these things, but you also want to take deep down, you want to take it further, you want to engage other people beyond just looking, you want to touch, you want to take it IRL. That is in my opinion, that's a form of emotional cheating. And you're tempting yourself and riding it right on the line. I don't think that's healthy for yourself either, Firebat. I feel like you could proper be damaging yourself there without even realising it. I feel like this is such a dicey situation. And I don't think that it's being taken seriously enough, to be honest.
That it's going to be harder for them to okay that type of stuff at that point.
Yeah. But it's something you probably talk about less, I guess. That makes sense.
I mean, I can talk about it here all I want, and when they're old enough, to understand and all that, and like have those conversations if they ever find out, go, oh, what's FetLife, and I can talk to them about it. But honestly, I'm trying to avoid that if I can, because the last thing I want is somebody on there going, child abuse, and like, Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that's very much a reason to make sure, like, especially when you move, not to go where you live, because you might get secret calls and stuff like that. Do you know, I don't know, man. I feel like having a conversation with my parents about, like, fetishes would be, like, my idea of how.
Yeah, see, this statement Sam before. Did they say they were going to talk about it with their kids eventually?
The whole sweat life, and they can talk about it. But
oh, with his mum.
That makes sense. I mean, I can talk about it on here all I want, and when they're old enough, you know, to understand and all that, I can like have those conversations if they ever find out the whole sweat life, and I can talk about it. But
no, do not do these things. I don't want to get too personal, but I have had some oversharing with my parent. But I don't want to get into it. But do not do these things. These things. You've got to have a very specific relationship. And I think it's one thing to talk about. You can to a certain extent maybe talk about your sex life to your grown. I'm talking proper adult child to a very certain extent in a very specific context when you're not just 18. I'm talking 21 plus here, and it's in a very specific context. But like, I'm sorry, I don't think it's ever going to be appropriate or the right move to be straight up talking about your fet life history to your adult child, no matter what, no matter how many years, no matter what the context of it is. Like, I feel like that's a step too far. Your sex life, talking to your, let's say your 19-year-old child, when you're, briefly about some sex life thing or whatever, you've got a very close relationship. That's one thing. But I feel like there's that explicit fetish talk is always going to be a step too far, no matter what. No matter what.
But honestly, I would try to avoid that if I can, because the last thing I want is somebody on the internet going, child abuse. And like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, child abuse. Whoa. The suggestion that you talk to them about it if they found it before they're an adult is fucked. Do not do that, full stop. Full stop. Deny it. Just try to deny reality at that point. Holy shit. No. What is this fucking... Oh, God. No. Wrong. No. Do not do this. Do not do this.
I mean, I'd say that's very much a reason to make sure, especially when you move, not to go where you live, because you might get secret calls and stuff like that. Do you know, I don't know, man. I feel like having a conversation with my parents about, like, fetishes would be, like, my idea.
Yeah, fucking A, yeah. King, as an adult, about your sex life briefly is one thing. Kinks, never. There is no situation in which that would be a preferable, would preferable or be a good thing. Do not do this, Firebat. Buck your ideas up, bucko.
I don't want to know what they're into, and I don't want my kid to know what I'm into. You know what they say? What stays in the bedroom stays in the bedroom. In Fet Life, how we're going to have our household, it's going to be set up that they shouldn't even have that type of technology or access to it. This is the more Republican side coming out. So my wife and I have agreed that we will not have access to tablets, phones, and that kind of stuff until they're older. They'll have access to computers, I think, to a point. We'll have it set up so that they can have access to the Wi-Fi and all that stuff, unless we're there when they're on it. One thing I really, really want to stress, not just for my viewers.
Holy shit, this is stressing me out. No, dude, no. Like, yes, these ones, but yeah, don't give them access to tablets and phones and stuff. Good moves, but like, you need. This is way too wishy-washy language. You need to have a fucking hard line in the sand here about this sort of thing. Like, you need to make sure this shit. Fuck it, I'm gonna come out and say it right now, dude. You gotta fucking delete like half the shit you've said online. I'm sorry. Like, if I ever had children, I would probably delete this whole YouTube channel straight up, right? I don't need my children to ever stumble across videos of me doing Labubu and fucking talking about whatever the fuck, right? They don't. No, get rid of it all, right? Get rid of it all. Like, you're inviting a level of potential fallout that can be so easily avoided. Just nip it in the bud.
For your viewers, protecting my kid from this is top priority. Like, this is part of who I am, and I have to learn to work with it. And so I either deny it and it bubbles up and explodes later on in life, or I learn to work with it. So like protecting my kid from it by limiting what access they have to it is going to be paramount. They will have access like to PS5 and like gaming and watching movies and all that, but we're going to try to encourage kids to read books, go out, do what kids do, and go hang out with other kids and like baseball and stuff. That's kind of.
So you say you can encourage your kid or kids, whatever how many kids you end up having, from this sort of stuff. Yeah, well, also don't homeschool them then. Please, for the love of God. I hate to sound rude when I say this, right? I'm not God's gift to humanity when it comes to my smarts or whatever. If you're not clever enough to have a well-rounded ability to teach general school subjects, plus your own social awkwardness, you know what it's done, you know how it's affected yourself, don't put your kid through it, send them to public school, as you call it in the States. We call it comprehensive school here in the UK, because public school actually means private school here. But like, just send them to school, regular school.
Or mentality, at the moment.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, again, like, personally, I'd be terrified. If I was doing, like, say, videos wearing, like, lingerie or whatever, and, like, my kid found it one day. I didn't have any kids, but if they did, again, I don't know how I'd begin to explain something like that, you know?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a thought. The other thing I do, like, with my social media, like, yeah, people have access to it through my link tree, but there's a lot of stuff that you guys don't have access to that I keep hidden on purpose.
I know, you say you kept them hidden, but at the same time, there's other things you thought you'd kept hidden, but then get leaked. I'm fine, but I say this with a bit of love here, right? Love, peace, and fucking genuine care. Your OPSEC, your control of personal shit is fucked. You need to really understand, and I'm sorry to say this, a lot of the people that are, the new influx of people that are getting indulging in your content and reaching out to you, do not have your best interests at heart. You need to be really fucking careful in the future about who the fuck you talk to and what you say to them and how much you divulge and all these things. You need to be really careful.
I had to learn from anyways not to have my life linked to it. I thought it'd be okay because I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to find better ways to expand myself a little bit. People get to know who I really am. That's kind of what I want. People know me for who I am. But unfortunately, that was a negative side effect. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah, no shit. Listen, listen. I know there's a lot of love for Femiways in these communities, but look, she's a fucking neurotic troll to a certain extent. And do not let these sort of people fucking bait you. You know, you need to be really careful.
I'm taking it off, and now it's back to, that's off the table. So people ask about it, working with television, but like, I don't advertise my stuff anymore.
Yeah, do you think maybe before it was kind of, well, I want people to understand like every part of me, whereas now it's like, maybe there's certain parts of me I should express online and certain parts I shouldn't?
Yep, that's how it went. That's how I've always been. I'm a bit of a loose cannon when it comes to social stuff. So like for me, I didn't see anything wrong with it. Yeah. But then, once it was exposed to me the way it was, I kind of was like, okay, maybe some things I need to lock on. I've always been terrible at moderating myself. That's why I have moderators, because now they help me with that stuff. They go, maybe you shouldn't have this on social media. I'm go, okay, and I delete it.
Do you get told that often?
No, not really. It's usually when I get I'm curious, what's the word? Adventurous, and I'm like, oh, let's post this on the internet. Let's see what happens when I post this on the internet. And then when I get the reactions, I mean, I learned something from Femoids. I've also learned something from Ashley, that the negative context I get on social media will bring people to me, like a magnet. So once in a while, I do use it as a ploy where I post pictures of myself. It might be a little questionable.
No!
Questionable. There's no body part showing, of course, but it's like me, like in my teddy.
No, but don't fucking, oh my fucking God. Yes, you'll get more people to click on your profile and you'll get more traction or views, whatever the fuck. But it's negative press. These are not the sort of people you want to be engaging with you, for fuck's sake. This is where the problems stem from. This is where the problems stem from. This is where the problems come from. You need to resist the urge to get attention no matter what, because it will negatively affect you severely. You do not want to be. Oh man, God, for fuck's sake.
And like me trying to go cute or sexy, whatever, and then I take them down like a couple hours later. It works. It works to get people to look into my content.
Yes, but you don't want this sort of people to be looking at your content. You don't want this negative attention. Come on.
A little bit. And they go, oh, what's that? A little blimp.
Yeah, I mean, people say stuff though, right?
Yeah, they do. I've got a couple people come into my chat and like, this is abuse. You need to get rid of it. I'm going to report you. And actually, one of these people went and got me to lose my job at the hospital was one of these people that saw that. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to expose you. And it didn't go as well as they hoped. They got me fired. Well, I got fired not for that reason. I got fired because they found a video of me lecturing like this, just normal lecturing with the logo of the company on the shirt. Yeah, that's what they fired. They didn't fire for my content. They don't give a crap about what I posted, which was comforting to hear that from their mouths. They cared more about me representing. Oh my gosh, why is this? This is why I don't wear jokers very often. There you go. Like the choker in the mime zone just twists around my neck.
I'm glad they finally adjusted that. I was going to make a comment about it earlier. I noticed it was like not on properly, like half their neck was exposed. It was annoying me, but I thought it would be very petty of me to have really said anything about it. But
no, it looked like Darth Vader.
I don't really wear stuff like that anymore.
Yeah, someone last night suggested with my live stream I did last night, while being drunk, they're like, "Can you wear a choker?" I'm like, "Wait, we have one." So I went and had my wife. She has to put it on because like I can't put it on myself. They're very difficult.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, what I'm getting, I guess, is like you're kind of away and need to turn a lot of stuff down, especially when you have a kid.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Are you planning on like homeschooling them, or kind of see what happens?
I would love to homeschool our kid. Unfortunately,
no, don't. Do not do this. Do not. Oh my god. I think I know it's an extreme position. I'm one of those people that think it should be illegal to homeschool. I'm sorry. The vast majority of people that homeschool are either religious nuts, political nuts, or wackos. I'm sorry to say. I know that's a very fucking hot take, but like I feel like most time homeschooling does no good, and there's always an agenda behind doing as such. Do not homeschool, for the love of God.
my wife is against that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, she's smart. Listen to her.
We live back where I'm from, back up north. Yeah, we definitely would be homeschooling our kids because we have a great community. At least I have a great community up there that's huge. And, you know, I raised my kid up there, honestly. But it is.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like pulling off on, potentially.
Yeah. But, you know, I think at this point, I'm trying to refine what I do on here. So, like, one of the things I'm doing now is I'm doing more vlogs like this where people can hang out with me, talk to me, but also work on more of my Minecraft projects. That seems to be my bread and butter of the channel. It's my Minecraft stuff.
Yeah. You worry that like Minecraft is quite a saturated market on YouTube?
I'm pretty sure it's pretty saturated, which is why I try to do unique designs. They're not like everyone else. I do raw footage. I don't enhance my videos. I don't add things to it. I don't add little gimmicks. I just make it as it is, and then I post it as it is, and then I make reels as it is in the film. I do a lot of just raw work, basically, on my YouTube channel. My fans like that.
Yeah, I get you. Like
simple.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like in terms of like, obviously you have an ambition with like YouTube and stuff. If it doesn't work out, do you have kind of other stuff in mind, or?
I did. Unfortunately, those avenues probably aren't the best avenues. OnlyFans, Fansly were going to be an option. Oh my God.
Yeah, please don't do these things either. Please don't do these things. Listen, dude, please don't do these things. Please don't do these things. I do not think that, and then another hot take maybe, I don't think that you should be an active adult content star with children. I know. I went for a lot of bullying in school. Not for these reasons at all. Completely unrelated to my parents. Well, my parents are civil servants, right? So it wasn't for that. But I still bullied in school, right? God, I can't. It was horrific. I got proper bullied in school. I can't even imagine how much worse it would have been if my parents were also making pornography. Holy shit! Don't do these things, please. Don't do these things. I don't think anyone, if they want to become adults, listen. If they want to start making porn, once their children are over the age of 18, whatever the fuck, right? But before that, no, don't potentially put your children through that. No.
I have not freaking clue how to work those things by myself, so I'm like, you know what? No.
You still have those?
This.
You still have those?
No, I deleted them after the incidents with them. I felt very ashamed.
Yeah. Like, what made you ashamed of like something like OnlyFans when you're quite open about like sexual stuff anyway?
It's one thing to be open and talk about it. It's a whole other thing to live out. And one of the things I try.
Yes, but everyone was getting close to it. Yes, but it's not the same. And again, they may be open to talk about it and talk the talk, but there's a reason they talk about, oh man, everyone's making OnlyFans, making loads of money about it. People drop it. Why don't I do it too? The reason people don't do about it is because it does just naturally fill you with shame, and the societal repercussions from people knowing about it. A lot of people would not be able to handle it in their egos and stuff, which is fair enough. That's a natural reaction to have. And with all the respect, as I say this to Firebat, they don't come across somebody that's got the most self-belief or confidence or love for themselves. They seem a bit insecure, and I don't think they'd be able to deal with the negative reaction to being made fun of for these things. I mean, they struggled with the negative. They evidently struggled with the negative reaction of people just ragging on them for being who they are as a person, let alone for any sort of spicy content. I don't think that's an avenue they should pursue. Again, it's just it'd just be a car crash where it happened. This whole situation's... I don't want to sound overly judgmental, but this whole situation I think is no good.
Tried to be very loud and clear with my channel is I want to be different, I want to be better. Yet, how am I going to be better if I'm living out the lifestyle that I'm literally trying to oppose? If that makes sense. And like, one of the biggest things in our community is people often go to OnlyFans or this stuff because, well, let's be honest, SEX sells. It works, it sells. And people are into that type of world. And, you know, there's a part of me that I wish I could make money doing that for a living. I would love to do that for a living.
But do you though? And should you, while you're married and have a kid on the way? Again, this is what I get the impression that they should not be a married individual with children on the way. If they've got these sort of hang-ups. Oh, Christ. Listen, I don't want to get too into it again. I've spoken about this particular individual before on the channel. I had a best friend for many, many years who's now a very successful OnlyFanner. 4 million followers on TikTok, this sort of thing. You know, they had made it as much as you can make it in that sphere, and they were still miserable and hated themselves. Like, it takes a heavy emotional toll on most people. And if you're someone as sensitive as this, you're really setting yourself up for a hard life. And I don't think it's a very responsible avenue to go down. Again, I'm not trying to sound so blunt about it, but there's no other way to put it, I think, to be honest.
Unfortunately, the cost would be probably my marriage and my baby girl. And
yeah, exactly. If the cost of it would be your marriage, but you're still thinking this way, this whole thing's fucking doomed.
Potentially, and it's an avenue that I don't think would pan out as much as I would hope.
That's fair enough, because you talked about like trying to make it in the porn industry as well.
I looked into it. I can't figure it out. How do people get into that? Like, I go on the internet. The only place I've been able to kind of get an idea, let's see.
I know I keep saying the same things over and over again, but like this whole thing's just fucked because Firebat, you clearly have a massive hang-up about this. I don't think it was ever in your cards to be a settled down married or maybe it was before, but it's definitely not now, to be a settled down married person with a family and shit. That clearly isn't what you want. You want to pursue or at least attempt a lifestyle that is very different to that. You can't do both, but the want and the bubbling resentment, all these things. It's gonna be a fucking train wreck.
Let's see, sexy jobs I think is what's called. I was looking into that briefly because they're like, ooh, I can make money away from my kid making porn.
Away from the kid, away, but how? What are you gonna do unless you're gonna divorce and live separately? Away from it, how? I mean, for fuck's sake.
For a living, and yeah, no, it didn't work out. Wait.
Wouldn't that again be something you'd be worried about your kid finding one day?
You know, the only reason I'm ever concerned about it, have you ever seen Lucifer, the TV show? No. There's a scene where Lucy somehow finds out her mom used to be a porn actress at one point before she became a detective. And that interaction was very awkward. Finding out. So I'm like, I don't know how it would feel if my big girl one day goes, wait, my trans mommy is a porn actress? What?
My trans... Mummy. If they're still using the word mummy, they're way too young to be on the internet finding this shit full stop. Again, it's just this is giving the fucking ick as well. I'm sorry. Again, this is why you shouldn't be doing these things. Well, if you're gonna do these things, leave now. Leave now.
I'm ashamed. I don't know. I have no clue how to navigate that way that's sane, so I'm kind of just backing off it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, the other thing I would say, I don't mean this to be harsh or anything, but like, do you worry that your appeal would be quite narrow?
This is the other thing as well, and I'm sorry to say, listen, I'm not God's gift to humanity in terms of the looks department, right? I'm not trying to claim to be... Listen, I'd probably have less success than this person would in that industry, but like, be realistic. Could you even make a career out of this? Because there's nothing... Because if you were to just pursue it and leave behind your whole family to do it, and then you failed at it, my God, that would prove the most crushing thing in the world. Like, yeah, that is a very valid point. Would you be able to get there?
Expand on that a little bit.
As in, like, you making that kind of content probably wouldn't have the broadest appeal. It'd be very specific kinds of people that would be interested in it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The only thing I will say is that side industry has been expanding a lot, especially over the past couple of years. There was a time where transgender porn was very...
let me finish that point actually, but
small.
I already know what I'm going to say. Bullshit! Instantly bullshit. Listen. God, this sounds so fucking porn gooner. Fucking listen. I have watched, let's just call it TS content since for over 15 years easily, right? It's never been that small. It's definitely got a lot bigger these days, but it's never been a particularly small thing, right? I'm sorry, but the vast majority of those trans actresses are much better looking than you are, extremely so. I know you're saying, oh, the recent explosion in its popularity gives you more of a chance. Does it though? Does it really? Especially with how far surgical enhancements can go these days to affect how good the person looks. I don't think that's true. I think that's kind of cope.
It's one of the things that it's all over the place. It's a thing. Yeah.
What kind of trans people are normally doing it? Are they normally quite passing, or are they not so much?
Passing as fuck. For the record, passing as fuck. We're talking all the facial surgeries, the body surgeries, all of it. Very much passing. So fucking, this is just cope.
Pretty passing, I would say. At least that's my opinion. Is they look pretty passing. Like choice by choice. You know, she's pretty passing at this point. Now Mara's definitely passing at this point. I don't know. I'm not there yet. Clearly, and I'm not going to be there for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of
those if ever
things. It's going to be a balloon type of thing. Where it's going to start small and then eventually, I hope everything will get bigger at some point. But I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I can admit that.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess I probably felt similar. Not about like porn or anything. I've never been interested in that, but like my transition, it's definitely felt like, you know, well, I'm starting small and I hope it all kind of, you know. I didn't know how much it happened, to be honest. Usually I think for most trans people,
not everyone can be also Ashley or Feminoise. Not everyone can pull it off. I'm probably not going to be one of those people. But I've been wrong before. I mean, at one point before I even started transitioning, I was told by multiple people on the internet, oh yeah, your channel's never going to take off ever, period. And then, felt like magic, as soon as I started transitioning and logging it and actually being more vocal about it, suddenly my channel started growing.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up getting an audience and it's more because like people find you humorous maybe in certain ways, is that something you feel like you could handle?
I've been handling pretty good. I've introduced something new, alcohol. I drink alcohol on some of my live streams now, and oh my gosh, do I get mouthy.
No. Please don't go. Please don't go. Hey, I'm gonna start getting pissed on streams. That's my new career. That's my new fucking angle. Jesus Christ. That's not. Don't let that be your niche. To that extreme.
Like all the gloves come off and I'm like, bring it on, haters, bring it on, let's have some fun with this.
Disavow.
A little bit, or I like make fun of them at one point, or like I take it and spin it off to like something funny. One thing that I've been doing lately with a lot of trolls on the internet is when they go, it's a him, and when I read out loud I go, it's a her, and I continue reading all the comments and replace hims with hers, and it drives them nuts. Really nuts when I do that to them, and then they disappear because they realize they can't mess with me. So it's definitely a confidence booster. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I have to give Feminoise the credit. If they hadn't did what they did, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now with my confidence. And having those things exposed put me in a place where I either A, rise to the occasion or fall apart. And thankfully to my wife and my fans, I pulled myself together, and now, like a virus, I'm back.
That's fair enough. I don't know if there's much else that I really have. I mean, what else I'd ask, I guess, like, do you think you're ready to be a father, or do you think you got a lot of work to do yet?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Fireback talk about this last bit, and then I'm gonna end the stream because I've been streaming for over 5 hours now. Holy shit, that's definitely the longest stream I've ever done in my life. Probably times 2. I'm gonna let her finish this point, and then I'm gonna fucking. I probably will stop the stream for a bit, and then I'm going to start another stream, a Trough extra stream, of me just playing FIFA. I understand that's not what most people really care for, but I'm going to do that for a bit, and then I'll go from there. And see how that goes. But yeah, we'll just finish this last bit, and then we'll finish up because I'm together. Yeah, I need a break. Holy shit.
If you had asked me that question 2 years ago, I probably would have looked you in the face and said, yeah, no, there's no way. No way. Now, I feel a lot more confident in my ability to be a dad at this point. I mean, I'm doing all the steps I can take to be a provider, and I'm clearly doing well taking care of a cat. You know, they say if you can't take care of a cat, you have no right to take care of a life form. A child's sorry, not a life form. Sorry, the verbiage I use sometimes is very awkward.
Yeah, listen, pal, I look after a cat. I've looked after multiple cats. I would not compare that to fucking child rearing in any capacity. that already doesn't fill me with confidence.
But like, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. You know, I'm doing everything I need to do, everything I'm supposed to do as a partner to my wife. I'm doing those things. I'm just struggling with certain areas because of the issues that I struggle with, and so those things. Yes, to answer your question, yes.
Yeah, and what kind of things have you been doing to like prepare for parenthood?
That's a good question. So my wife and I went through a system called Pregnancy Options, and basically it's a Christian-led organization that gives us access to this list called Bright Course Lessons. Looks like this.
Wow.
And it has all these different things from young to before they're born to dealing with trauma, dealing with all these weird stuff. And we've gone through a good chunk of these already. We basically, when you see me Minecrafting and it's silent, 9 out of 10 times it's when I'm listening to these with my wife, and then we have discussions. Unfortunately, we're taking our time with the trauma side of things because my wife has a nasty habit when her trauma's been triggered to lash out at me, which happens every so often. Which, if you watch my live streams, once in a while you'll see little hints of that come out, which sucks.
What kind of things happen?
Right before I ended it, I had the live stream, I had set up. Where
just wanna hear
she knows where the mall is. I know where the mall is. We have a couple issues that we are working out. One, we interrupt each other.
Okay, I think they don't. I think they got carried. The conversation got sidetracked here, and they started talking about the fatherhood thing. So I think that's a good point to end it. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been a good stream. A lot of engagement, a lot of talking, a lot of fun. I know we've argued a bit at some points, which is fair enough. Listen, I appreciate everyone watching me. I don't expect everyone to always agree with me, which is fair enough. You know, I know I can be quite not volatile, but I definitely have opinions outside of the norm in this community a lot of the time, which is fair enough. But thank you everyone for watching. That's been a massive mega stream over 5 hours and 12 minutes. Holy shit. I'm probably going to go chat on Discord now, and then probably in a bit I'll start streaming again, playing FIFA. I won't add everyone for that stream because it's something different, but if you want to watch that, feel welcome to hop in.